Solana Accelerate will begin shortly. Please silence your devices.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, early birds. Thank you all for being here. I hope you're still buzzing from yesterday's incredible sessions and last night's events, where we're here at Ship or Die Day 2. Again, we appreciate you all being here. We've got a packed schedule, and it's going to be a great day. My name is Miller Whitehouse Levine. I am the CEO of the Solana Policy Institute, and I will be your MC for today's policy-focused programming. If yesterday was about building, today is about ensuring we have the policies in place so that folks can build confidently. We've assembled some of the brightest minds in crypto policy, both on and off the Hill, to help us understand the rapidly evolving regulatory landscape and what it means for everyone in this room. Many of the policymakers we have today, actually all of them, have a deep understanding of the crypto landscape, but not everyone in Washington is so well versed. Just last week, a senior congressional aide asked me, "So Solana, that's just like Bitcoin, right?" Our reality is that 9 out of 10 Americans have heard of Bitcoin, but knowledge of other networks from there drops precipitously. At the same time, critical legislation is moving through Congress. Stablecoin legislation, market structure legislation, developer protections, and crypto's old friend, the SEC, has created a new task force to shift its policy direction in this new environment. We're at an inflection point where the decisions being made today in the policy realm will affect the industry and how it develops for decades. It's a huge moment for Solana, and it also impacts the entire crypto industry and the future of finance. In my view, no community in the world is better positioned to shape this moment than the folks in the Solana ecosystem and the people sitting in this room. That's because I think Solana is the most engaged community in crypto today, and we're going to be a Solana-specific voice in DC. We're going to help legislators understand the technology they're regulating so that legal frameworks can unleash innovation instead of hampering building. When regulations go wrong, we all know what happens. Ask the folks who spent millions of dollars litigating against the government over the last few years or abandoning projects due to legal uncertainty. At the same time, innovation in Solana has exploded. We've got DeFi protocols, consumer applications, DPIN, DeSci. Everything is happening on Solana. Solana is for everyone. We're going to be a dedicated voice in DC explaining the unique capabilities of Solana and making sure its community is reflected in policy debates. And that's exactly why we founded the Solana Policy Institute. We're an organization focused on educating policymakers about Solana and why it's the future of the global digital economy. We're a Solana native voice in Washington, not replacing existing advocacy, but adding our unique technical perspective to the conversation. We need to bridge the gap between what's happening on Solana today and the policies being written for tomorrow. And we need to do it now, because these conversations in Washington and decisions are being made now. We have policymakers from both sides of the aisle thinking about crypto, interested in learning more, and eager to make the US the crypto capital of the world. We're here to help them. When SPI succeeds, here's what happens. The rules of the road will account for Solana's unique technical capabilities. Builders will have the legal certainty they need. The entire ecosystem will thrive in a balanced regulatory environment that protects consumers while catalyzing innovation. What can the folks do in this room to be a part of this mission? We need your help. We're here to help you. First, share your stories with us. The most powerful argument for sensible crypto policy is showing real examples of how Solana is creating value in people's lives. Second, engage with today's policy sessions. Ask questions, share perspectives, bring insights back to your teams. Understanding the policy landscape and where the puck is going is a competitive advantage for builders in this room. Third, consider how you can help amplify our message and how we can help amplify yours. Whether it be joining us in Washington, explaining to you what's happening in Washington, contributing to our policy papers, we can help and you can help us, and that's how we're going to win. The future of this ecosystem depends not just on technical innovation, but again, creating the policy environment in which that innovation can flourish. Together, we can ensure that Solana and this incredible community reaches its full potential here in the United States. Today's first panel includes leaders who share that vision and who are at the forefront of advancing thoughtful crypto legislation through Congress. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Solana Policy Institute President Kristen Smith, Chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, French Hill, Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, and Senator Rick Scott of Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Miller, thank you so much. We're so excited to be here today. I think It's I look back over the past couple years, and any time we would have had one of you in the room for an event like this would have been a great victory. But to have this set of powerhouse lawmakers here today, we have Senator Rick Scott from Florida, Senator Bill Hagerty from Tennessee, and the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee, Congressman French Hill. So I think that this is really evidence that the United States is the place to be for crypto innovation when we get this caliber of policymaker here to interact with the audience that we have today. So just to open up, and maybe I'll start with you, Senator Scott, and then we can go down the line. I would love to hear why you think at a high level it's important for Congress to engage on digital asset and blockchain policy.
Well, first off, it's great to be here. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I want to congratulate my colleagues that are here. If you look at the Genius Act, these two individuals are really the key to making it happen. They busted their butt to make sure that we got bipartisan support. In Senator Hagerty's case, I can tell you in the Senate, which takes 60 votes, if it hadn't been for his hard work, it wouldn't have happened. And probably will be the only bipartisan bill that will pass this year and next year. So he's done a great job. And then Congressman Hill, I used to live in Tennessee. It's a great state. But his hard work over there is doing the exact same thing to get these things done. It's not easy to get legislation passed. So I'm not a big government person. I'm a business guy. I get fed up with government. And one thing we've got to do is we always have to take the opportunity to make sure that the executive branch doesn't have the chance to go, oh, it goes this way when somebody gets elected, and it goes this way when the next person gets elected. The only way that's going to happen is if we pass logical legislation that makes sure we know something is legal and we know how to do it. We have all the safeguards in there to protect consumers, but we got to make sure what we're doing, what you are doing, is legal, and you can innovate, and you don't have the risk that somebody's going to come in and say, oh, you can't keep doing that. So it's a really exciting time.
Senator Hagerty?
And for me, it's about the freedom and liberty that are at the very core of American society. This is a way to perpetuate this. And what we saw happen over the past 4 years was exactly the opposite. Major constraints on any effort to move in a direction that would have helped liberate the creative and innovative aspects of our economy. And with respect to stablecoins in particular, you think about this. Today, we have a payment system that was designed in the 1970s and 80s. It's archaic. It takes days to clear. What we're talking about with the stablecoin legislation, with the Genius Act, is to put us into the 24th century with a new payment system that takes advantage of the blockchain technology. We should be seeing an ecosystem built here that actually creates an opportunity for innovation to occur right here in America. And this specific bill actually not only puts us onto a modern day payment system, but it also extends the dollar's dominance as the vehicle of choice to do transactions around the world. And frankly, it stimulates demand for US Treasuries at a time where I think that's going to be beneficial. This is also a first major step as we move into much broader market structure, and I'd like to turn to Chairman Hill because he certainly has the greatest perspective on that. He's been putting a lot of time and effort for years into this effort.
Well, Kristen, it's great to be with you and Rick Scott and Bill Hagerty, and with the Solana Foundation family today at Accelerate. Delighted to be here. It's such an important to have your views and your help to us in achieving the public policy goals that we have. I'm interested in this space because I've always been interested in technological advance that disrupts in finance and beyond finance. And we're at that transformational point, and we have been for the past few years, and the three of us are trying to bring it to fruition. Back in 1996, there was a moment just like this, and the Congress didn't mess it up. I know you're shocked, but we passed the Telecommunication Act of 1996. Chris Cox, our former member from California, also a former SEC chairman, Chris led that, and he said, you know, we shouldn't mess up Web 1. We shouldn't do anything to destroy the innovation that will happen on the internet. And because of that work, we got the cell phone that's in your pocket, we got data that's roaming across that cell phone, and we got an open internet for innovation. Now, flash forward to our work, we're at that same transformational moment for an operating system that's based on a blockchain that's decentralized, that has all those benefits in what we call Web 3. So We're fired up to be here. All three of us were successful innovators, entrepreneurs, business people before we were in Congress. We know that disruption is good, and so we're glad to be here.
I want to go to Senator Hagerty next, because I want to dive a little bit deeper on the Genius Act. Over the past, I guess, week and a half, the Senate has been looking and doing procedural votes to lead up to the consideration of this bill, and we'll see some more amendments after the recess. But can you talk a little bit about, A, what the Genius Act does, but also why it's so unique and rare to have this on the floor of the Senate, and what the outlook is for passage of this legislation?
Certainly. It's been enormously challenging to get this to the floor of the U.S. Senate. The first major piece of legislation to move through the United States Senate Banking Committee in 8 years was this stablecoin legislation, the Genius Act. And it took almost four hours worth of battling back and forth, myself largely versus Elizabeth Warren, the ranking member of that committee. She seems to completely dislike anything that's decentralized. I think in her view, only a centralized answer that's frankly susceptible to choke point 3.0 seems to be acceptable in her mind. But after close to 4 hours of debate in committee, respectful debate, and I was ably assisted by Chairman Tim Scott and Cynthia Lummis, back and forth over the net, it came to a vote. And at that point, Senator Warren was able to hold 5 of her Democrat colleagues with her and oppose us. But 5 other Democrats came with us and made this the most bipartisan product to come out of the Senate Banking Committee in a decade. As it came to the floor, there was a major battle again put in place, and I don't know what was said, but Senator Warren again was able to impress upon her Democrat conference that they should tank the bill. They did it. And thanks to Leader Thune, who had enough belief in me and in our capacity to come back and get this back on board, it took us about 10 days to really mount the support of the industry and really reflect to the Democrat members of the Senate that this is an important bill. It's a bipartisan bill, and frankly, we have bipartisan agreement on the policy. The question is, are we going to allow politics to permeate? And that's what happened on the first vote, but we brought it back. This time, we have strong, solid bipartisan support. 66 votes. We needed 60 to get it across the finish line. 66 votes have put us into the position right now where we're considering a large number of amendments to the bill. We all want to see this bill as strong as we possibly can, but we also want to see it passed. And that's going to happen as soon as we get back in Senate. We're going to be off in state work period this coming week, but as soon as we get back, that's going to be the primary focus of our attention, is to bring the amendment process together and to get this across the finish line. So I'm looking forward to that, and again, it will create the first regulatory framework for this modern technology that we've ever had in America. If we don't do it, we're going to continue to see the seepage of innovation from America overseas. If we get this done, we're going to put America at the forefront, not just of our payment system, that's a great benefit, but also at the forefront of innovation in this critical technology.
Bill, could you also reiterate how important it was for the industry to get involved and call our Democrat colleagues to get that bill on board? Because if they had not done that,
great point.
You wouldn't have gotten your votes.
That is a great point, Rick, because we wouldn't have had this second bite at the apple had it not been for people in the industry informing their Democrat senators and their friends that this is critically important. This isn't just a political opportunity to come and mash around in the headlines. We've got to get this done if we want to see America remain at the forefront of innovation. And so the calls and the support from the industry were absolutely critical in our ability to flip this back and put it into a bipartisan framework. So thank you for your help with that. Please continue to do it, because it's going to take us another 10 days to get to a point that we can then send it to the House of Representatives.
Well, we're really encouraged by the progress, and I know we're not totally out of the woods yet in getting this across the finish line, but we're all working hard and rooting for you to get that over to the House. Maybe we'll head over to Chairman Hill next, because your committee has considered stablecoin legislation as well, and also have circulated a draft around market structure. And I know you have a hearing coming up after the recess on, I think, June 4th. But please tell us about where that stands and sort of what the outlook is for both the stablecoin and the market structure legislation.
Well, first, let me say thanks to my good friend of 5 decades, Bill Hagerty, for his tenacity and perseverance to craft the leadership in the Senate, as Rick and Bill just pointed out, how challenging it has been to have banking committee legislation move. So it's yeoman's work. They've done a marvelous job. They've had strong bipartisan support, and it's demonstrated by the vote that they've achieved. We too have had bipartisan support for about 4 years now in the House on crafting a path forward for digital assets, but we had no help from Joe Biden or Gary Gensler, I know everybody's personal favorite, that stalled out the momentum we had, I'd say, between 2018 and 2020 and the pandemic. So we've worked cooperatively with Senate banking on the stablecoin idea, but there's another companion piece we think is important to the ecosystem, and that's called market structure. We've worked on that with the House Ag Committee on a bipartisan basis, and in 2023, so 2 years ago, we passed that across the House floor with 71 Democratic votes. So we have a history of strong bipartisan support on market structure to complement the critical need for a payment stablecoin. And as Kristen said, on June 4th, we'll have a hearing in the Financial Services Committee in the House. There will be a companion hearing the same week in House Agriculture Committee. And we're taking comments now on a revised market structure framework bill that builds on the success of 2023, but is very different. I would say less clunky, more streamlined, and Cynthia Lummis, John Bozeman, both in the Senate have been so helpful to the work we've done on this. Senator Gillibrand from here in New York. But that work the same week that my friends in the Senate will be hopefully very successful in the stablecoin work, we will be advancing market structure through those hearings, and I hope that we can have that progress through the committee soon.
Both of those, I think, would be absolutely major unlocks for the industry going forward, so thank you. I next want to turn to Senator Scott. I think we've talked a lot about the importance of U.S. competitiveness and having innovation here, but there are also national security issues, there are privacy issues, there are a lot of other topics that get brought in when we talk about crypto policy, and I know you've been very supportive of legislation that would prevent the U.S. from having a central bank digital currency. But can you talk a little bit about some of the, these other issues that are related to crypto policy?
So whether we like it or not, there's countries that don't like our way of life. They don't like our freedom. They don't want us to have success. And I think if you look at what's happening in the world, you've got communist China over here, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and they're going to do whatever they can to impact adversely your way of life. So what we've got to do is, on our side, we need to do everything we can to team up with the democracies around the world, and we've got to work to make sure that the bad actors can't have an adverse impact on us. China clearly wants to have a digital currency and control and set up the regulatory environment and control things. So we've got legislation that will prevent that. So the way I think about it is we're going to end up, I think, going into two sort of trading teams, the American team on one side and the Chinese team and the bad guys on the other. But all of the international regulatory agencies, China's going to try to destroy our opportunity to have success, and we're going to have to fight that every day.
I actually have another question for Representative Hill. You mentioned earlier it was difficult in prior Congresses to work with the White House. Things have obviously changed, and I know earlier this year you got on stage and did a press conference with your colleagues in the Senate and your counterparts on the House Agriculture Committee, and we had David Sachs from the White House come, and I've never seen anything like that, where you see the White House, and the Senate come together and commit to getting this done. We're also very excited. We have Bo Hines from the White House, who's going to be on stage later this afternoon. Can you talk a little bit about the engagement that the White House has had and sort of how you're working with them to get these issues across the finish line?
You bet. It's night and day, and I know Senator Scott and Hagerty will agree completely. So a switch has been turned on, which is we have a President of the United States and Donald Trump that is pro-innovation, pro-American leadership. He knows we're the largest, most liquid, successful capital market in the world and in world history. And it's perfectly logical that we should also lead that in financial technology, as we have in many other areas of technology, in healthcare, in financial services, in chip design and development. So, with that effort, he's mustering the resources of the executive branch at the SEC, the CFTC, the White House staff, under the leadership of a superb advisory team. Not only do we have a good Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who understands this, but David Sachs, the President's advisor on artificial intelligence and digital assets, is working with both the House and Senate in a hand-in-glove fashion. How can we support the legislative effort, and how can we drive regulatory reform? And both are working well. Let me add one other point on Rick's comment about a central bank digital currency. Under the leadership in the House from Tom Emmer, our majority whip, Warren Davidson from Ohio, we have consistently said we don't believe that we should have a government-owned, government-directed, surveilled consumer central bank digital currency. We shouldn't do it. We want the private sector to innovate on the blockchain, bring payment solutions, manifest that, and lead with an American first point of view about technology development. We don't want the government to do that. So we have marked up Tom Emmer's bill banning the implementation of a central bank digital currency through our committee, and that too will come to the House floor. I want to echo and thank Senator Scott for his focus on this in the Senate.
I might just add one point to this in terms of the involvement of the current administration, because it started well before this administration took office. I met in Mar-a-Lago with President Trump and Bitcoin miners to talk about all aspects of the ecosystem. And I tell you, it was demonized so much in the prior 4 years, the previous administration. Bitcoin Nashville. President Trump had a response. You were there. It was just, it was absolutely amazing. And we conducted a roundtable. I helped put together a group of CEOs from this industry with President Trump. And the insightful nature of his questions, you know, you could just see the machinations going on. He gets this. He gets the fact that this is massively innovative. It needs to happen here in America. And he's put the full weight and force of the White House behind it with a great team. David Sachs, Bohines, they've done a great job from the White House. And as Chairman Hill said, Scott Bessent has certainly a great grasp of this. And with Paul Atkins coming into the SEC, and you know, by way of disclosure, Paul was at Vanderbilt with Chairman Hill and myself, so we've all been friends for many, many years. But with Paul entering the SEC, I think we have a wonderful door opening for us to really move this technology and this industry forward in America.
Well, and I wanted to actually ask about the SEC, because I know from my perspective at the start of this year, I saw we sort of had two tasks ahead of us as an industry. One was to undo the damage of the past, and then the next was to put in the framework that allows us to be competitive for decades to come. And I think the SEC has a unique role to play in both of these. I mean, they were very quick to roll back the SAB 121 accounting guidance. They stopped all of the litigation that was happening against the industry that didn't make any sense and dismissed that with prejudice, so they can't come back, which is fantastic. And the crypto task force is now putting out guidance. They're thinking through potentially doing a rulemaking. Do you have any thoughts on what the SEC can do that can be helpful, that might make your jobs in Congress a little bit easier, or maybe a little bit more narrow, and not have to do it all in one big giant piece?
I'll start, but I'm sure that Rick and French will have something to add to this. One thing I'd like to do is just go back for a moment. You talked about undoing the damage from the past. And I think the messaging is clear, coming from the White House, coming from the Senate and the House of Representatives. We're ready to move forward here. We're looking toward the future. There's some things that happened in the past that are so regrettable. We're right here in New York. It reminds me of what happened to Signature Bank. They shut that bank down in a choke point operation because they didn't like what they were doing in the crypto industry. They still have Signet. They trapped it, they took it away, it's been taken off the market. They were trying to do everything they could on a regulatory, you know, these are non-elected, faceless bureaucrats that were trying to destroy an industry, and frankly, it had a real impact right here in this market. That's over. And leadership at the SEC absolutely gets this, and the mindset of Paul and the other commissioners there are very much embracing the industry. I think that message is going to come through loud and clear. Dropping litigation, the tactics of Gary Gensler were frankly reprehensible, using the regulatory framework, the enforcement network to come back and put regulations on companies in arrears. That is over, my friends. That is over. Moving forward, we'll put a legislative framework in place working together, and we're going to have a regulatory framework that supports it rather than destroys it.
But that's why you have to have laws. Otherwise, we give these bureaucrats the opportunity to constantly change back and forth whatever they believe in. And guess what? I mean, the government's pervasive, and they'll go after you if they, there's a bunch of ways. And so Bill said this earlier. You have to be politically active. You have to make sure the right people get elected, and you have to be clear of what your needs are, because there's a lot of people in government that they believe their way is the right way, and they'll use every lever they can to go after you.
Rick Scott's 100% right. And this is why we did the press conference with David Sachs to show the integrated approach under Tim Scott's leadership, John Bozeman's leadership, our leadership in the House, including G.T. Thompson, who's the chair of the Ag Committee. And we wanted David Sachs there because, yes, they can use exemptive relief. They can make things better. They can pull back dumb, ignorant ideas like Staff Accounting Bulletin 121, correct the mistakes of the past, but it's not permanent. If we want to, and the three of us do not support pendulum swinging executive orders. And it's not just an Article 1 power thing. It's an uncertainty creator. And Rick said it best. If we pass laws, we get permanent change, and that's what protects innovation. That's why we want permanent tax laws. We want permanent laws that direct agencies to minimally impact the private sector, maximize.
You don't invest if you don't know what the rules are.
And this is how we create a more stable, long-term, more certain future. So, a payment stablecoin with the force of law, a market framework that directs the SEC or the CFTC or the bank supervisors. Here are the rules. Let people innovate. That's why President Trump's goal of having these bills passed before the August recess, I believe, is realistic. It will take massive work by us, but it is realistic to achieve that, and we should do it. In the meantime, Hester Peirce, Paul Atkins, leading at the commission to what are the tools we can do in the meantime. And the same with Scott Bessent at Treasury, Tyler Williams at Treasury, Luke Pettit at Treasury, soon, fast, I hope, to do what they can in the executive branch, but permanent law is what we need.
We only have a couple minutes left, so maybe one last question for each of you, and I think you touched a little bit on this earlier.
Well, the three of us are all business guys. It's a ball what you are doing. It's exciting to watch what you're doing. You have every opportunity to dramatically change this industry, and we all wish you the best of luck.
And I'm just so happy that you're here in New York today, that you're going to be in America tomorrow, making certain that this innovation happens here. Continue to hire, continue to invest, and continue to make this industry thrive. You're going to help take us and keep us at the lead in the 21st century. And I do want to just take a minute to thank all the people that have worked so hard to get us to this point on this legislation, because it has been damn hard. French, you've been great. You've been there from before the beginning on this. You think about the staff. Luke Pettit, who's on my staff right now, is headed to Treasury to be Assistant Secretary there. Absolutely great job. David Sachs and Bo Hines at the White House. All of French's staff, the banking staff and the Senate have been terrific. We've got so many people that have been involved in this, sleepless nights. And frankly, negotiating with my Democrat colleagues has been extraordinarily challenging, but I've seen them come around. And to deliver a bipartisan product, as Rick Scott said, is unique. It may be unique in this next 2-year period. And we have a wonderful opportunity ahead of us. Thank you for continuing to let those that you know in the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives know how important it is to put this permanent legislative framework in place.
I just would conclude by saying, from the very beginning, this work for positive innovation, for the advance of technological across all industries, technological advance through the use of a blockchain operating system, it's bipartisan. It is bipartisan. There's a lot of noise out there, but Our country, if we want to lead the world, as these two gentlemen have just outlined, we need bipartisan certainty that we're going to let America lead the way in fintech and blockchain development, and I believe that's going to happen in 2025.
Well, let's give a round of applause to these three policymakers today. Thank you for everything that you do. We'll follow Chairman Hill. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Wow, what a panel to kick off day 2 on the East Coast stage here at Accelerate, Ship or Die. I'm Josh Freed. I'm going to be your host for the next couple hours. We've got a great session this morning, so stick with us. Grab some coffee, grab some food, but come back and join us for an amazing slate of payments, stablecoin, PayFi panels, lightning talks, announcements. You're not going to want to miss it. First and foremost, we're going to bring out my friend, Shiraz Shir from Solana Foundation. He's the GM of payments at the foundation, and he's going to be in conversation with John Egan from Stripe, the head of crypto at Stripe. I had the opportunity to go to Stripe Sessions, their conference in San Francisco, a couple weeks ago, and they had 2 topics plastered all over Stripe Sessions. One was AI, of course, everybody's talking about AI, but the other was stablecoins. So, you heard about the momentum, stablecoin legislation, policy proposals coming through the House and the Senate. What can we do with this new greenfield space that we have, these regulatory frameworks and these rules? Shiraz and John are going to come out and talk to us about how Stripe is thinking about this. Please welcome Shiraz Shir and John Egan.
Oh boy.
All right.
Facing
Thank
right
you,
out here.
Josh. Thanks, John, for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So I think you would agree with me that for people that work in the intersection of crypto and payments, it is an absolute giddy time. If you think about, like, over the last few years, it's been a lot of talk about pilots, theoretical stuff, kind of playing around, and now it seems like product market fit is here. Like, people are actually building in this space. And so that's the good news. The bad news, as we've talked about, is actually turning on use cases at scale is hard. The last mile is hard. You know, these difficult edge cases and feature requirements actually make things very difficult to scale. So that's some of what we wanted to talk about. As Josh mentioned at Sessions, Stripe had made a lot of product announcements. You guys are starting to build some of these things to address the last mile. So wanted to, if you could share a little bit about some of the product announcements, starting maybe with stablecoin financial accounts and how this is solving some of this last mile challenge.
Yeah, for sure. So stablecoin financial accounts, one of our big launches at Sessions this year, is, if you zoom out a little bit, it's a dollar-denominated account available to 101 countries. And what's particularly unique about this product is it's not the 101 countries Stripe is in today. It's actually 101 net new countries for Stripe. And this account provides sort of 2 basic capabilities. One is the ability to store dollar-denominated stablecoins for any business in these countries. And the other is access to US and European financial rails to interop with that account. And so if you're a business in Vietnam and you want to interact, and let's say you're a global SaaS business, right, that you're trying to build. Maybe in the old world, you would have needed to get a corporate presence in America, go and create like a local bank account, get yourself a debit card. Now you can start paying your bills and paying your vendors as you sort of operate with a global workforce and otherwise. With a stablecoin financial account, you don't need to do that anymore. You can just sign up with Stripe, get yourself access to this account, and start operating on dollars, sending payments and receiving payments as well. So pretty amazing.
That's super cool. I mean, it reminds me of sort of like the whole ethos of Stripe, which was to abstract away the complexity, right? So developers, the rat's nest of like merchant acquiring and payment processing that you guys sort of abstracted. So to me, that's analogous to one of the challenges, which is interoperability with like fiat and crypto.
Yep.
Another last mile component is sort of on the consumer side, and you guys announced your card issuing solution. So, how do I actually use this stuff? So do you want to talk a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, for sure. So this other product, this is a stablecoin-backed card issuance, and it's built out of a partnership with Visa and Bridge, with one of the most, the sort of banner customer that was announced at Sessions being Ramp. And the advantage of this is sort of an extension of what we talk about with stablecoin financial accounts, which is, okay, so now you have an account, right, stored in dollar denomination and stablecoins, but you want to be able to spend that globally. So you've already got access to ACH, SEPA, Wire, but you also just want to be able to do what anyone else with a business would do, which is get a credit card, right, and go make corporate purchases and otherwise. And so this partnership allows businesses around the world to do this. We sort of use this like container word for all of these things. We use borderless, right? This idea that we're not rolling these things out anymore, one country at a time, right? Stable coins and the infrastructure underneath them allows us to go much more widely global with each iteration of innovation here. And I believe Ramp is initially available in Latin America, where there's a particularly large demand for these dollar-denominated accounts that are then powering credit cards.
Very cool. So we just talked about 2 last-mile challenges. Yep. Check 1, check 2. There's a list of probably 100, right? And the lift of building these products is heavy. So I guess 2 questions. If you think about some of the other messy, like kind of last-mile use kind of things, what are some of the other things that are top of mind, maybe for Stripe, but more generally for the industry that we need to think about? And I guess the second part of that is Stripe is not going to build everything, right? This is a developer conference. I think one of the things that is helpful for people to think about is like, well, what are the things that I could potentially build, right? And we were talking about this last week about how like it is a very unique time for people to be building in fintech, given the emergence of crypto. So, talk to me a little bit about like what some of those other challenging pieces are that new products and businesses could be built.
So these 2 products actually that I just mentioned, touch on one of these core challenges, which is really the interoperability. Right, and I think in the past I've talked a lot about like crypto interoperability. Right, Stripe actually has an on-ramp as well, which sort of tries to address this, which are all the different networks, all the different coins, and then even within stablecoins, we sort of have individual coins, like take a USDC, and then we take all the different networks that it's available on. I know you take Solana, right? Take Ethereum, take all of these different networks, and the understanding of that to the types of organizations that are now onboarding into crypto, which are not crypto native organizations, right? These are just global businesses. Abstracting away that complexity starts to become table stakes for these businesses to work. So Stablecoin Financial Accounts tries to do this, right, by interacting with all of these networks and then settling down to sort of a common stablecoin on the back end that can then re-interop on its way back out. But what we look at sort of in the industry today is we sort of see this need for additional innovation, especially at the wallet level, right, in terms of what does it mean to abstract these networks away from the average consumer and the average business. So we're back to the simplicity that you would expect in an interaction. I mean, to be frank, the credit card networks have done a pretty good job of this in the past. If you go travel with your Visa card to most of the developed world at least, your tap to pay experience is not any different just because you're interacting with another country. Maybe the like stretched metaphor is banking in another country might support US dollars, but interacting with that could be difficult, but you tap your credit card and it's not anymore. Yeah. And so I think like bringing that degree of consumer payment simplicity, right, and then like banking simplicity to the world through products, I think it's kind of like been the largest problem for crypto for an awfully long time. And that has not gone away. Yeah. But in solving that, and then through this kind of global access solution that stablecoins is giving us, which is we are kind of all getting comfortable now with using the dollar as that settlement currency. I think we get kind of this combined experience that's going to give us that billion additional people on chain that we're all sort of chasing. You talked a little bit also about what are the other kind of things that need to be built. As we get deeper and deeper into the payments space, a lot of these sort of expected primitives in payments today are not currently available even on the most modern chains. You think about you make a payment today and you expect to have consumer protections, right? Like chargeback protection. the credit itself that's actually being issued, auth and capture. All of these things, today in the kind of global reach that we're experiencing, maybe we don't need them yet, right? Maybe it's actually an advantage to have non-reversible payments in certain countries and with certain consumer groups, but we're rapidly going to get there, right? And the closer our crypto products get, and stablecoins are taking us there, from kind of crypto getting closer and closer to fiat, the more those expectations will stop being afterthoughts and start being table stakes as well.
I was thinking about now that we're in the phase of reality, right? Like I used to do this hyperbolic tweets that would be like, "Hey, Visa, Mastercard costs 3%, stablecoins are free." Easy to try and catch people's attentions. But now that we're facing this reality, what do you think that, and maybe it's, there's not like one answer to this, but clearly even stablecoin payments and money moving with stablecoin is not going to be free, but do you think that cost profile is going to start to add up as you actually bring in some of these features and requirements like chargebacks and
I think there's going to be a lot of price finding for a while. I don't think we have a standard yet of what these things ought to cost. Kind of to my earlier point, I think there's a lot of opportunity to bring value add in today, which will kind of contribute to what that cost finding is long-term going to look like. For certain transactions where you're really just up against the cost of credit cards, but you don't actually need a lot of those sub-features, right? Like stablecoins as they stand, payments today, sufficient, right? And maybe the price finding is already becoming pretty efficient. But in these more complex use case, I think we're pretty far away from understanding what that price, floor is. And I think we're going to see a lot of variability, mostly based on what are those additional services being offered. I think events like this, I think blockchain is particularly well suited for builders who are creating these sort of replications of what we've seen in the past, but also maybe coming up with unique new primitives. Right? I remember when Kickstarter was getting started, it was really difficult for them to figure out sort of a payment process for what does it mean for a consumer to use their credit card for that money to be held by Kickstarter and then only released in certain cases. For a builder on chain, you're probably just imagining smart contracts, and you're like, well, this isn't particularly complicated. But back then, I think it was pretty difficult, right? It was not an out-of-the-box solution. And so, mapping this all back to pricing, in a world where maybe that's out of the box and easy to use, you could probably make that significantly less expensive than what the kind of non-standard solution is today that those types of services are using. But it doesn't have to be $0. Right? I think there's lots of opportunity for businesses to still capture and deliver value that people are more than willing to pay for in those cases.
Yeah, and I think you touched on this a little bit. One of the benefits of building from scratch and crypto and blockchain is modularity, right? So if you can Lego block the right, let's say, cost modules together, you can have a more efficient payment system. Like we were talking about, when you use your credit card to buy a cup of coffee versus to book a cruise line, there are different protections that you would want, right? You want chargeback protections in the case of like a large purchase, but not for a credit card, for a coffee. But you're sort of, the cost structure is embedded in both, right? And so if you can modularize that, that's cool.
Right. There's like the well-known joke about the receipt for a donut, right? It's like, here's your receipt, just in case you need to return the donut that I've given you, right? Like perhaps the pricing underneath that, right, of the cost to transact to purchase that donut is a bit incorrect because of the degree of consumer protection we're trying to provide for the donut, right? But conversely, you might be buying a prepaying for a service that has only just begun to be delivered or is being delivered and has guarantees tied to it, right? In those cases, perhaps we need more complexities attached to it. But I'm actually pretty excited to learn, what those new primitives are. Right? Like when I was at Meta a long time ago, we used to talk about the medium shifting, right? And it took an awfully long time, even in the visual medium era, to figure out kind of this moment of the close-up, right? Being kind of this thing that the visual medium provides that in the past you didn't have access to. And once that was figured out, film started to really work, right? And I think we have the similar set of questions inside of blockchain, right? What are these kind of killer use cases? And I think today we look at them and they're reasonably becoming clear with stablecoins, right? It's just access to the dollar, right? And then kind of that interoperability access to fiat in terms of being able to operate against dollar economies, and over time, sort of the European economy as well, and then most of the global economies if we start thinking about local stablecoins. But I don't think we've necessarily found it yet. Right? Like, what are
emergent use cases that are going to
correct. When NFTs happened, we sort of thought maybe we found it, right? For a brief moment, we were like, okay, everything's just going to be like digital item auctions, right? And Open Zeppelin had the standards, and that was wonderful. But what are the equivalent payment standards? We don't have yet.
It's funny. This is sort of a good intro to the next speaker is Huma Finance, who they use stablecoins for pre-funding transactions, right? So you could do things like merchant. Instant settlement at the point of authorization. So you swipe your card and the merchant gets their funding, in 5 minutes. And Huma can power, stablecoins can power that.
Yes. Like much more creative settlement solutions. Is something that will need to exist to enable these new payment use cases.
Cool. Well, we're out of time, but thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks.
Good job. So exciting, right? Seeing Stripe, this global leader in internet commerce, embracing stablecoins and all these new primitives in a way that just I couldn't imagine 3 or 4 years ago. So I'm really pumped. We actually have 4 lightning talks coming up right now with some of the innovators and builders who are less established than Stripe, but are aiming to be there someday. We're actually going to bring out first Siddharth Shetty, who is co-creator of something called the Finternet, Huma Finance that Shiraz mentioned is coming out after. But first, we're going to bring out Siddharth Shetty. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. It's really exciting to be with all of you today to share what we've been working on over the last 2 years, known as the Finternet. I've been privileged to be a part of the team that's built 3+ billion user ecosystems across identity, payments, data sharing. And what we realized is, if we look at the way we've been traditionally building financial infrastructure, it takes a long time. It's very purpose-specific. You're building things from scratch, asset by asset, sector by sector, country by country. And then when you try to interlink these systems, imagine 5 years into 190 countries, that's going to take a few centuries to build out. And the reason for that is every time we build infrastructure, it's like you take a new car and you build a new road in the financial system, right? So you have separate rails for P2P payments, separate rails for peer-to-merchant payments, separate rails for government-to-person payouts. And these are highly siloed, extremely slow, and expensive to transact. And this is really how technology starts off. It starts off in a very purpose-specific manner, but eventually converges. We saw that play out with the internet. We saw that play out with smartphones as they opened up programmable playgrounds. And we felt the same is happening to financial infrastructure in today's world. So we published the Finternet as a paper last year in Washington, DC. And there are 3 core ideas. 1, giving users control over any type of asset, identity, credential, or asset. And these assets could be, for example, regulated assets like money, securities, registered assets, anything that has a registrar behind them, like physical property, vehicles, attested assets like gold, silver, any type of commodity, or user-controlled assets that are there, digital assets, NFTs, and so on. And across this entire spectrum of assets, the key question we're after is unlocking verifiability, which is provenance, and transactability of these assets, the ability to transfer financially, but also transfer property rights. Let's say I'm transferring a property over ownership of it to you, or transferring certain rental property rights across to you, which you then get financed. The second idea behind the Finternet is how, across these different types of assets, do we unify them into a common playground, ensuring that the rules, depending on the sector, depending on the authority, can be programmed. And the third idea is how do you build that on highly universal rails? Because you've got 100 countries that have a population less than 10 million. They can't build infrastructure from scratch. How do you have universal rails, much like your smartphone operating system? But depending on the type of asset that's flowing on those rails, you can control the flows and ensure your own sovereignty and autonomy. And so really a large part of this relies on tokenization. And in my view, this is sort of back to the future, because if you think about it in the world of physical cash that you had, let's say you gave me a dollar bill, I could instantly take that dollar bill, it was mine, verify it, validate it. I didn't have to talk to any other third party. But when we digitize these systems, what happened is for that same transaction, now your bank's validation systems and its ledgers had to talk to my bank and its ledgers and its validation systems. And that created a lot of the bilateral complexity that we see. But if we look at the cryptographic developments of public blockchains, digital signatures, and the like, it allows us to imagine a paradigm where you're sort of going back to that world of control over any type of asset. Think of, again, equity shares in the old days. You could transfer it to me. We could meet at midnight. You hand it over. It's mine. But today, the markets don't work beyond 9 to 5, right, because of the digitization that happened. So in our view, tokenization sort of takes us back to that original world, but obviously with a lot of the characteristics that technology brings in. And this is a high-level view of the Finternet. You can read more. If you go to finternetlab.io, there are a set of papers that are published on how do we leverage public chains, how do you solve for transactions at scale to do 1 billion transactions a day, how do you ensure you have universal interoperability across different asset types, how do you take care of privacy, how do you have private transactions on public rails. So these are some of the key technological questions that we're working on so that you can create a playground where regulators can regulate on one end and innovators can innovate. So since we published this paper, we are setting up a network of Internet labs. We've set up one in the US. We have one in India. We are setting up one in Switzerland and Singapore very soon over the next few months to really work out a lot of these important questions. In fact, the Solana community as well has $1 million grant for people building on the Finternet. But there's a broad ecosystem that's come together to really experiment many of the ideas that we've laid out in the paper. And our goal is to then eventually see how do you take crypto and a lot of its primitives, but deploy this at population scale for societies across the world. And there are a few pilots. One of the pilots that I wanted to show you was on the topic of identity, because in many crypto conversations, there's a big issue of how do you take care of individual or legal person identity. And so one of the efforts we've been doing, which we've talked about in the paper, is how do you have layered proofing? That is, depending on the risk in a transaction, how do you layer on the identity requirements? So this is an example we built using the legal entity identifier. Could they play the video, please? So what you have out here is a Finternet wallet. In your Finternet wallet, let's say I'm launching a campaign that says, OK, only accredited companies on the other end that also have a legal entity identifier can contribute to that campaign. So now I import my own LEI into the wallet. I create a campaign. Donors onboard their own LEIs into the wallet, which is what you're seeing out here. And then they can make a donation. And when they do, you can now check whether the donation satisfies the proof requirements that are required. So this is a very basic example, but really you can now extrapolate that to different KYC requirements and their proof requirements across the world. Go to the next slide, please. So there has been broad support behind the Finternet, both across public authorities as well as private sector. So I'll urge all of you to sign up, register, be a volunteer. Thank you so much.
Nice. All right, rolling right along. That was awesome. Now we're going to do a couple of lightning talks on PayFi. So if you are here to learn about PayFi, you're in the right place. First, we're going to bring up Richard Liu, founder of Huma Finance, to talk about PayFi. Come on out, Richard. Give him a warm welcome.
Right. Thank you, Josh. Let me put this one aside. All right, I was asked to talk about what is PayFi. I'm going to start with why PayFi. PayFi is freedom. Oh, no. So let's look at in our life, almost all the major essential elements, from air, light, water, electricity, flow freely. Even information, once more controlled, now flow at speed of light. There is one critical exception. That's money. It is supposed to be moving at the same pace. Instant, free, and accessible. But it doesn't. A store owner in New York, you sold the goods, they only get paid in a few days, under cash pressure. A supplier in Asia, right, send out the stuff to Amazon, but only get paid 90 days later. But meanwhile, they still have to pay the materials, the workers, on real time. A migrant worker in San Diego send the money to their family, but the money takes very long, a few days, to get to their family. And in the past, in the process, the layer of payments network actually cost a lot of money for them to process. If you look under the hood, credit card, while you swipe, MasterCard, Visa process immediately. But the issuing bank and the payment network takes days to settle. Right? So the suppliers are forced to sign 60 days, 90 days payment terms. That's add a lot of burden for them. Remittance, they travel through layers of intermediary, and that just slows down for everything. Because of all this layer of efficiency, business got to wait, economy stalled, people are left behind. Imagine tomorrow that money can move free, fast. It will be a better tomorrow, right? That's why in Huma, we set our mission to be accelerate movement of money for the world that is always on. Now let's look at why we're here. So here we are, particularly in the Big Apple, right? You think about almost all the payment transactions go through here, right? It's the single densest payment hub in the world, right? You think about Fedwire, they all flow through here. You think about FX clearance, all come here. The funds and all kinds of settlement, DTCC, 2.5 quadrillion settlement. If you add all this together, it's over $5 quadrillion. You know what? Federal Reserve Bank New York is a settlement agency for USD across the entire world. Because of this one, because all this built on a few things. Number one, all the banking system across the world, 9 to 5, no weekend, shut down, right? Then you layer on it, you have SWIFT as a layer, all kinds of inefficiency. And then, because of this, you have their web of intermediaries. You have to go through them one by one. Each one of them, you know what? At cost and delay. So that's why the entire world is really, really, really tough. The money moves slow. As I mentioned earlier, business wait, the economy stall, people left behind. So what can we do with it? Welcome to PayFi. PayFi is a movement of leveraging blockchain technologies to accelerate, to revolutionize global payments. So last year, Huma, together with Solana Foundation, Circle, and a few others, published the PayFi stack. This is an open stack for us to define how money movement can be revolutionized using blockchain technologies. No matter you are, it's open, so you can choose to use Solana or any other layer 1 for the transaction layer. Obviously, because of its throughput, because of its low latency and low cost, Solana is set in the best position to be the transaction layer. Then even the currency layer, you can use USDC, USDT, USDG. Even for the finance layer, Huma is the front runner, but you're free to choose any other players in the entire stack. You can build amazing products to accelerate credit card payments, accelerate cross-border payments. Today, most of the global payments settled in T+3, T+4. With PayFi, in 5 to 10 years, we'll see T+0 becomes the mainstream. So that's really say today, many of the payment companies are handicapped by the pre-funding requirements. Now with PayFi, they'll be set for free. Mom and pop stores, no matter in New York or in the rest of the world, they'll be free from cash burden. And also, not only on those side, but also on the capital provider side. Today, all kinds of yield opportunities are only available for institutions, for family offices, for big funds. You and I, average persons, you deposit your money in the bank, what do you get? Tiny bit. Tiny bit. But tomorrow, everybody can participate in the financial opportunities. Like Huma, we bring the PayFi opportunities to Solana and generate double-digit yield from the real world. Everybody in the room, you can participate in the PayFi movement. So, PayFi is freedom. It's free all of us from the handicap of the today's outdated payment system. It's freedom for us to choose to enable all kinds of amazing product experience for tomorrow. Thank you.
Good work. What a great intro. All right, keeping it on the PayFi theme, let's talk about PayFi at scale. We're going to bring out the gentleman who leads the crypto-native work at the world's largest payment processor, WorldPay. So please give a warm welcome to Ahmed Zivsaf.
Hi everyone, how's it going? My name is Ahmed Zivsaf. I'm the head of crypto partnerships at WorldPay. My goal today is to tell you 3 things, or for you to come away with 3 things. 1, for you to understand who WorldPay is. 2, for you to understand what we do in the crypto space. And 3, if you're a PayFi company, a DeFi company, a protocol, learn how you can work with a company like WorldPay. So I'll get going. So on a high level, what does WorldPay do? We're the largest payment processor in the world, which means when you tap your credit card at your local grocery store or online, it's likely that WorldPay is involved in making sure that payment is processed and goes through, and that we limit fraud, and we get money to the merchant. So we help you take, manage, and make payments globally. What do we do in the crypto ecosystem? So in 2014, we were the first company to really support crypto exchanges globally to be able to accept credit card payments for you to purchase crypto. We work today with some of the largest global exchanges around the world, and last year we did about $6 billion in card-to-crypto transactions. So when we think about the next billion users on-chain, this is like a big tagline for a lot of companies. On my team, we think a lot about how do we bring the next $1 billion of volume on-chain. In total, around the world, both crypto-native and non-crypto native, WorldPay does about $2 trillion in payments volume. It's about 3 or 4 times the size of DeFi if you think of it as a whole in terms of the market opportunity. We do about 38 million crypto transactions a year and 50 billion total transactions a year in payments globally. Now, what does that look like in the crypto space? It means that we're looking to really capture the entire crypto payments flow for our customers, both for exchanges and wallets on the crypto native side, as well as for the big global retailers, airlines. You can think of all the major companies in the world. That is who WorldPay really counts as our customer base. So if you're a company that is really looking to innovate like Huma in payment financing, or you're working on a yield optimization tool, those are all types of services that you can work with WorldPay and help enable some of the largest companies in the world to really get access to your tooling and your protocols and your technology. Now, you've been hearing a lot about stablecoins in the news in terms of big companies, payment companies really innovating in this space. WorldPay has been working on stablecoin and stablecoin settlement for a few years now. And today I'm going to talk about a little bit of our newest announcement with Solana, with USDG, and the Global Dollar Network. But first, I want to talk about how do we do the work that we do. We work with a lot of the crypto partners that you might see around this room today and the conference as a whole, within the Solana ecosystem and within other ecosystems as well. We look to work with some of the biggest battle-tested protocols and crypto infrastructure companies around the world, from Paxos, Zero Hash, and we support and enable our merchants like Kraken and Coinbase to really be able to access the traditional fiat payment rails, as well as for them to complete the crypto payments product flow and life cycle. So I wanted to take a moment and talk about our newest announcement using USDG as a settlement asset on the Solana network. If you see the Global Dollar Network booth out there, you'll see our name, and it's one of the most exciting partnerships that we really have launched this year. Why is it exciting? We think that USDG and this consortium model in partnership with Solana really is the right way to go about distribution of stablecoins around the world. If you think about an asset, just like any currency, it only really is effective if you can use it widely. You can make payments, you can receive your paycheck in that asset, you can take it around the world, and that asset works on your behalf even when you're not paying for something. So things like yield, being able to really capture that as a business or as a consumer, we think is a really important way to distribute this type of technology around the world. And what are the advantages to it? Often it's essentially, if you think about traditional payments, it can take days, sometimes weeks in certain countries for merchants to get their funds. So imagine you're the biggest global retailer in Brazil. Sometimes it can take up to 30 days for you to receive your funds. With stablecoins, with our partnership with Solana and USDG with Paxos, we can take this down to about T+0. So in the same day, a merchant can accept payments from a consumer, and WorldPay can help process that payment using stablecoins on the same day. In a world with increasing costs of capital, you can imagine getting that yield, having that capital on your balance sheet almost immediately is a huge advantage to many businesses around the world. And we're really excited about helping support both Solana and the Dollar Global Network in really distributing this type of asset around the world. What is our vision? Our vision, if you can think about it, is if you're a treasury management team for a big company, let's say you have thousands of employees around the world, you have thousands of suppliers around the world, can we use smart contracts? Can we use these internet native assets to allow your teams to automate a lot of the work and a lot of the headache that they typically have to deal with? So how to manage your treasury, how to pay out suppliers, how to pay your employees. All of those types of things we believe we can really automate and push on chain, and we can really start to see a lot of the benefits of using blockchain technology in the background. And for those who really want to use it in the forefront, provide tooling for them to really maximize that benefit. So this is the future, I would say, of a company like WorldPay. So just a quick reminder, if we do $2 trillion in volume a year in total global payments volume, you can really think about it, if we move all of our volume on chain, it suddenly becomes one of the biggest crypto companies really in existence. Obviously, that won't really occur overnight, but that is the goal of my team, is to come up with technological partnerships and solutions with the likes of the Solana ecosystem to start moving a lot of this volume on chain, start realizing the benefits of this technology that we're all here interested in and working on actively. And the way that we view this is, how do we take sort of legacy traditional payment companies like WorldPay, take our retailers, which represent, or merchants, which represent some of the biggest global companies, how do we make blockchain technology really easy for them to use? How do we show them that by using this technology, you gain a lot of benefits you can't actually access in the traditional space? And then how do we kind of do this together where everyone is benefiting? We believe a consortium model in partnership with companies like yourselves is really at the forefront of how we can accomplish that. And what are we trying to look at, and what are we trying to accomplish? Doing on-chain settlement T+0 at scale. So what does it look like to do dozens of billions of dollars a year instantaneously being paid out on the same day? How do you do cross-border payments from some of the biggest corridors in the world that usually take a lot of fees when you're doing those type of transactions? How do we bring those transaction fees as close to zero as we can? Those are all the types of initiatives that we're really working on. And on top of that, we're working with a lot of different DeFi protocols on how do we maximize the yield for your business when you're holding these assets. And with that, I'm done. Quick reminder, Ahmed Zifsaf, if you see me around, you're working on something relevant to anything I discussed, we would love to chat. Thank you very much.
Nice job. All right. The last lightning talk in our little 4-pack of lightning talks this morning is going to talk about international money movement at scale. So let's bring out a longtime builder in the Solana ecosystem, Arnold Lee, co-founder and CEO of Sphere. Come on out, Arnold.
Thank you, boss. GM. My name's Arnold. I'm co-founder and CEO of Sphere. We do cross-border payments, processing billions a year for people who want to pay friends, vendors, family overseas. And if you want to on or off-ramp your stablecoins or fiat currency, just go to spherepay.co/ramp. First one's free. It's really fast. But I think these opportunities are the most interesting because I don't want to show you. I want to tell you a couple of stories. And when we first started, stablecoins today are hot. Several years ago, a lot of things had happened. I think Solana was at like $8. FTX had just happened. When we first raised funds, there was a pretty big regional bank crisis in the United States. And so I remember, trying to convince some of my smartest friends, convince potential investors to look at stablecoins and to look at Solana. And they told me that it's over, man. This technology is dead. And why aren't you doing AI instead? And at that point, we were a little bit too deep in. And while a lot of folks were worried about, financial stability, avoiding bankruptcy, and we were scrambling to figure out what does the target audience for this technology look like when price is going down. It turns out that the people who are the most excited to talk to us kept coming from the emerging world. And so, me and my co-founder, conversation after conversation, decided to go and live there. And that's what we've spent the last several years doing. Really understanding the mechanics of stablecoins, the mechanics of why this is useful to someone who is, say, shipping things overseas. And what are the steps that are involved in getting them onboarded to this technology, which is really the hard part. You can put a lot of things on chain, but if people don't actually want to buy it, if there's no bid, then it doesn't matter. So in the vein of sharing a couple of stories, I wanted to make a quick note of some amazing things that we've had the opportunity to participate in the last year. Working with everything from fintechs to some of the largest international trade companies in the world, even to sovereign nations. Been amazing to see folks like Gentry Beach, as well as large emerging market asset managers like GemCorp, really leverage frontier technology to help make a difference at scale within some of the hardest markets in the world traditionally. The name of the talk is International Trade, and it has a problem. It has a couple of problems. And so the story that I want to tell you about today is about Bob. Bob is 35. He lives in Texas. Bob makes a living doing shipping, especially for machinery. Think tractors, harvesters. And this is Ahmed. Ahmed is from Lagos, Nigeria. He's actually from a town that's a couple of hours north of Lagos. They don't have a lot of machinery natively that Ahmed can use to support the thousands of people that he hires locally to do agricultural production, make wheat, farm things. But because Bob is US-based, Bob is used to taking payments in USD. It's the world's reserve currency. Bob has a credit score, a verifiable employment history, and critically, if things go horribly wrong, Bob can use the court system. Whereas Ahmed, he has to send a swift wire over to Bob in order to make the payment for a shipment of goods. This takes T plus 2, 3, 5, 10. The beautiful or terrifying part, depending on your perspective, is that no one actually knows how long it'll actually take. And it's because, understandably, the local government needs to consider things like capital controls, making sure that the underlying transaction is compliant, providing the right documentation to make sure that the payment goes through properly and there's no bad activity that's being facilitated. But a lot of problems. One, this takes forever. We're talking about shipping machinery from Texas down to Nigeria, 25, 45 days if they're lucky. What if things go wrong? What if the weather doesn't cooperate? What if a payment that needs to go through in order to actually facilitate the shipment of goods happens on a weekend? Then no one can do anything. And every single day that Ahmed needs to wait for that ship to clear at the port, clear customs, to unload the machinery, he has to pay additional fees. Pay for the port fees, pay for the personnel as he waits for his swift wire to clear. And the kicker is that if the order was wrong, the wrong amount of units were shipped, something's missing from the components of the machinery, they have to restart the whole process. And so, we're at a blockchain conference. You're probably thinking, oh, stablecoins and blockchain solve this. I regret to inform you that they do not entirely. Because part of the problem is that Ahmed has a lot of things that he's worried about. He's worried about making the harvest. He's worried about paying his employees. He's not really going to go out of his way to figure out how to hire a Rust dev or a Solidity dev. There's a lot of components that he has to explain to his bank. How this transaction is compliant, is the funds flow legitimate? And in truth, those onboarding and education obstacles are some of the hardest parts of getting Ahmed to use a technology that will improve settlement times and solve a lot of his problems. And people talk about different approaches. There's the bottoms-up approach, where you go to people like Ahmed, you really walk them through how this technology works, and that's kind of what we've done in the last couple of years. But this is really hard to scale. Whereas, if you go top-down, you educate the government, and part of some of our efforts at the sovereign level explain to the central bank and the local banks how this technology makes auditability of the transactions, the verifiability of Ahmed as a counterparty easier. That in of itself is a very long and oftentimes arduous effort. And so the again, beautiful or terrifying truth is you kind of have to do both. You kind of have to both go to the local importers of goods in Nigeria, as well as go to the local government to make sure everything goes through properly. 1/3 of all human time is spent waiting for a weekend, for things to clear, for holidays. And the truth is that these benefits that could accrue to people like Ahmed are exponential and not linear. And so part of what we're working on in the last year at Sphere is identifying these blockers and making sure that we can properly use embedded compliance on-chain, embedded experiences through interfaces that people are used to streamline this whole experience. But as people talk about stablecoins, tokenization, and how this technology can make a difference for those long-tail fiat asset pairs, we encourage everyone who's here at the conference today to think carefully about how you can engage both top-down and bottoms-up to properly accelerate the adoption of this technology. Thank you.
Nice. We'll take it. All right. How's everybody feeling? All right. Let's go. I'm super excited about this next fireside chat. Prediction markets. I don't know if you know, there's a little basketball game happening tonight at the Garden. Anybody aware? The Knicks, playoff, yeah, go Knicks, there we go. I looked it up on Kalshi. Knicks have about a 70% chance of winning according to that prediction market. What do you guys think? Take that bet? Yeah? Go Knicks, all right. Let's talk about prediction markets. So we're gonna bring out a couple of experts. We've got Tarek, the CEO of Kalshi, in conversation with Kyle, Managing Director at Multicoin Capital. Give it up for Kyle and Tarek.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
All All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. My name is Kyle. I'm a co-founder at Multicoin Capital. This is Tarek, co-founder and CEO at Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the US. Tarek, can we start off? You just tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. Very excited to be here. So we started the company out of MIT, and now people are talking about this sort of idea of prediction markets. But at the time, it's kind of the notion of prediction markets was super niche corner of the internet. Where we really came at sort of the idea from, I spent time at Goldman Sachs and Citadel, so really TradFi, and the things that we were doing, the types of things that we were doing back in the day, we saw that a lot of institutional flow that was coming to us was actually asking us to give them some form of exposure to sort of whether Trump was going to win the 2016 election or lose it, or Brexit was going to happen or not. So it's kind of very specific types of questions about the future. And what we were doing is we were using traditional assets, so like options, futures, equities, to get them the exposure to the event that we're looking for. But like that was super indirect, it was super expensive, and obviously very inaccessible. Not everyone can go to Goldman Sachs and ask for an exotic product. So this was sort of the genesis of the idea. So there's a financial market for pricing stocks, credit, commodities, currencies. But there wasn't one for pricing just simple questions about the future that have economic and social relevance. And we realized that if we actually could build this sort of financial market could be one of the largest down the line, because it's the one that the largest number of people could relate to. And then number two, it could be one of the most useful because you're then pricing the future. You're making everybody smarter about what could happen for a variety of different things. There's going to be a hurricane in Florida, who's going to win the election, where is inflation going to be at the end of year, is the Solana ETF going to get approved? And if you get smart about these questions, you can do all sorts of things, like better decision making, better risk management, and so on and so forth. So that was really how we started the company and went into this sort of long regulatory fight / journey to get it legalized in the US.
Tarek, when did you found Kalshi, and kind of what's the rough state of the business today?
We started the company in 2019, spent around really 4 years to get it up and running. Like it was 3.5 years of regulatory, then another year of like slowly ramping up. A regulator at the CFTC was not allowing us to go really fast. So we really properly launched it sort of around 2020, end of 2023, and today, so I think this year we're going to end up doing, I don't really know, the rate of growth is so fast that I'm not being able to project anymore. We're like growing faster in every single sort of, basically the most aggressive projections that we're having every month. But the way I'll put it is like, I think Kalshi is safely one of the fastest growing companies in America today. And by the end of the year, we may be the fastest growing company in America.
Can you give us like a rough sense of like the mix of volumes between different kinds of event contracts?
So it ebbs and flows with sort of seasonality and what's top of mind. So I'll retrace sort of since the beginning. Obviously, last fall, during October, November, super election politics dominated. January is very politics, like Trump's policy, first 100 days, etc. February, the financial markets were large. So all of our crypto and just general TradFi markets, those are the things that were trading the most. And then March was sports, so that you got into March Madness, and then that was when we really launched our sports offering and we started scaling it. And now I think we see kind of a mix across the board between politics, economics, and financials, sports, and then one of our really fast growing categories, culture. So things that like generally people don't, it's a complete new category of people that never sort of bet or trade on anything, but they have views about like music and pop culture and so on and so forth, and that's sort of a very fast growing segment.
I will say I'm a big Morgan Wallen fan. He just launched his new album, and I bet on will his album be #1. So I've had a lot of fun on the culture actually stuff on Kalshi. Cool. So Kalshi's been one of the most successful companies in kind of unlocking regulatory barriers. You all have had one hell of a story. Crypto's obviously kind of going through its own regulatory evolution right now. Can you share some color and some thoughts on kind of the journey that Kalshi's gone through in the regulatory environment?
I mean, I think, and I think you're right. Like, I think crypto and prediction markets are intertwined in many ways. I think both are sort of new forms of financial systems. They also sort of have a lot of synergies, but one of the sort of ways they're very similar is they both had to fight for the right to exist. And I think crypto has done an incredible amount of progress in the last decade or so. For prediction markets, it was a little bit of a difference. We were kind of alone in this sort of regulatory fight. So when we first started the company, we realized like this is illegal. Like the U.S. government, did not want these to be in the US. And so we had to go through this sort of excruciatingly long journey. I mean, it was really 3 years and a half of convincing policymakers and the regulators to let us sort of do this in the US in a regulated and legal way. And like people ask a lot, like, what was the secret sauce? I mean, it really was sort of relentlessness. Like, if you do something for long enough, at some point you create enough of a movement and momentum around you that people start believing you. And then the more people start believing you, they become evangelists. And then over time, you know, and like you're seeing this with crypto right now, right? Like you had Senator Haggerty on stage right now talking about, that wasn't happening 5 years ago, right? And so it's the same sort of thing happens. You have to create a wave and push it so hard for so long that at some point the wave gets large enough that it can make a meaningful impact and start breaking down barriers. And so this is sort of, it was very simple. So this was really what happened in the story of Kalshi. For us, though, especially for the election market, and this was sort of the key moment that happened last year, we did have to sue the government. So we sued the government, didn't let us do the election market for 2 to 3 years. We sued them over it. It was a very difficult decision because when you sue your own regulator, the federal government, they will hurt you in many ways. And that happened over the last few years. It was a very painful journey. But we believe we were right, and we believe this should be legal at the end of the day, and we won. And it was totally worth it. So I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Awesome. So y'all are growing super fast. You've announced some partnerships recently with companies like Robinhood and maybe some others. Can you just talk about like these partnerships? Can we expect more of them going forward? What's going to happen?
So we have a few brokers launched, and we have a dozen in the pipeline now. So I would say like...
Who's live?
So we have Robinhood, Webull Live, and a few other smaller brokers. I think by the end of the year, we're projecting another maybe 5 to 6 brokers, and I think within the next year and a half, I would say most mainstream financial brokerages, like where you have your 401ks and others, will have access to Kalshi's products, our prediction markets, in-app. And it's been amazing to see. So if you're seeing sort of this adoption of very similar to crypto, but this adoption of prediction markets in the places where people like keep their money and go to sort of check their balances and their paychecks and so on and so forth. And I think that's a critical step for us. And the results this year have been showing. The growth has been really astronomical.
All right. Next up, let's get into crypto. What exactly does Kalshi do with crypto today? Why are you here?
Yeah. So, I mean, look, like any non-traditional crypto company, I think now that the regulatory environment sort of enables us to get into crypto, we've always, in many ways, like we always wanted to be in crypto. We just didn't have legal and regulated venues to do it. And you're seeing companies like us, companies like Robinhood, companies like a bunch of others, like really leaning in very heavy in crypto. And like oftentimes, actually, Solana is sort of one of the ecosystems of choice because it's trader friendly. And we're doing the same thing. So like, I think now we're leaning in very aggressively. Like, I think the first is payment methods, payment rails. Like, if you're in TradFi and you've dealt with sort of traditional like payment infrastructure, it sucks. Fraud is very hard to manage. Conversion rates are bad. And like, at first, we launched stablecoins late last year. We launched like, I think Bitcoin early this year. And this morning we launched Solana deposits, which we're super excited about. And over time, I would say like, one, access to sort of wallets. I think there's large amounts of liquidity and money just sort of on-chain. I think companies like ours want to sort of go to where the users are sitting and like basically access these wallets. Number two, I think we're going to start over time posting transactions on the blockchain, as a way to basically enable more transparent financial systems. Like in some ways right now we have it on the database, we try to make it accessible on our website, but why not put it on chain and have anyone basically out there to see? And I think the third one is the thing that we were discussing a few months ago, like in this idea of modalities. Which is over time, like if we basically build a layer on chain, we enable other builders to build on top of prediction markets. And we already see it in TradFi. We would love to see it sort of in DeFi, where people are basically building like weather apps that forecast the weather based on our weather forecast, or like apps that are sort of polling apps that like use our market forecast to forecast where, who's going to win the next sort of primaries or who's going to take over Congress. And there's all these there's this entire like large application layer that can be built on top of prediction markets and the data that we have by a bunch of builders, and I can't think of a better ecosystem of builders than Solana or basically crypto more broadly. And so those are, I would say, the three sort of pillars that we're super excited about.
Is there any, Kalshi has a DCM and a DCO license from the CFTC. Is there any world in which y'all try and move some of that infrastructure on chain?
So maybe for context of the crowd, like, since Dodd-Frank, since the financial crisis, any financial instrument, financial derivative needs to be cleared by a regulated clearinghouse. And clearinghouses, what they do really fundamentally is they, move money, and then they take care of like collateral management. So if you want to trade something that's worth $1,000, they decide how much you have to put up, and then they manage that collateral. And right now, that's done sort of with traditional banking infrastructure. And there's many reasons for it, but like if you think about it from first principles, like over time there has to be some sort of on-chain aspect to that. There has to be. Like there are things that like you want. The transparency is very important. I think the lack of reversibility is very important. And so really it's a matter of time. It's like a question of educating regulators and getting them comfortable with like actually you can get most of the benefits that a bank provides you without additional risk. And so why not? So I hope so. I hope the answer to that question is yes.
Prediction markets have kind of historically been popular during major cultural events, Olympics, elections, Super Bowl, stuff like that. It does seem like we're in kind of a new regime and things are changing. And news outlets are starting to report on prediction markets. Sports betting is taking off. Long tail of markets seems to be really growing quite quickly. What changed? And like, why now?
So I think two things. One is the space is now legal, right? Like that's a very simple one. Like we legalized it like 2 or so years ago, but we really sort of like legalized election markets and this whole large suite of events last year. So that was when we won the lawsuit. So now you went from a place where the space is illegal to legal. So now, yes, the press is going to report on it more aggressively. The institutional adoption is growing fast. Like, people feel more comfortable. You can accept people, without VPNs and stuff like that. And then the number two things is like, I think something has changed in the last election. There was this very key moment, and that was, I think, both true for us, Kalshi and Polymarket, our main competitor, where we were the only place where you can go and get truth about what was going to happen. So all the other polls were saying 50-50, and like the only two places that were saying there was going to be a 63% chance of Trump winning the election were Kalshi and Polymarket. And so that created, in some ways, a sort of like very sort of, intense key moment where around a very key event, very, very critical, important event where people were like realizing, holy shit, these things are incredibly powerful. They're actually useful. And it kind of went mainstream. So one number that I love to, like 500 million unique visitors came to our site on election night. So it's like 7% of the world population, I think, something like that. That's a lot of people. And I think once you see the power of these markets, you realize like, oh, well, every time I have a question about the future, I'm going to go to a prediction market. So.
Prediction markets today are still fairly simple. You got buy and sell, yes, no. How do you think about the design space for prediction markets? Are we going to have more structured trades? And how do you think about this specifically in the context of DeFi?
So right now it's yes or no questions, but I think over time, the way I think about prediction markets, it's not about like the structure. It's not about a yes or no question. It's about the underlying. So it's an underlying, it's a non-usual, non-traditional financial asset. So it's not real estate or stock or credit. It's anything. And so over time, we can see structures that are just like, hey, get exposure to COVID, right? Or short COVID, or get exposure to weather or short the weather. And that's just like an asset that sort of tracks anything that you'd like to get exposure to or you have a view on. And prediction markets are a very simple way to kind of get that view. And so yes, over time, we're basically going to expand the structures in a variety of different ways. And we're pretty excited about that. And we'll probably have some sort of new structures coming in Q4, Q3, Q4 this year. And we're going to go much more aggressively next year.
All right, and last question for you to kind of wrap things up. Are prediction markets a new form of media? Are they just entertainment, a new game? But like how can these things evolve as a media asset?
I've been thinking about this a lot. So the Kalshi view on this is that I actually think it's sort of the next iteration of financial markets. It's sort of the next step. It's the one where that sort of enables financial markets to kind of achieve the full-blown potential, which is like apply free markets to anything, any question about the future. But then that form of financial market, I think, has broad implications to society. I think it's much more intertwined with the news and media, just because it's much more dynamic. It enables you to capture anything that is in the news or top of people's mind. much more dynamically and effectively. I think it can be gamified like anything, right? Like there are a lot of platforms that have gamified access to the stock market. It doesn't mean that the stock market itself is a game, but there are ways to access it that are kind of more fun or gamified. But I really think of it as like a new type of financial market layer, sort of a next generation of financial markets that enables you to trade on anything, really. And so I think 10 years from now, I think we'll see this as like, we'll look back and realize like, there was a world where you couldn't actually trade on your opinion on any of these sort of like crazy questions about the future.
Awesome. Well, hey, Tarek, thanks so much for being here. Congratulations on the product announcements this morning. And looking forward to see Kalshi do more crypto stuff in the future.
Yeah, thanks for this. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it.
Great.
Nice job. Yep. Good job. Thanks. All right. So download Kalshi. Check out that Knicks prediction I was telling you about before, and maybe you make some money. So for those with an eagle eye look at the schedule, we have a little bit of a flip. So if you're waiting for the Future of Payments panel, that is coming. But next we have a very special surprise brought to you by Errol Balyan, who is the CEO of Frank Muller MENA, Middle East, North America. So Errol, coming out, tell us what you got.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here, all the way from Dubai. I would like to start this presentation with a beautiful quote. Time is the ultimate luxury a man can spend. These words remind us why we do what we do. We at Frank Muller believe time is more than just minutes and hours. It's moments, memories, and the meaning. As the legendary watchmaker Philippe Dufour once said, without Frank Muller, watchmaking would not exist at the same level of cultural relevance as it does today. Frank Muller turns timekeeping into a form of art, blending the craftsmanship and the creativity to help people cherish every second. A watch doesn't just tell the time. It tells a story, history, style, and who you are. Let me ask you something. When was the last time a watch truly surprised you? Or not with its look, but it makes you how you feel. Have you ever seen a watch that all the numbers are truly not in place, but yet still it shows the perfect time? That is the crazy hours. Or a watch with full of colors, burst with colors, with a beautiful color dreams, as you see. Or what about the timepiece with the largest tourbillon ever made, which is the Giga tourbillon, masterpiece. Or the fastest tourbillon in the world, like Thunderbolt. And then there is the masterpiece, Eternitas, the most complicated wristwatch in the world. Also today, Eternitas name will stand as the tallest branded residential clock tower in the skyline of Dubai, and which will be registered in the Guinness Book of World Records. So why do we create those watches? Because we believe watchmaking should never stand still. Since the beginning, our passion has been to push boundaries, challenge the rules, bring new life to time itself. That's why that was the same spirit of innovation led us into a world of crypto 6 years ago. Inspired by the potential of crypto world, we created first the Vanguard and Crypto, the world's first functional Bitcoin watch, followed by the Nakamoto watch, which is a tribute to the mysterious creator of Bitcoin. And these watches were never just the timepieces, they were a statement. They are the bridges between the luxury and the crypto world, and the symbols of our belief in the power of future of, and the power and the future of blockchain. And today, we are adding one more chapter to the world of horology. So I'm very excited today to announce you our new collaboration, our amazing watch that we have created for this partnership, Frank Muller and Solana limited timepiece. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful piece. As you know, Solana is not just a blockchain. It's fast, secure, full of innovations and qualities that really resonates with Frank Muller. And what we really love about Solana is its community, its passion, and with this unstoppable force of driving its growth and its culture and its future. The Solana watch collection will be limited to 1,111, representing the nodes, the validator nodes, securing the network. The watch is specially made with the trademark called Spectra Code, which enabled us to color this watch case with the Solana colors. And this advanced coating is extremely durable, scratch resistant, and the color that we achieved is not usual. You will not see these colors in any watch. Now, this watch, what is unique about it is, it comes with a built-in QR code, and with the public address of each owner lasered on the dial, enabling them to connect to their wallet. And as I said before, it's more than just a watch. It connects the real and the digital world. And this watch is a tribute to the Solana community and a symbol of belonging, a reminder of our shared values, and a testament to what we stand for. And I would really like to thank personally to the foundation, all the community of Solana team, the Solana, and it's really a pleasure and honor to achieve this project. We have been working for a very long time. When you have time, please pass by the entrance. You will see the 3 watches there. And then, and I want to announce you that for the future, we're going to keep exploring what we can do from our business as luxury watchmakers, how we can build new projects on the Solana network. And then we're very excited what's coming next. And thank you very much for being here and listening. Thank you.
Thank you. I got to get me one of those watches. All right, we're in the home stretch of this morning's session. We've got a great keynote coming up, and then the Future of Payments panel, and then you will be released for lunch. So before we get there, let's bring it out my friend Michael Shalov, CEO of Fireblocks, to talk about Fireblocks, Solana, speed, RWAs, and everything they're doing to get this next wave of crypto adoption global. Michael, come on out. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks so much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Shalov. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Fireblocks. And today I'm basically going to talk a bit what we are seeing in terms of this space, the crypto space, coming into mainstream adoption. So quickly, for those who are unfamiliar with Fireblocks, we basically are the leading infrastructure provider for the institutional and B2B space in crypto and digital assets. What we do is we provide the entire custody layer. We have the Fireblocks network that connects pretty much every participant in the market, and we are also supporting a lot of companies in terms of their tokenization and the ability to bring assets on-chain in this space and interact with DeFi protocols. We're powering more than 2,200 institutions, so that's basically the vast majority of the players in the space. $10 trillion in volume since inception. And last year, we were now actually like on the pace of doing 4 trillion this year. And though we support 100+ blockchains, Solana is definitely one of our most favorable ones. And I'm going to talk quite a lot about what we're doing with them and how they're supporting this mainstream adoption. So, as I said, we're basically working with quite a lot of different market participants, supporting them in terms of custody and treasury management, payments, and so on, exchanges, asset managers, brokers, and neobanks, payment service providers that are all entering the space, a lot of the market makers and banks, and also enterprises. And probably the most interesting thing is that we are seeing these categories evolving and starting to adopt more and more the digital asset rails. We also process somewhere between 10 to 15% of all the on-chain transactions that are going across the main protocols and various assets that are hitting our wallets or being sent off our wallets. So we have a lot of stats in terms of what's going on in the space, who's doing what, and what are the specific trends in terms of the usage that we are seeing. And that's why I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes. So the first thing that I would say is that clearly with regard to investment in crypto assets, we're basically already seeing the scale, right? So the number of institutions, right? There are now over 3,300 institutions that are basically investing in Bitcoin directly or indirectly through the Bitcoin ETF. And we've seen extremely significant inflows, right, into this asset class. So about $61 billion basically came into the BlackRock Bitcoin ETFs that was launched, like a year and a half ago. And that AUM continues to clearly rise. But maybe the most important thing is that now beyond the adoption of investing in Bitcoin and investing in crypto, we're basically seeing the real utility starting to come up into the mainstream. And the first thing is really the adoption of stablecoins, right? So the stablecoin market cap basically recently moved to about $230 billion. And that's basically from $4 billion to $230 billion since 2020. And stablecoins is starting to become the real killer app. Last year, about $30 trillion of stablecoin transactions were processed, which is more than Visa and MasterCard combined. So this is sort of like becoming a well-known an adoption capability among a lot of the market participants, and that's basically the wave that is currently coming through the adoption. And just behind that wave, we're basically seeing tokenization of financial assets through tokenized securities and other things that are coming on-chain that they are riding just behind the stablecoin adoption. So why is that actually happening now? Clearly, there was just organic adoption of all those capabilities. But what is actually making and pushing the space forward, at least on the institutional side, are the regulatory milestones that we were able to achieve since the beginning of 2025, since the new administration went to office. And the first one was basically the repeal of the Sub 121 directive from the SEC, which basically allows any public company, and specifically the publicly traded Wall Street banks, to engage with custody and basically bring assets, crypto assets, on their balance sheet and interact with public blockchains. The SEC Crypto Task Force is currently working on a lot of interesting legislative aspects around custody and staking and market structure. We've seen the stablecoin bill, which is the Genius Act, coming through the process in the Senate and Congress. That is maybe like the most impactful thing that gives people assurance that this is not going to be rolled back by the next administration. And we're seeing pro-crypto leadership that is able to give guidance and understand what the space is doing, what's the value proposition of those new rails, the new technology that we are building, and essentially give comfort, give guidance to the different market participants, how they can engage, how they can interact with the space, how they can adopt the technology. And that's probably like the most important thing that is happening right now, and that's what drives the space forward. So shifting to stable coins, that's clearly becoming the killer use case in terms of mass adoption. what you see over here on this chart is essentially the volume of stablecoins against any other crypto that is going through Fireblocks. So back in 2021, it was about 30%. Now, every month, it is above 50%. The traffic that we're seeing is either USDT, USDC, or some of the newer stablecoins like Agora and so on that are coming in the market. And while originally we were seeing adoption that was mostly around how do I use that as a settlement mechanism for crypto trading, more and more is being shifted into using it for payments and other use cases. So, stablecoin is clearly the most popular on-chain RWA asset. I think this is well known. And, maybe the most interesting thing is that we've recently run a survey at around 300 institutions that included banks, payment service providers, and so on. And 90% of those institutions are either already adopted stablecoin, in pilots of adopting stablecoins, or they are contemplating how to do it in the next 12 months. Now, I think a big reason for that is, first of all, the regulatory aspects that I talked about previously, but it's also the fact that they feel, and this actually comes in the survey, they feel that the infrastructure is ready, that we have blockchains like Solana that are able to provide the speed in terms of a rail that is equivalent to what we are seeing in the traditional space, right? So this argument is that it's too slow, it's too clunky, it's too expensive, is gone. And you have platforms like Fireblocks that are able to support the transactional aspect at scale with the right level of security and compliance that those people need. So on the back of it, we're basically seeing not only the payment service providers coming in, but also the banks. In the last, I would say, between 2021 to 2020, end of 2024, we've seen very minimal interaction or interest from US banks to come and explore this space. And now we are seeing a huge rise, basically exponential rise of banks that are coming to learn what they can do. And that's predominantly is around how do I allow my customers to interact with crypto and buy, sell, hold. But most importantly, they're trying to figure out stablecoins or tokenized deposits to do cross-border transfers. So this is a bit of a snapshot of what we are seeing in terms of payment service providers or payment companies, both new ones, like basically startups and fintechs that are starting right now that are built from the ground up to do stablecoins, and also traditional payment providers like Visa, WorldPay using stablecoins. And you can see basically the breakdown, and the most common use case is basically business-to-business cross-border transfers, but also we're seeing quite a lot of remittance use cases. So the cross-border corridor is the most important one, and actually what you're seeing here is basically the chart of the volumes that they are pushing through per month through our platform, and we are seeing between to 40% growth quarter over quarter. So the next wave that basically comes behind the stable coins is really the tokenized RWAs. It's not surprising because the idea of tokenized RWAs clearly existed from maybe the beginning of the programmability that was available on crypto rails, but actually there was very little adoption up until recently. The main reason is that actually RWAs, and specifically tokenization of various securities, whether those are bonds, money market funds, and equities, becomes much more interesting when you already have an on-chain settlement capability that is stablecoin. And clearly, the stablecoin is also the main driver because, as you probably know, the main business model of the stablecoin issuers is that they are making money on the float, or basically they're making money on the reserve, the interest rates. But if you're a holder of a stablecoin, you actually want to continue and invest it on chain. And as a user of a stablecoin, you want to capture that by yourself. So for that, the money market funds and various other tokenized investment instruments become very useful. And that's what we're seeing right now happening. So this is basically the kind of the trend, the chart that shows the trend of the adoption and the assets under management of various tokenized money market funds, which is effectively US Treasuries. And you can see 183% increase from the beginning of the year, basically post-election. Not surprisingly, the biggest winners over here are some of the most reputable firms, like Biddle, that is being issued by BlackRock, Securities, and we are underpinning it from a key management standpoint. That's being adopted by the various players across treasury, holding, investment, and collateral use cases. So just to sort of wrap it up in terms of what we're seeing as the next adoption that brings the crypto rails, digital assets into the early majority and the late majority, there are a few clear use cases. The first one for stablecoins is really the fact that people hold stablecoins in various volatile economies like Latin America, where they have high inflation, Turkey, and so on. There are companies like DollarApp, CipherCash, BTC Turk, and so on that we are proud of powering that are using this to really give stability to the local population. We're seeing acceptance of payments in various markets. So for example, Bridge, that we were proud to power and provide them part of our infrastructure, they're powering collections for Starlink in Latin America. We're seeing a lot of usage around B2B cross-border payments. So basically the ability for enterprises and merchants to move money around the world at a split of a second and a much lower cost than was previously possible. So they're basically disintermediating SWIFT and the corresponding banking system to be able to do it much faster and much cheaper. There are companies like Conduit and many others that are taking advantage of it and bringing this revolution into the market. And last but not least, on the tokenization side, we're clearly seeing a large adoption of tokenization around various players that are, first of all, doing stable coins on other pairs, basically FX around stable coins, and also tokenizing other instruments like bonds, equities, and so on, like Kraken and ABN AMRO, and so on, that are basically bringing new assets into the blockchains. So those are some of the use cases that we were seeing. And clearly, a lot of it is possible because of the new generation of the rails that are giving the speed, the programmability, the security, the extensions that are capable, the compliance capabilities that are giving peace of mind for the new players to interact with those assets in a regulated way. And we are super excited about our partnership across all of those accounts with Solana. We're powering, together with them, a lot of the flow, a lot of the transactions with them. We're bringing tokenization to Solana. And clearly, from a payment standpoint, USDC on Solana and USDT on Solana became very prevalent instruments that are going through our network. So for that, thank you so much. If you have any questions.
No questions. Maybe later. They'll find you later. Man, what a whirlwind morning. Thanks for being with us on the East Coast stage. We've got one more great panel conversation coming out for you. Just to recap, we saw some of the brightest minds from Washington making policy, talking about the future of what we can do with stablecoins in a regulated world. We talked about PayFi. We talked about international global commerce. We talked about prediction markets. We saw Stripe. It's just been an amazing time. I've really enjoyed watching from backstage. I hope you guys have enjoyed from out here. We're going to wrap it up with an awesome conversation, the future of payments, here at Payments Morning, East Coast stage, Accelerate Day 2. And we've got a great group. We've got Ivan, the CEO of MoonPay. We've got Stein, the CEO of Helio. And we've got Omid, the CTO of Iron, in conversation with Mackenzie from CNBC. So big round of applause for our conversation coming out right now. Come on out, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Hey, guys. So we've got 3 companies on stage, now all under one roof. Ivan, your ambition is to create an entirely new financial system. And from the outside, these acquisitions look like a pivot, or at least a major expansion into B2B infrastructure. Talk to me about the unified vision behind bringing Iron and Helio under the MoonPay umbrella.
Well, thanks for having me. Great to be at the Solana Accelerate conference. We're huge fans of Solana. MoonPay, we're all about mainstreaming adoption of crypto. We want to onboard the entire world to the crypto economy. It takes a village. It takes exceptional persistence. It creates a lot of entrepreneurialism around it. And so as part of that, we brought these incredible entrepreneurs into the mix at MoonPay, Stein at Helio, Omid at Iron, and really different flavors of how we onboard the world to crypto. At MoonPay, we were really passionate and really believers that wallets are going to be the future. Wallets are going to be embedded virtually everywhere. And if you're going to see adoption, you need to build backwards compatibility to the existing financial system, the existing rails. And then once you've been able to top up your wallet, hopefully using MoonPay, the next step is you'll want to be able to spend money in that crypto wallet. That's what Helio does. And then when you think of it from a perspective of trading and infrastructure, and as we start to look at more mainstream businesses that are thinking about adopting this technology, they need API-driven infrastructure, and that's where Iron comes in to enable them to start participating, to start leveraging stablecoins.
And Stein, I like to think of Helio as the Stripe of MoonPay now. Can you talk to me about the work that you're doing since you've been acquired?
That's a big compliment, Stripe of crypto. I think we're on our way for sure. So I'm Stein, founder of Helio. I would describe us as the leader in crypto checkouts. So our mission is to make crypto payments accessible everywhere. And we do that by making it really easy for a creator or a merchant to drop in a checkout widget in your app, in your web shop, or you can spin up a pay link in a couple of seconds to accept USDC, many more digital currencies, and get paid instantly. And there's speed benefits, there's security benefits, it's super cost effective, it's future proof. So we charge 1%, Stripe charges 3%. I think in the United States alone, merchants have a cost center of $200 billion in fees. So that's a huge impact. We also settle instantly. That means the merchant gets money in their pockets a lot quicker. It also reduces things like chargeback risk. So in the US, it's again a $100 billion cost center for merchants. So we're really changing the game with crypto payments.
But before I get to you, Omid, I have one quick follow-up question, because we've seen this push by players like PayPal and Shift4 to offer crypto acceptance for their merchants. But what does adoption actually look like? Because I haven't gotten a good answer from either one of those companies about whether there's an actual appetite there.
That's a great question. So I think part of our momentum, and we do $1.5 billion in volume already to date. We have 6,000 merchants. We focused primarily on crypto-native merchants. So for instance, there's the Seeker phone. They've sold nearly 200,000 units. They've done that through our plugin at Shopify. That's a great example, but there's also Web2 merchants like Brian Johnson. I don't know if you're into the Don't Die mission. So if you want to buy these pills, you can do that with Solana as well through Shopify. So when Ivan and I got talking last year, it became obvious it was a match made in heaven, because what we're doing now as part of the MoonPay group is we're making our crypto-native stack backwards compatible with traditional financial systems. So that means that we can automate payments to bank accounts. We have seamless on-ramps. And that's the next phase of adoption. So we focused on crypto-native merchants. What we can do now is really start onboarding the masses. And we think this is not like 5 years away. This is going to be happening in the next 2 years with more mainstream merchants using Helio in combination with MoonPay. And sometimes you don't even know that you're using crypto rails. Our mission is very much making it better than Apple Pay, cheaper than Apple Pay, and we're getting there quite quickly.
And when I'm thinking about payments, of course, stablecoin adoption has just proliferated. We're looking at a $250 billion market cap. You got David Sachs saying this week that if we get hard and fast rules from Capitol Hill, we're going to see trillions of dollars worth of demand for US Treasuries overnight, which is just to say that you've got the US behind you, you've got the White House behind you in terms of getting some rules adopted. Omid, I'm looking at you because you had a big announcement with MasterCard, 8 weeks into being acquired. Yeah. Talk to me about that deal, and I've got a couple questions for you on it.
Of course, thank you. My name is Omid, co-founder and CTO of Herein. Herein is a stablecoin infrastructure and payments API, so you can any developers, businesses, enterprises, PSPs, anyone who kind of deals with moving funds, they could build custom flows. We call the API AutoRamp. You can create different instances of AutoRamp. For instance, you can build virtual accounts that help like seamlessly move money on-chain and off-chain. Like you can send euros or USD into an account in your own name, and it just like shows up in your self-custody wallet. So we just make this like very seamless across different spectrum of regulated companies. So it's kind of like it could be wallets, could be like payment service providers, just like a seamless interoperability between traditional finance and DeFi and stablecoins.
You know, something I try to parse out is I feel like Visa has issued a lot of press releases about new partnerships in the crypto world. There's a difference between like announcing a partnership and then there being real impact. And so, Ivan, give me a gut check. Is this significant, actually?
This is the real deal. You know, for us, this relationship with MasterCard has spanned many years. They have been very committed to innovation in this technology, and from our perspective, we started with working with them on priceless and some of the initiatives in terms of bringing rewards on chain. The next logical step for them is you can't discount how important stablecoins are going to be to our financial system. And if you think about it, our whole mission has been around, you know, and I give this analogy all the time, I compare it to what happened in telecoms, right? We think about it was very expensive to place long-distance phone calls. Then we had voice over the internet protocol. Then you had applications built on top of that, ranging from Skype to Zoom to iMessage to WhatsApp. And it's not overnight, but over a period of time, people start to opt into the more efficient system. And so I don't think MasterCard, Visa goes away anytime soon. There's incredible convenience. It's the reason why.
Well, I will say this, not to interrupt you, but like Deutsche Bank put out a report that said $28 trillion in transactions in stablecoins last year, which is more than MasterCard and Visa combined, which just baffled me, that statistic.
Yeah, well, that's a volume. It's still not for day-to-day payments, but it shows you the potential and the power of this space. And so it's something you can't ignore. And I think that ultimately, they're going to want to make sure that they can leverage this infrastructure. And if we think about one of the big movements that we're seeing is we think wallets are ultimately going to replace your bank account. And so the next step of a wallet, full stack being able to replace a bank account is you're eventually going to be able to issue a card against it and enable anyone to have their stable coins that they have in their crypto wallet spendable at merchants all over the world. And so that was the first piece, is because we're plugged in pretty much everywhere, it was how could we extend that even further? And so really this partnership with MasterCard is trying to make this crypto technology and this infrastructure more accessible to people in everyday life. And so you'll hear more from us very soon, but phase one was what was the right partner for us to work with, and just given the relationship that we've had, it just made a lot of sense.
So, the talk of crypto this week is very much the Genius Act. We had Democrats pushing back, in part because of all of the crypto-related projects that are tied to the White House and the Trump family. It seems like there's momentum again. You had 16 Democrats come to the table on Monday to at least vote for no filibuster related to it. My question is, when this, or if this, is passed into law, you're going to see a lot more.
I think it's a win. It's going to happen.
You're going to see, I agree, you're going to see a lot more players come to the table. So you got the Wall Street Journal reporting last night that JP Morgan, Bank of America, Citi, and a lot of other major US banks are looking at launching a unified digital dollar, something that they do need this law in order to do, in order to essentially take market share from Tether, a foreign issuer of the US dollar pegged stablecoin that holds a more than 60% share of the market. So what does that mean for you guys? If there are more traditional banking rivals, is that a good thing? I think it's
a great thing. Ultimately, we want to see mainstream adoption. And so competition, we think, is super healthy. We think it's a great thing. And ultimately, a lot of banks, they just couldn't even participate. They've been at the sidelines because we didn't have regulatory clarity in the United States. If we think about Genius, we're finally getting to a place, and obviously we'll see how this all ends up and what the final law looks like. But it legitimizes, it puts a stamp of approval where traditional banks will be able to participate. That'll be good. It'll create more safety. It'll create trust in stablecoins. I've been really a proponent that you want to know where those reserves are. You want to know that they're in fact in US Treasuries. And ultimately, you want to see a whole range of different market participants. And so from our side, we play at the layer of infrastructure. And we would love to partner with more banks. We'd love to bring more people into the space. We think that digital cryptocurrency wallets will start to get embedded in banks themselves. And this will be a new settlement layer, and we're just at the very beginning of this adoption cycle.
And to that point, Omid, I mean, you're the technical architect of stablecoins for Iron and now for MoonPay more broadly. So you're the one who's building that translation layer that banks potentially integrate. How is that work going, one? And are you in conversation with different banks on Wall Street right now to integrate that tech?
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of interest in integrating stablecoins in like all sort of payment flows. And I think this is super exciting. The API that we built is very flexible. It can take different forms, different use cases for payment service providers to mobile wallets. And I think that actually the response we've gotten is amazing, because like this API is so versatile that could actually work for all those use cases that we can provide simultaneously as a very generic regulated API.
Do you think that Stripe overpaid for Bridge?
I'm not going to comment on that, but I think, again, I'm always pro-competition. I admire Stripe. I admire Stripe's business, and I think that they're also doing great things to bring awareness and also validating that this technology is important. I think the special thing for MoonPay is we've had crypto DNA from day one. And there's just a lot of complexity, right? How do you do this across multiple blockchains? How do you interact with a whole range of different smart contracts? How do you work with all these crypto native businesses? Like, what was very interesting when we started, right, was in some cases we're working just with software layers. These are like fully decentralized companies, might not have entities. How do you interact and how do you work with those type of businesses? And so, we really welcome more entrants into the space. We think it's a good thing. And there's going to be a lot of different market participants. And it's great to also see TradFi come in. I think overall, the TAM of this opportunity is massive, right? And so, for us, it's focusing on the product experiences, and the only way that you can do that, it takes a village, it takes really great entrepreneurs, it creates focus, and really thinking about how you build a delightful user experience. Like, that's always been central to our DNA, is how do we do that for crypto users? How do we make it so, as Stein mentioned, we want this in the background. Like, you don't necessarily even want to know that you're on crypto rails, but you're like, it's fast, it's efficient, it's 24/7, it's low cost. This technology is the more efficient technology that people will continue to opt into.
So you mentioned working across multiple chains. And Stein, Helio's been focused on Solana native payments, especially for Shopify merchants. Yeah. Now that you're inside MoonPay, how do you scale that vision across chains and into new verticals?
So out of the 1.5 billion in transactions we've processed, I would say 80% has been on Solana. And that's because Solana is optimized for speed, low cost. It's just an amazing chain for payments use cases. But we also support Bitcoin. We support Ethereum, a number of layer 2s. So that makes up the remaining 20%. Of course, any relevant blockchain that's going to get user adoption, it makes sense to support it. I think as a payment processor, you're going to win if you support many wallets, many blockchains. So we take a pragmatic approach to that. But what we're seeing here at the Solana conference, for instance, Ledger, which is a hardware wallet, they announced a new device yesterday specifically for Solana. And they were selling that there on their stand, so it was kind of like a hyped sales event. And we were honored to obviously power that with Helio payments. And you see just a line of digital natives with their phantom wallets queuing up to go and check out and buy that ledger. So I think a big part of crypto is also culture. And you help merchants reach an audience of digital natives that love spending with their crypto wallets. And that's a big part, right? Because, okay, in the United States, I think most people will use Venmo. In Europe, will use Revolut. If you fast forward 5 or 10 years, it's going to be Phantom. It's going to be the MoonPay app. It's only a matter of time before more and more people have crypto in their pockets. And we're going to benefit from that. Stripe will benefit from that, but we wake up every day living and breathing crypto, and Stripe has got a $1 trillion volume to protect. So they're playing defense, we're playing offense.
And I have to say, anyone in this audience or anyone listening to this right now, go check out Solana Pay. Go check out buying a mobile phone. It's really, once you do it, it's quite a magical experience. You're like, wait, this is just better, right? So, I think at this point, I've purchased something like 15 Seekers, which I'm going to give away to all sorts of great people. But I just keep buying it because I think it's just such a great example of once you experience connecting a wallet and actually spending that wallet directly, you're not going to want to go back. And so I think, again, we're just at the early phases of this adoption. And how are you going to get scale? It's all about distribution and the different touch points in which you can integrate. And Solana has been a phenomenal partner for us, right? And I think what Solana is doing right is it's reducing complexity. It's focusing on the use cases. You speak to any developers, and they're fired up. They're jazzed up about the applications in which they're building. If you think about this ecosystem, it's absolutely fascinating. And I think that what we're also going to see, and a bit of a segue here.
Well, I mean, because so much of the conversation about the future of payments is tokenizing dollars on the blockchain, but Solana is also a big player in terms of the ambition to tokenize public equities.
Yeah, so if we look at the stats on decentralized exchanges in Solana, at their peak, they represented 9% of the US equity markets in terms of volume. That's pretty outstanding. And if you think about just the general trend, you could totally see it not just on Solana, but just across the crypto ecosystem. I actually asked ChatGPT this last night. I said, when do you think liquidity and volume within crypto markets could overtake US public equities? And the prediction was 2030. And that could be accelerated even further if they take real world assets and they start bringing them on chain. And you can see this is a really, what we're talking about is modernizing the financial system. It's incredibly powerful for people all over the world to receive a stablecoin at the speed of the internet. They now have essentially a US dollar checking account. And then the next step will be from there, how do they earn interest on that? How do they earn yield? And then connectivity to US equities and all sorts of productive financial instruments. The problem was before there was no regulatory clarity, so companies were scared to engage in this. They were scared of getting sued. Once we have that clarity in place, I think you're going to see a giant market, and ultimately crypto liquidity will overtake traditional markets, and that trend is just going to continue to move.
Is there a lot more? We're down to our last 30 seconds here. So in terms of your final ambitions, when you look out across the year, absent any sort of hard and fast rule changes from lawmakers, so operating in the current regulatory regime in which we currently exist, what is your big goal for 2025 from each of you? And we'll end it there.
Yeah, well, I think we're in America. We're based in America. We're a U.S. Domiciled business. We want to make sure the innovation stays on shore, and so engaging on the policy front is an important piece. The leader in financial technology, the leader in the crypto economy, and so we're proud to build here. We want to play by the rules. We want to make sure that our infrastructure is easy for everyone to use, and so we want to just stay focused on building incredible product experience and feeling comfortable that we can do this here in the United States and do that safely.
But what's the big win? If everything went right, what have you done by December 31st, 2025? I want that answer from each of you.
Well, over the next year, for us, integration with any M&A always takes time, and so we're getting into incredible rhythm. I just really see MoonPay diversifying from just its core business line, but also being able to prove out both with Helio and Iron that these are incredibly successful businesses that are going to start to see real scale.
Maybe one thing to add. So we're talking about tokenization of various assets. Because we are in this world of merchants and dealing with brands, what's actually a huge trend is brands tokenizing their IP, right? Some people call it meme coins. Sometimes there's a brand element to it. For instance, there's a big project called Doodles. Are you familiar with them? So they're coming out of Web3 native, right? But they had they issued a token a few weeks ago called Dudes. And again, you can now go to their web store and go and spend your dudes on merchandise, on memberships, on ticketing. And it fosters loyalty. You kind of create this circular economy where you tokenize your brand, and then you create loyalty among your community because people can use that token to go and spend, claim discounts. So we're really focused on that element too of commerce. And we actually help people tokenize their brands through kind of a sister company called Moonit. So that's a big trend for us.
Omid, we're over time, so make it real
Sure,
short
yeah.
and sweet.
We're working a lot on our geographic coverage. So we're really hoping to bring all the functionalities that we have for Europe and US for other jurisdictions to kind of to make this a very versatile product, not just for stablecoins, but also for RWAs and all the assets that are coming on chain in the next year.
All right, thank you to my panel and to Solana Accelerate for putting on this session and everyone joining us in real time today. Bye, guys.
Thank you so much.
Nice. Good job. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. All right, what a great way to wrap up the morning. Thank you for being here with us. I need to remind you, you have 40 minutes for lunch. Be back here at 1 o'clock sharp. New York's own Richie Torres will be here. I am so excited to see this. I'm sure you all too. Have a great lunch. I'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. Thanks so much. That's my time.
Solana Accelerate will begin shortly. Please silence your devices.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Thank you all for being here. This morning, we heard from 2 senators and a congressman about getting policy right. That's half the battle. The other half of the battle is getting it through Congress. The next 2 folks joining the stage here this afternoon have been hyper-focused on building that coalition on both sides of the aisle. And we're excited to hear from the Solana Foundation's very own Amira Valiani and New York Congressman Richie Torres.
Congressman, thank you for being here with us. Yeah, there we go. That's the spirit. I'm here for it. Well, Congressman Torres, you've distinguished yourself as a pro-crypto Democrat. You're very out front on the issue. You recently established the Congressional Crypto Congress with your Crypto Caucus with your colleague on the other side of the aisle, Congressman Tom Emmer. But you also come from, I think, the poorest district in the country. So why do you care about crypto? Help tie these sort of issues together for me.
Well, it's an honor to be here. I mean, I see crypto as a profoundly progressive technology. It has the power to revolutionize the internet, right, creating a new layer known as Web3. And it has the power to revolutionize finance. And as you said, I represent the lowest income congressional district in America. I represent people who have been left behind by the traditional financial system. 20% of the Bronx is unbanked. 30% is underbanked. There are immigrants in my district who pay exorbitant fees simply to transfer their remittances to loved ones abroad. And so I'm drawn to the power of blockchain to create a better and cheaper, faster payment system. You know, about a decade ago, the Department of Consumer Affairs did a study and found that the lowest income people spend more than $200 million on check cashing fees here in New York, right? These are people who are preyed upon by predatory financial services. And so I feel like, you know, blockchain has the power to enable real-time transactions. Stablecoin has the power to digitize the dollar. And the combination of those 2 technologies, the ability to move the dollar at the speed of the blockchain, can create a better and cheaper and faster payment system that could liberate the lowest income from the high fees and long delays of the traditional financial system. So that, to me, is one of the greatest appeals that crypto has.
It's interesting because what drew me to crypto is also the idea that it's a fundamentally progressive technology. And that's not a universally shared idea. You know, I think there's a lot of Democrats in Congress, a lot of people on your side of the aisle who look at the issue and they look at it with skepticism. So when you're talking to your colleagues who meet the issue with skepticism or, you know, in some cases like abhorrence, how do you pitch them? How do you tell them, actually, I think this is an issue you should care about and you should reach across the aisle to your other colleagues and work on this?
Look, I feel like one of the clearest use cases for crypto is stablecoin. Like, I see the proliferation of dollar stablecoins throughout the world as a projection of American soft power. And the rapid growth of stablecoins is going to create rapidly growing demand for U.S. Treasuries. Like, stablecoin issuers will eventually emerge as the largest owners of T-bills, surpassing even the Federal Reserve and Warren Buffett. And the greater the demand for U.S. Treasuries, the lower the cost of U.S. debt at a time when it's desperately needed, because the interest on our debt is more than $1 trillion a year. So I think that's one powerful use case. And then look, if you're in the United States, you know, we take a stable currency for granted, but in much of the world, a stable currency is hard to come by. And so as a result of stable coins, there are hundreds of millions of people in the global south who finally have access to a stable currency, who are finally protected from runaway inflation, who are finally protected from theft at the hands of their corrupt foreign governments. You know, I've heard stories of people who have had their remittances stolen by their corrupt foreign government. And so for me, the beauty of the blockchain is that it protects the property rights of the least propertied. It's the great equalizer. You know, Chris Dixon often draws a distinction between don't be evil and can't be evil. Instead of trusting corrupt foreign governments not to be evil, we should put our trust in the blockchain, which can't be evil.
I think that might be the first time that I've heard a Democratic congressman reference Chris Dixon in a public forum. It's pretty cool that you know who he is. Of course, there's a range. You recently,
although I don't think Chris is a Republican. So, but
I've heard any congressman.
He's pretty apolitical.
Chris, yeah, it's apolitical. You recently introduced a bill related to banning federal officials from profiting off meme coins. Tell us a little bit about that bill. What inspired it? We might know, and sort of how it's going right now.
Look, I mean, it's inspired by the presidential profiteering from meme coins that we've seen from Donald Trump. I just have a basic belief that no elected official, not the president, not a member of Congress, should be promoting or issuing or selling a meme coin that bears their name or likeness. That to me is simply unethical. We should not be selling access to Congress or to the White House. And so that should be prohibited. I mean, that's, for me, it's straight. You know, the president is not only promoting his meme coin, but selling it to the 220 highest bidders for his meme coin.
It's unclear to me whether or not that's a highest bidder or someone who's cheering you on.
Yeah, and in exchange for access to the White House. And I think that kind of monetization of the presidency is not only unethical, it should be prohibited by law.
I want to, great applause line there. I want to shift gears to talking about sort of your party and their sort of perception. You know, I grew up in California. I'm a lifelong Democrat. You can look at my LinkedIn and sort of see evidence of that. So it's no secret. And, you know, Democrats, in my mind, had always been the party of pro-tech and pro-innovation. And I think that perception has rubbed off a bit recently. So I'm curious how you, as someone who is so out front in these issues, the advice that you have to your colleagues to reclaim the mantle of being the pro-tech and pro-innovations party. What can you do?
Look, I think any party or any country or any civilization that declares war on its own tech sector will ultimately rot from within. I mean, I see technology as the greatest strategic asset, not only for the United States, but for humanity. You know, for most of human history, there was practically no economic growth. You know, my understanding is from classical Greece to the Reformation, the economy grew by 2% a century. And then after the Reformation, after the advent of the printing press, it grew by 20% a century. And then after the Industrial Revolution, particularly in the 20th century, it grew by 2,000% a century. And so the clear lesson of history is that technology is the single greatest catalyst for human progress and prosperity. And every party in America should be pro-technology. Like emerging technologies like blockchain and biotech and AI and quantum computing should be neither Democratic nor Republican. It should be something that all of us embrace as a catalyst for human progress. So that's the mindset that we should internalize within the Democratic Party. But I feel like the central divide is not between Democrat and Republicans. It's not so much ideological as it is generational. I do feel like there's a new guard of Democrats who are much more open to embracing emerging technologies like blockchain. But as you know, Congress remains a gerontocracy. You know, I jokingly tell people that I work for the most powerful senior center in the world. And I have colleagues who like pronounce TikTok as tic-tac or meme coins as meme coins. So I see it more as a generational challenge, and we have to overcome the outdated thinking of the gerontocracy in Congress.
Can you take us a little bit inside some of those conversations when you're educating some of your older colleagues about crypto or tic-tac, as it may were? Like, what does that look like, and when are you most effective in engaging there?
Educating?
Educating your older colleagues. Like, what does a most effective interaction look like there?
Look, I find that the colleagues who are the most hostile to crypto often know the least about it. Like, there are just too many people in Congress who either do not know the subject or do not care to know. But if you actually take the time to study blockchain, it's just a revolutionary technology. I mean, it's, you know, one of my favorite books is Sapiens, The History of Humankind by Yuval Harari. And he makes the observation that, you know, we as humans are an exceptional species, and the basis for human exceptionalism is coordination and cooperation, right? We have the ability to cooperate and coordinate flexibly on a large scale. And I think of blockchain as like the greatest cooperative in the world. It's the greatest coordinator of human endeavor in the world. And there are going to be use cases associated with blockchain that we cannot foresee, but will change the world.
You probably have spoken more eloquently about blockchain than almost anyone else on the stage. Yeah, incredible way of being able to tie it together with Sapiens. I want to turn to the audience here and sort of double down on how we think about this generational or partisan divide and communicating it. If you,
I'm not an ageist. I respect my elders, but yeah.
Well, of course, we all do. I just want to acknowledge the demographic trend of the last election, right? So historically, Democrats have been the party of younger people. And you have a lot of people in the audience here, overwhelmingly young, skews more male than female, interested in technology. These are the people that statistics show us that the Democrats are losing over time. So, you know, you have a captive audience here who's excited about hearing from you. They're interested in this issue. They're also representative of, I think, a lot of the people that Democrats might have lost share among in the last election. So what's your message to them? How do you say, trust Democrats to be the party of innovation? How do you convince them?
I would, look, I do not profess to speak for all Democrats, right? You know, I think Will Rogers said, I'm not a member of an organized political party, I'm a Democrat. And the Democratic Party is an ideologically varied coalition that ranges from the Squad to the Blue Dogs. So I would never presume to speak for the whole party. But I feel like the next generation of Americans feel the system is broken. And we as a party should think long and hard about how do we harness the power of technologies like blockchain to make the system work for a generation of Americans who feel left behind. Like I'll share an analogy with you. You know, I represent a neighborhood in the Bronx that historically had been controlled by the mafia. And in order to run a business in the neighborhood, you would have to pay a toll or a tax to the mafia. And there's a sense in which like big tech is the mafia of the internet, of Web 2. And so I tell people, imagine a decentralized platform, a decentralized internet, where you can actually own the fruits of your labor. You know, imagine if Uber, the corporation, were replaced by Uber, the smart contract. It would mean drivers, creators can keep a greater share of their income. It would dramatically lower the take rates in our economy. And so if you build an economy around blockchain networks, it will lead to a much broader base of prosperity in our society. And I feel like that's a message of broad-based wealth creation that would resonate with the next generation of Americans.
I think it sounds like it does. It's a great message. I want to touch on a couple more points. One is to talk a little bit more about how we think about educating our colleagues on crypto and sort of striding the line between making sure that we make sure that people in government are following clear ethical standards when it comes to making sure that they're not profiteering off their work, but also experimenting with the technology. So, when I used to work in government, there's a lot of issues around how people in government can interact with different tech. And I know from interacting with folks in government, over the past few years, you meet a lot of staffers who say, I want to learn more about crypto, but I can't download a wallet. Like, this is not a thing I can do from like an ethical perspective. How do you think about drawing that line? Obviously, you've cut sort of like a clear path when it comes to no presidential profiteering off of meme coins. What does it look like on the other side? How do you open the door for interaction?
So I've actually never, it might come as a shock to people, I've actually never owned cryptocurrency. I've never used it. Just like I would not trade individual stocks, I feel like it's improper for me as a congressman to own or trade cryptocurrency because I'm actively regulating it. I have access to insider information, and I just feel it's improper for members of Congress to trade any financial instrument on the basis of insider information. But I also reject the notion that you have to have firsthand experience in order to legislate. I have no firsthand experience with flying an airplane, but I legislate on aviation safety. Like, as a member of Congress, I'm a generalist who's legislating over highly specialized areas, of which I have no technical knowledge or with which I have no firsthand experience. But I feel like my job as a generalist is to process as much information as I can, listen to all sides of the argument, and figure out what's the best policy, figure out what's the best way forward. And that's what I feel I've done with respect to crypto and blockchain.
That's appreciated. I want to close out touching on some fun topics here. If anyone's tracked you on Twitter, or they've just been on Twitter after a hearing, they know you as the member of Congress who just puts out the best Twitter bangers. Like, you're really good at getting in front of the mic when former Chair Gary Gensler was up there, or during different hearings and talking about crypto.
I miss tormenting Gary Gensler. It was like I want him back.
It's the last time. Yeah. Well, tell us what it looks like to prepare for those hearings. What are the mechanics of putting together those Twitter bangers from an industry that really appreciates good social media?
So the social media virality is a byproduct rather than the purpose. When I'm crafting questions for a hearing, when I'm preparing to cross-examine someone like Gary Gensler, the goal is not to go viral. I actually feel like if you try to go viral, it will fail almost all the time. The goal is to take a complicated issue and distill it to its essence, to get to the core of an issue. And that's what I did not realize I would go viral, but when I brought up the Pokemon hypothetical, it was not meant to be performative. It was actually meant to expose the flaws in Gary Gensler's theory of investment contracts. Because I said to Gary, look, if I were to sell you a Pokemon card, am I engaged in an unregistered securities offering? And he said no. And then I said, what if I were to engage in the same transaction through a blockchain? Is that a security offering? And then he said, it depends. And I said, why should it depend if you're technology neutral? Like, why should the nature of the technology you use magically transform a commodity into a security? And I did not realize that highly technical conversation about investment contracts would go viral. But my goal is not to be viral. My goal is to penetrate to the core of an issue. I did the same with the Yankee tickets. I said to Gensler, purchasing a Yankee ticket to access a Yankee game is no different from purchasing Stoner Cat's NFT to access an animated web series. And if you were to adopt the Gensler theory of investment contracts and say that anything that appreciates in value or anything that could be resold in a secondary market is a security, that would transform almost everything into a security. Collectibles would become a security. Artwork would become a security. And so I think my point was to show that his theory of investment contracts was so open-ended that it invites the weaponization of government against the crypto industry.
I think you did it very effectively. We just have a couple more minutes left. I want to take us into the future a little bit. There's a number of pieces of legislation that people are talking about over the course of the year related to crypto. What can we expect? What will happen over the course of the next month or two, and maybe for the rest of this congressional term in terms of legislation?
So both the House and the Senate, the House has passed legislation relating to stablecoin. We're actively working on market structure legislation because I think the lesson from the Gary Gensler era is that we desperately need regulatory clarity, right? Without regulatory clarity, what you have is regulation by enforcement. You know, I often compared Gary Gensler's SEC to a traffic agent who would excessively ticket drivers without telling them the speeding limit. And my view is before the government tickets you, it has an obligation to tell you what the speeding limit is, what the law is.
It's not a controversial take.
No, it's not.
It shouldn't be.
You know, regulatory clarity is the cornerstone of compliance. And without regulatory clarity, there is no rule of law. There's only the rule of man. There's only the rule of Gary Gensler. And we saw the consequences of that approach. So I think the goal is to create a market structure bill that clearly defines here are the digital assets that qualify as securities, here are the assets that qualify as commodities, and here's the process by which a commodity can become, a security becomes so decentralized or so mature as to transform into a commodity. And I think if we provide regulatory clarity, we're removing the ceiling on the growth of the industry. Because I think once crypto has really the regulatory stamp of approval, the imprimatur of an act of Congress, the sky's the limit. I think the technology will go viral, even more so than it has now.
Time. Incredible.
So I think we're at a turning point.
I think that's true. If you walk around the halls.
The gerontocracy is losing and the future is winning.
The future is winning. You heard it right here. I love it. Thank you so much, Congressman Torres.
Of course.
We so appreciate your being here.
Absolutely.
Let's hear it for Congressman Torres.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Torres. Thank you, Amira. I always feel so energized after hearing Congressman Torres talk about our issues. Gives me hope in DC that we're gonna get it right. He mentioned better, faster, cheaper payments. That's good for consumers. It's also good for the role of the dollar. Our next conversation will focus on how do we modernize the dollar. Joining Ryan Miller is Chris Giancarlo, former chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and Crypto Dad.
We're here. Thank you, Miller. All right. Welcome. Thanks for being with us. I am fortunate to be sitting here with the Crypto Dad. I call him chairman, former CFTC chairman, Christopher Giancarlo. So the afternoon, we're going to go over dollars, stable coins, and currency, and what crypto's role is in that discussion. It's important on a range of topics. This session, we're going to talk about digital dollars. And Chairman Giancarlo has been very involved in something called the Digital Dollar Project. So we're going to talk about what that is, and then we'll dig into what does it mean to have a digital dollar. So let's start with Digital Dollar Project.
Yeah, so the Digital Dollar Project is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, non-governmentally funded, we're self-funded, think tank. And it's focused really on, so I founded it when I left the commission in 2019. And we have a broad-based advisory board. We publish papers. We do conferences. We're focused on three very simple but very important questions. One, how do we future-proof the dollar for the coming digital world? Or what I should say is world of digital networks of value. How do we preserve the dollar's reserve currency status? And really, maybe most importantly, how do we preserve the dollar's embodiment of the values that have made the dollar the world's most aspirational currency? Values of free enterprise, values of free economic autonomy, and values of the appropriate balance between law enforcement and economic liberty. And how do we do all those things in a world that is increasingly becoming one where value will move along rails, some of which are centralized by governments, some of which are centralized by corporates, some of which are highly decentralized. How do we do all those things in a dollar context? And that's the work of the Digital Dollar Project.
And so with the Digital Dollar Project, they're doing these deep dives on why does this matter, how can it look, where does the value come from? Maybe just to pull on that thread, why is it important that we care that the US dollar is strong? I mean, the answers here are obvious, but I think you've thought about it from a technology perspective, from a values and philosophical perspective. Why do we care that the dollar is strong?
So I'm not ashamed to say that I believe the dollar and its reserve currency status has been a net good, not just for the United States, but for the world. I don't think the last generation of globalization and global trade and global economic growth would have happened without the US dollar as the world's standard of value. We think about all the innovation that's come about in the last 30, 40 years from the internet and so on, almost all of that has been financed with the US dollar. And with the US dollar comes not just economic strength, but comes a set of values. You know, entrepreneurs building things with dollars don't need to ask their government for permission. And the dollar doesn't come with the requirement, you know what, we have too much financial technology innovation. We want you to innovate in life sciences or some other innovation area. The dollar has been a tool of freedom. The dollar has been a tool of economic growth. The dollar has been a tool of global trade. And I think it's been a net good for the world. And I think that those values are worth preserving as we go into a new century where value will increasingly move on digital networks of value.
And I'm a data person, and when you look at stablecoins at least, and that's the rest of this afternoon, 280 billion or so of stablecoin value out there, 90%, maybe 99% is US dollar based. And that's not an accident. That's what the world wants to trade in. That's what they want to transact in. But not stablecoins are central bank digital currencies. I've said digital dollar. I think most of this audience knows, but what's the distinction?
Okay.
What's a CBDC versus a stablecoin?
So the Digital Dollar Project, Ryan, takes no view on what is an optimal form of digital dollars. Our view ranges across tokenized deposits operated by banking institutions, stable coins operated by financial technology companies, and central bank digital currency. We are convinced that the future of value will be a kaleidoscope of digital networks of value, some of which, as I said, will be CBDC. You know, we cannot control whether there will be a dollar-based central bank digital currency or not, because countries whose currency is based on the dollar, like Bermuda, may choose to launch a CBDC. So the future is going to be all of the above. And what we need to make sure is anything that references the dollar adheres to the principles on which the dollar is based. So in a recent working paper published by the Digital Dollar Project in February, we looked at all forms of digital networks of money from these principles of future-proofing the dollar, preserving its reserve currency status, and most importantly, preserving the values. Now, to your question, what's the difference? Well, in the future, we are going to have a digital tokenized accounts, which will be dollar-based. We are going to have stable coins, which will be dollar-based. Some of those will be run by broad banks, some of those stable coins. Some of them will be run by narrow banks. And I believe we will very likely at some point have central bank digital currency. The difference is both technological, but ultimately it's about the issuer itself. You know, when there's a run on the bank, and people go to the ATM machine, what they're really doing is converting the liability of a financial institution for the liability of Uncle Sam. The reason why we're even talking about CBDC is recognizing that in some cases society may want a liability of Uncle Sam as opposed to a liability of a banking institution or a technology company.
And just put a pin in that. 2 points. Chairman Giancarlo says we will have a CBDC. And he once said, we will have Bitcoin futures and we will have Ethereum futures, and we now have them. So we have to listen to him when he says that. You talked about people wanting the liability across from Uncle Sam. Why does dollar have value? Why is it worth anything?
So let me say why I think there is a likelihood we may get a US government issued CBDC in the future.
Right.
Not a certainty. But we have
And
seen
is that fiat? If
we've
it's US
seen
government
runs.
issued,
We've
yeah.
seen runs on banks. We've 3 of the 20 largest American banks bit the dust in the last 3 years. We've seen runs on stablecoins, dollar-based stablecoins. We may see a run on a dollar-based stablecoin or a bank tokenized deposit in the future. When that happens, if it's a Sunday afternoon, banking hours won't allow people to convert into a traditional bank liability. They'll seek the next best thing, which will be a sovereign issued digital instrument. If there's no US digital dollar, they may go to a digital euro. And that will result in de-dollarization. And that when that happens, I'd be surprised if our government doesn't turn around and say, you know what, we may need a sovereign digital currency. The reason why 90% of money is in bank deposits, I would argue, is because 10% remains in fiat.
Okay.
People will put their money in the bank because they know in a crisis they can go to fiat. The same relationship, it may turn out that stable coins actually need an actually digital form of sovereign money in order for people to feel comfortable to put their money in stable coins, dollar-based stable coins.
So if we accept that it's likely that we move towards a CBDC.
I know about likely, but it's certainly
possible. Possible. I'm with you on possible. I don't know how strong I am at likely, but possible. We will get a CBDC issued by the United States government. That's a possibility. Now we get into design choices. What are the critical design choices? And I've heard thoughts around privacy, transferability, censorship. What are the design choices, and how do we get them right?
Okay, so let's be clear about one thing. There is absolutely no inherent privacy in a commercially issued stablecoin. The Genius Act doesn't contain the word privacy. There is no requirement for privacy. There's no inherent privacy. In fact, we have seen that government is perfectly comfortable to tell social media companies what can be discussed. It's perfectly comfortable telling banks who can be banked and who cannot. And there's no reason to believe that government won't tell stablecoin companies at some point in the future, you know what, we really don't want people using your stablecoin to buy ammunition. So don't do it if you like your license, otherwise your license may be in jeopardy. The difference is, under the US Constitution, a government-issued instrument does enjoy Fourth Amendment privacy protections. Now, the jurisprudence around that will need to be developed, but I could easily make the argument that a dollar-based central bank digital currency will have more inherent privacy under our Constitution than will be a commercially issued a digital form of currency.
Interesting. And I want to go back to a point I think you made earlier. You're not necessarily advocating for or against, either yourself or through the Dollar Project, a CBDC, but you're teeing up why it might happen, and then now we want to think through the design choices. On privacy, what do you do in the structure of the network, of the coins, of the accounts to address some of the concerns that are out there?
Our view is the United States owns the dollar. We ought to take the same approach to licensing the dollar that McDonald's takes to their brand or Nike takes to their brand. You want to use the dollar as a reference point for your tokenized deposit. You want to use the dollar as a reference for your stable coin. You're a foreign country pegged to the dollar. You want to launch a CBDC based on the dollar, then it's our rules and our values. And one of the most important values must be privacy. Now, in our constitutional system, there's no absolute privacy. There's always a balance between privacy and law enforcement. That goes back to the notion that you have privacy behind your front door unless there's probable cause of law violation. We should approach it in the same way that highway law enforcement approaches that. That is, you're free to enter the highway, but if you give patterns of law breaking, then the highway law enforcement can stop you. Government should become nodes on blockchains and should be able to monitor transaction. And if there's a violation, then they have the right to interdict that conduct and invade your privacy. But short of that, anything that references the dollar should come with it a degree of privacy. And that would be in line with traditional American values as compared to central bank digital currencies promulgated by closed societies where there is no expectation of privacy.
And I've heard you on this point before. A currency has to represent the values of the society in which it operates, or it won't be accepted, or it is a tool of readjusting the values of that society.
And we as a nation should take the position that anything that references the dollar should reflect those values, including the values of privacy, of free enterprise, of free economic autonomy, free of government intervention on a just the government wants to tell us what to do basis.
Well, and let's pull on that point. I mean, you implied Circle, Tether, the large stablecoin issuers, they have an administrative hook to ultimately reach into their tokens, even on the secondary market, and do some things with those tokens. They can restrict them, block them. Would a CBDC, would it have to have that same administrative mode or God mode? Or do we rely on the enforcement authorities to go and take people to court, arrest people, or...
I don't think we have the infrastructure to either deploy or operate or even design a US dollar-based CBDC at this point in time. I think the United States is actually proceeding in the right way. The innovation should be done by the private sector.
Right.
I was talking to Bo Hines, by the way, which, by the way, we are so blessed at this point in time right now to have David Sachs and Bo Hines and others that are really steering innovation. Richie Torres, who was just here. We've got some great leadership steering this innovation.
Sure.
And the innovation should come, just as the early days of the internet came, by the private sector. But there still is a role for the public sector in setting core concepts, core value proposition, pure public policy concerns. And I think what we should be doing right now is making sure the private sector recognizes that the dollar is something precious. The dollar is something sacred. And with it comes a set of values that they should not be infringing upon.
And I think the market still expresses that preference. There is a clear demand for dollars at scale. We have trillions of dollars existing. If we look at policymakers and even Congress, there's the Genius and Stable Acts going through. I've not memorized them, I doubt you have, but those are not CBDC legislation.
Correct.
And to you, that reflects deferring to the private sector to let this continue to evolve.
Which is a traditional American way of doing things. You know, in the United States, we regulate not first, but last, in comparison to, say, the EU. In the EU, European regulators will often say to innovators, hey, this is a cool new innovation, but you know what? Stop, hold off. We're going to write a set of rules, and once we put those rules in place, then go ahead with the innovation. And that's fine, and it enables Europe sometimes to set global standards. But the downside is the innovators then innovate to the rule. They innovate to solve a regulatory need, not a commercial need. In the United States, we're late to get to the regulation game, but by then, innovators have solved real-world problems, and by then, the regulators actually identify the public policy issues that regulation needs to address. So on balance, I like the American system better. Europe is racing ahead with a central bank digital currency. In my mind, go ahead. We'll get there later or not at all, but let's let the innovation come from the private sector where it belongs, and then let's identify what the public policy needs are, and then if we need to take more concrete public action, we can do it.
And no one will allege that the U.S. has moved too quickly on crypto regulation or
Although
CBDC
we're in a policy-led phase right now, like I've never seen before. It's pretty incredible.
I mean, we went through this season where there was enforcement across the board, every product you could imagine.
It was more than enforcement, it was hostility.
We've emerged out of that season, and I think that is excellent. We've got a leadership group now at the administrative level and in Congress and at the regulators who want to get these things right. I think if we're looking now at not at crypto, but at dollars, digital dollars, CBDCs, and stablecoins, what do they need to get right? And I think a bit of it is just letting the market continue to evolve, but you also have the systemic risk considerations. What's the role of banks with dollars? And maybe on that piece, what are the bank regulators thinking?
Well, we need to get new leadership in at the bank regulators. That's been held up in Congress. We need to get those Senate approvals of Gould at the OCC and Mickey Bowman at the Fed. And then I think we can see some of the good policy making coming out of those regulators. I mean, with honesty, our banks have not been innovation leading. The corresponding banking network, the cost of moving money around the globe has been estimated to somewhere between 2 to 3% of the world's GDP just to move money around the globe. And yet we send photographs in a second, we send information in a second at no cost whatsoever. Stablecoins are going to change that dynamic. And banks, unfortunately, have not led the way. Maybe they will once this legislation goes forward. It is time that the cost of money movement is reduced closer to zero from where it is today.
I mean, the momentum is interestingly happening on the investment and private investment side. We heard yesterday from Hamilton Lane, Apollo, a handful of other asset managers and allocators. They are moving their vehicles on chain, and a major driving reason is cost. And when you start to look at digital dollars, whether it's stable coins or CBDCs, it's a lot cheaper to move money on chain than it is to move money through the banking system. I suspect next year or the year after, we're going to have panels with JP Morgan and Bank of America at this conference. But interesting to me, they're not here, the asset managers are.
Ryan, I predict to you now, within 5 years, virtually most of the money moving around the world, most of the dollars moving around the world will be moving on tokenized digital networks. And within 10 years, I predict to you that there won't be a securities offering, a debt offering, an equities offering of any significance that's not tokenized on chain. And those securities offerings that remain in an analog state will be like those bearer bonds in DTC's vault, the coupon clipping bonds that don't matter anymore. Non-tokenized, non-digitized securities will be like those old dusty photo albums, and securities on chain will be like the digital photos on your smartphone.
Well, let's wrap with this and bring it back to, I think we both see the entire securities world going on chain. What about the money? At what point am I buying my bonds, equities, stocks with digital dollars?
5 to 10 years.
5 to 10 years?
5 to 10 years.
Okay, so that's longer than I would have guessed.
Yeah. Well, because they both have to come together. We've got to get the securities on chain. We've got to get the dollars on chain.
Right.
The dollars are going to come on chain faster than the securities, but it's all going to, Ryan, in the year 2000, when we had something called the dot-com bomb, there was less than 350 million people using e-commerce. And when pets.com crashed, Time magazine said, that's it, e-commerce is over with. Nobody's going to buy pet supplies online. Well, no, it wasn't that people didn't want to buy pet supplies online. They didn't want to do it using a dial-up modem, putting their credit card information in some dodgy website, and waiting 4 weeks for the pet supplies to arrive. It took the arrival of Amazon, it took the arrival of PayPal, it took the arrival of 3G, 4G, 5G technology, it took the arrival of Amazon delivery to make e-commerce a reality. Yet by 2010, 2 billion people were using e-commerce, and today the number is well over 6 billion people using e-commerce. That's a 20-year horizon to make e-commerce. I predict that digital networks of value won't take 20 years. We're talking a 10 to 15-year progression.
So we're going to keep building the infrastructure. Join me in thanking Chairman Crypto Dad. Good to see folks.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anna. I'm the founder of Piranha. Formerly, I was the stablecoin lead at Solana Foundation. Really agree with what Christopher and Ryan said, that using dollars to build should be an innovator's freedom. Dollar is one of the major innovations in the last century. And with that, I'm very excited to introduce a panel that I will be moderating, or fireside chat that I'll be moderating, with the co-founder of M0, Joao Reginato, and the co-founder of Cast, Rags Pathe. Please welcome them on stage. So it's year 2025, and everybody is launching a stablecoin. Today we're going to talk about why everybody will have a stablecoin. First, in the first 2 quarters of the year, we saw Robinhood, we saw Ripple, and many, many companies launch their stablecoins. So first of all, like, why do you guys think that is? And one of you built a platform for others to launch stablecoins. That's M0. And Rags, you looked at it and you're like, yeah, I want to launch my own stablecoin.
Yeah, look, I think every business has their own reason to launch stablecoins. I question whether everyone needs their own stablecoin. And for us, even the issue of whether we issue our own stablecoin really wasn't about the stablecoin first, because we wanted our own branded stablecoin. I think that's the main reason that most people are launching a stablecoin. They're like, well, so-and-so has their own brand stablecoin, we need our own brand stablecoin. Actually, for us, what we saw was there was a number of problems which needed to be solved as part of the consumer experience, which wasn't being solved today around how stablecoins function. And I think at the heart of it, there's some very simple things. Firstly, there's too many stablecoins, and so people have to worry about different chains and different stablecoins. But the consumer really just wants a dollar. A dollar is a dollar. I think the second thing is they want some programmability around the stablecoins in terms of yield, potentially as well, whether they want a payment style one or whether they want one with yield. And then the third thing, I think, is that there's just a lot of things that are inherent to payment networks which are not really programmed within stablecoins today. So for example, if you use a Visa card, you can pre-auth an amount, if you're at a hotel or if you're using an Uber, and then pay a different amount. So we see a lot of, as a consumer-first application, as Cast, we're trying to be a stablecoin bank for the world. We see a lot of these consumer problems which need to be solved. And we thought that the best way to do that was to build our own to solve those problems. And we looked at many, and then we partnered with M0. My friend Joao became the obvious choice.
Yeah, I think I would take a step, or just back into my background a little bit, so people understand why we have this perspective that we have. All of the M0 team is super experienced in the world of stablecoins. As I like to joke, it feels like sometimes stablecoins were invented in last November. Most people know about stablecoins because Stripe acquired Bridge. That's not actually true. We've been in this for 10 years. And I led the build out of USDC, spent 8 years at Circle. And so, there's a lot that has happened in this, what I call this first iteration of stablecoins. Most people, I think, still have the wrong understanding of why stablecoins are useful. They think a stablecoin is something that an issuer, brings to the market and then brings to Binance to get listed over there, brings to Coinbase to get listed over there, and tries to get adoption in all these hundreds of use cases and then makes money out of the reserve. That model is dead. That model is gone. It's not, Circle and Tether are not going to go away, but you're not going to see other issuers grow to that extent. What will happen now is that stablecoins, this V2, this phase 2, is stablecoins are actually going to to be the substrate upon which fintechs get built on, right? Because if you guys have ever experienced building a fintech, pain in the ass to have a banking partner, to have payments processing partners. You don't get to use your own risk appetite. You have to share the lowest common denominator. You're not going to be global by definition because all this substrate is like regional, very cumbersome, built in the 70s, all that kind of stuff. Stablecoins are, to us, are money infrastructure. They're dollar infrastructure, so you can build applications on top of it. And if you look at it from that perspective, builders tend to gravitate to customization, right? Nobody likes one-size-fits-all kind of solutions. They want to pick something and then extend it and then customize it and then adapt it to their own use case to make it, really appealing for the customer base that they have. And that's the vision that we have at M0, that we are building a platform where builders can come in, customize their stablecoin on top of that platform, not fragment liquidity, and then deliver the best experience for their customers. As Rag said, without customers actually knowing, most of the time they're going to be using a stablecoin behind the scenes.
Totally. I think for traditional fintech, it's almost like you're putting Band-Aids on Legos that are a century old by now. So whoever's building, like for Rags, you're building a stablecoin bank, which is traditionally would have been built country by country by country. Yeah. For the money Legos, what do you guys think about Like, do you think users will know that people are using Cast Dollar 5 years from now, or is this an only on-platform thing, or what is your aspiration for Cast Dollar?
I don't think users care. They just want dollars, and they want to be able to send it to someone. And I think there's many parts of the user experience today with stablecoins, including concepts such as like bridging and swapping and moving between chains and losing, even a few bips along the way each time, which aren't really a part of the user experience. I think one of the reasons why US dollar stablecoin had a label at the end of it in the early stages was around trust, because there is some things that you want to know. You want to make sure the reserves are good, you want to make sure it doesn't depeg, and there's some basics that need to be in place. But I think if you can have a dollar that, like working with M0, that people may have a Cast Dollar on Cast, but they send it somewhere where there's another dollar, and then it becomes that other dollar. Like, we don't actually care. We just want the user to have the best experience. We're not selfish about everyone has to have a Cast Dollar. I think, as Joao said, that's kind of a game that Circle and Tether have been playing, of trying to get as big as possible. But now I think it's just that we need dollars to work with each other as seamlessly as possible, so the user experience is fantastic. And I think us and M0 are working on not only the programmability of the dollar, but solutions around liquidity and how do we avoid things like bridging and swapping. And we're going very, very deep with the problems to give the user the best experience.
Speaking of liquidity, most newly launched stablecoins like FDUSD, AUSD, those ones that have their own issuers, often have liquidity challenges because they're maintaining their own liquidity pools against the incumbent, which is USDC and USDT. Joao, how do you guys address the same chain and also cross-chain liquidity fragmentation with M0?
Yeah, absolutely. I think again, this is something that's fairly poorly understood, I think, in the market. While our vision is that we will definitely have more stablecoins than we have today in 1 year time, in 5 years time, we are not advocating for fragmentation of liquidity. I mean, that's obviously a really bad world. I think people think that interoperability that involves price discovery is good interoperability. I think it's really bad interoperability. If you think about the state of the world that we live in stablecoins today, it is actually worse than what we have in the commercial banking system, right? Because when I send you dollars from my JP Morgan Chase account to your Bank of America account, the banks don't need to price discover between one to the other to see how much you're going to get, right? There is interoperability solution that was built over time with clearinghouses, central banks, all of that is money infrastructure, if you will. The same, we're trying to build exactly the same, or a blockchain native evolution of that. So when people build, in an ideal scenario, when people build a new digital dollar form factor, they should mostly be innovating on the behavior side. And I think that's a concept that we have that I think most people don't get it, is that you can actually break a dollar down apart in how you represent it on chain into the value side and the behavior side. The value side is how it's backed, the reserves, all that. Pretty boring stuff. I think we're now past that phase of discussing how that gets done. But the behavior side, you can then customize it, right, as Rags has all these ideas for how to make it super cool within the CAS application. But you can actually have a common layer of liquidity where all these dollars built on top of a platform, they're actually sharing the same liquidity. They're not fragmenting it. And you can actually have a clearing solution on chain that allows you to move from one to the other. And then if you think about just more sophisticated solutions like that, which is something along the lines of what we're building at M0, then you still have a liquidity challenge because you still need to establish liquidity profiles between the core of the M0 platform and everything else that people want to use in the market. But once they are inside this ecosystem, which is equivalent to being inside, let's say, the US commercial banking ecosystem, then liquidity flows much better because there are interoperability solutions that have been established for years. We think it's actually a technological problem more than anything else. We have just not built very sophisticated stablecoins up until now, and I think the next generation will be significantly more tech heavy.
For sure. A lot of these issuers spend months and months investing in technology solutions, but M0 just solves that. Let's talk about the use case of stablecoins. So money has like store of value, medium of exchange, unit of account, all that. different stablecoins are targeting different use cases to fulfill different purposes, and the many stablecoin sponsors at the venue also have their own distribution channels. So for you guys, like for Cast, what would you say is it to improve, in addition to improving user experience in the app, do you think one day people will use it like with the other stablecoins out in the wild that's beyond the M0 ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're so early, right? Like at the moment, there's around $250 billion of stablecoins. There's 22 trillion in M2 money supply. That's onshore dollars. If you add offshore dollars, we're maybe not even at 0.5%, right? And so I don't actually spend my time really thinking about all the other stablecoins and what they're doing with trading applications and all of that other stuff, because I don't know, it seems small thinking, to be honest with you. I like to think much bigger about this, and I think really what the world wants is dollars. I mean, there's at least 2 billion people in the world who want a dollar bank account. Maybe it's more. Maybe it's 3, 4, 5 billion people. Pretty much most of Africa and Latin. But the gap between the amount of people that want dollar bank accounts and the people that have them is huge. It's probably like 5 to 10x. And so to me, that's what we're trying to serve. We're trying to build a consumer-style experience where we can serve people in 160, 170 countries, and they can have a dollar bank account experience, bridging traditional rails and stablecoins. And that opportunity is a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity. I really don't care that much for what's happening in the current trading venues or people who are creating a new stablecoin and they partner with an exchange to get a trading pair and pump it to $1 billion or whatever. To me, it's small picture thinking. That's the old, you're looking at the old opportunity. The bigger opportunity is global banking in dollars for billions of people.
And if I can just double click and expand on something that Rag said, I think he's completely right. You know, there's the whole world outside of the U.S. and how people demand dollars and stablecoins as a new piece of infrastructure will facilitate delivering dollars to those people. But I tend to look more from the builder's side as well. Typically, if you're building fintech and you want to build on top of the dollar, or you want to embed the dollar into your application, you know, that was mostly up until now constrained to builders in the US, right? Because you have to have, again, a US-based banking partner or payments processor. All of this tended to be built out of the US. Now imagine that in the next phase, because dollar stablecoins, they are essentially a global piece of infrastructure now, anyone will be able to build a Robinhood that's like dollar-based out of anywhere in the world. Everyone will be able to build you know, an Uber that is like, you know, that has a dollar component to it out of anywhere in the world, a Starbucks, you know, pick your use case. I used to be asked about this back in the early days of USDC when people were kind of cynical about it, like what's the use case for something like USDC? And my answer would be kind of cynical back and would say, well, what's the use case for the dollar? Like the list is really, really long, right? And I think this is going to be like one of those situations where essentially what's happening is the barrier for entry for building fintech in a global way will be lowered, and the developers, I have no doubt that they will be creative enough to apply this in thousands of different ways.
It's not only like a money transmission or a capital moving perspective, but also a capital formation point of view. Now anybody from anywhere in the world can build fintech applications without having banks, and I think that's like what M's tagline, digital building block for developers, is really about. With a little time left, I want to do some lightning round questions. So where do you guys see stablecoins going when interest rate goes to 0? If interest rates go to 0.
Stablecoin, if interest rates go to 0?
Yeah.
I think it'll, like, we always thought, both of us used to work at Circle, that the lower interest rates go, the faster stablecoin growth goes. I think if you're built on needing that money from the interest rates, then you're going to be in trouble. But yeah, I hope interest go to 1 or 2%. It'll be great.
I agree. I think people tend to focus in the last number of months a lot on yield-bearing stablecoins, but that's because the rates are what they are. As I said before, there's still a humongous list of digital dollar applications that are useful for people. And actually, if you think about it, most end users actually do not care about the yield. The folks who actually care about the yield are the builders, right? Because if you're building a payments application People expect to put some dollars in there and just use for payments. They don't expect it to be yielding anything. But the provider of that application, you bet that they care about how much they are able to monetize that. So I think even with interest rates going down, the interesting thing to me is how builders will be able to attack incumbents in fintech all over the world and be able to build faster, build cheaper, raise money, innovate, the kind of thing that builders want to do, I think, irrespective of where interest rates are going to.
I think last time this year, 2 years ago, we were on some panels when we were talking about if stablecoins were going to make it. But this year, it's very obvious that it's here to stay. It's here to accelerate. It's just a matter of timing. So do you guys see, last question, do you guys see banks, major banks, launching stablecoins this year?
Good question. Every VC that I talk to ask me, like, oh, you're going to build a global bank, and what happens when banks do it? And I'm like, well, I mean, my personal view is banks are fucked anyway. So the reason is that they will launch their stablecoins, but they're wrapped in so much red tape around compliance and around so many things that, like, it's still like a side project to them that, someone in marketing will go, oh my God, like, we launched a bank. Do you really think inside your JP Morgan or Citibank or HSBC app, you're going to be able to click there and send a stablecoin to anyone anywhere in the world? You think compliance at HSBC is going to allow you to do that? That's not gonna, maybe in 3 to 5 years, by which time we would have built a lot of great things. So good luck to them. I'm not the least bit worried.
I'll be quick. I come from an engineering background. Unfortunately, if you're a good engineer, you're probably not going to be working at a bank. I don't have a good feeling about their ability to move fast as crypto builders can move. So I don't think anybody will launch anything meaningful this year. And even if they launch subsequently, I think they're on to a really, really rough competitive landscape.
Yeah, it's a great time for innovators to build. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me today. It's a great conversation.
Thank you, Anna.
So, oh. All right. Well, I guess we'll see in a couple of years whether every brand has a stablecoin or not. I really hope people don't launch more stablecoins because we actually don't need that many stablecoins, and it's really confusing for people. Next, we'll talk about open money. So stablecoins, wallets, and the on-chain economy with Ellie Farisi, who's the lead engineer from Dynamic. Welcome, Ellie.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? My name is Ellie Farisi. I am the former founder of Bello. And I've spent the last 10 years of my life as an engineer building products for consumers. I'm currently leading the wallet infrastructure and embedded wallet team here at Dynamic. Over the last 6 months at Dynamic, we've had 100+ different conversations with fintech providers and and payment companies interested to talk about stablecoins. And we started to notice a shift in the dialogue. Prior to 6 months ago, the questions that we were getting asked was, how do I take my fiat, convert it to stablecoin, maybe send it to somebody, and then really just convert it back from a stablecoin to fiat? And now we're seeing the dialogue shift. People are more interested in what they can do with their money once it's in a stablecoin that wouldn't be possible if it was just in a traditional fiat. So if you were to take one thing away from this conversation, it's that more people are interested in keeping their money on chains through stablecoins. And how do we know this? I have some pretty impressive numbers here behind me, as you can see. That $239 billion is actually up over 48% in the last year alone. Combine that with the total number of addresses, the on-chain volume, and you can see that this growth is skyrocketing. And so why is that? Combine the regulatory shift that's happened in the last several months with all of the infrastructure that you all out here today have been spending years of your lives building. We now have lightning-fast transaction speeds with stablecoins. We have the on-ramp and off-ramp providers. We have these cards, things to do like lending and borrowing that enable stablecoins to no longer just be this bridge to get it to some other country somewhere else, to off-ramp it. It is now the destination that you can do more with your stablecoins. So from these 100+ conversations that we've had, what we're really doing at Dynamic is listening to what is the key requirements to actually enable these companies to go and build with stablecoins. How can we enable them to bring their money on chain, hold it, and actually then start to use it? So if you're talking about bringing your money on chain, when Stripe decides that they want to enable crypto for their merchants, they made a clear bet that users should be able to transact on any chain using any wallet they want. With their integration with Dynamic, out of the box are access to all of the chains that everyone's familiar with, as well as over 500+ different wallet providers. So what is the takeaway with Stripe? Is that choice wins. Instead of them pigeonholing their customers and saying, hey, you can only transact on this chain that we decide, this token that we're the deciders over, they said, no, we're going to meet our customers and our merchants where they're at. So today, you could open up your Phantom wallet, click that Stripe link, and go buy that cup of coffee or that ice bath that might be in your checkout cart. So if you're talking about then how you hold it, holding it securely is the key part of this. So Dynamic works with Actual, which is a company that enables contractor payments globally. Like we said before, that's a big use of stablecoins, to be able to send money to people internationally. And Actual is allowing same-day invoicing from on-ramp and off-ramp. So when these contractors actually come, they're automatically provided with an embedded wallet from Dynamic, where they don't have to worry about the underlying holding of a private key or anything like that. And they're able to actually decide whether they want to off-ramp immediately or if they want to keep their money in a stablecoin. And we're really seeing this shift globally with contractor payments or people who may be living in a nation where hyperinflation is impacting their currency far greater than it is probably for many of us here in the United States. And so to hold their payments, their funds in a different nation's currency via stablecoins has really enabled them to grow themselves. And so lastly, let's look at using it. For many of you here today, using crypto is not something that's a new concept, but through an application like DeFi app that's onboarded already over 300,000 users, they kind of do all of these things combined in one. They give you that on-ramp experience through a credit card or debit card, and then immediately you're gifted with an embedded wallet where, again, you don't have to worry about the private keys that you're storing. And now you can actually go do some stuff with it. So they built out this really unique, almost obfuscated-like trading experience where you don't really need to know about the underlying technology of what's going on under the hood. There's even games and things like that that you can play as well. So what are the key takeaways from all of these conversations? Well, Web2 and crypto-native businesses are all talking about stablecoins. And really importantly here are those Web2 businesses. We've had conversations with nearly all of the major CEOs of Fintech companies over the last 6 months, and the conversations are the same. They're all trying to figure out, how do we get into this market? How do we tackle stablecoins? Next is that the users want access to faster, safer money, which is exactly what is enabled by crypto. So if you're just building in that off-ramp where you think that people are just taking their money to get it off of crypto, you're actually missing the point. The value is staying on chain. Next is that builders, in order to be building in this space, they need and want infra that scales. So if you are a neobank or you're a contract payments provider, you need infrastructure that scales with you. So that is what Dynamic is focusing on, and many of these other companies that are at this conference this weekend are also looking at. And lastly, this should not come as a shock to anybody here, but when the value stays on chain, it unlocks new revenues, new markets, new products that can come from that, and then through that, you get new business models. So if you're building in the world of stablecoins, you can scan to come chat with us. Or if you want to nerd out on wallet infrastructure, MPC, embedded wallets, I'm your girl, come find me. Because this conversation around stablecoins is no longer a thing of when, it's happening now. So let's chat. Thank you, guys.
Incredible presentation by Ellie on how to use Dynamic and add wallets to make consumer applications and payouts easier. Not only do we have to build stablecoin use cases and confidence in consumer applications, but it is really important for institutions to adopt stablecoins as well. Next, I will introduce Sergio Milo, who's head of stablecoins at Anchorage, to talk about their stablecoin and wallet infrastructure for institutions to move billions of dollars at a time with full confidence. Welcome, Sergio.
Good afternoon. Welcome. I am Sergio Mello. I'm the head of stablecoins at Anchorage Digital. For those of you who don't know, and I assume it's very few of you, Anchorage Digital is a financial platform for institutions and innovators that want to participate safely in digital assets. We have a very specific set of licenses, starting from our OCC, the bank regulator in America, that specifically licensed Anchorage Digital to offer custody, trading, staking, and on-chain governance for institutions. On top of that, we also work with a Singaporean entity with an MPI license and a New York and the DFS licensed entity. Most interestingly, we have a proposition for institutions that want to use DeFi that is called Porto. Porto is a self-custody app that uses the same stack of safety and transparency that Anchorage offers to its custody clients, but it's your own key, your own crypto. And that is important because it enables institutions to jump into DeFi just like you would do from your Phantom wallet or your MetaMask at home as a retail user. And bridging this gap is very important. Today we have a huge growth that was brewed over years and years and years of DeFi endogenous growth. And also we have a lot of institutions that with the incoming regulatory clarity are finally able to access those tools and those building blocks in DeFi. So the convergence of the two is coming by. But we need to bridge a gap. Anchorage Digital is positioned to bridge that gap. I'll tell you a quick story. I have 3 daughters, and every time we go to a birthday party, they play piñata, where you take a big stick and start slamming around with a blindfold. It's very dangerous. And it really looks like, to me, that's what some institutions are doing on DeFi. They wear a blindfold and they start slamming around trying to look for a prize. Similarly, you could see from this picture that the situation may be compared to when you give your car to a valet and you're not really sure whether that's a valet or someone who's going to take your car and run. So we're solving this in a very simple way. We're combining Anchorage transparency with Solana tools. I'll start from the Solana tools that you may already know. The smart contract wallet capability enables to ring-fence or bound a specific wallet to certain operations in a certain amount of time with certain assets. At the same time, we add a layer of transparency. We make sure that the user that signs the transaction has full visibility of the effects of that transaction. We're opening up a protocol in open source way that enables the rest of the Solana community to participate and give the confidence of the Solana asset users to understand the results of their action before they click sign. Let us not forget that no longer than a month ago, a big exchange lost $1.5 billion because they didn't have full visibility of the effects of the transaction they were signing. This is exactly the problem that we're solving today. By combining secure participation and full visibility of the transaction in an app that is very comfortably handheld, has full features of quorum approvals, and uses biometrics all the way from the phone to air-gapped HSMs in Anchorage data centers with the institutional tools that Solana makes available, the Solana smart wallets that contain those transactions to only ring-fence specific moments of time and specific assets. This is what institutions need to come safely to trade billion-dollar clips on Solana, and it's possible now with Anchorage Digital. You can find Anchorage information at anchorage.com, or you can find me circulating around the venue for the rest of the day. So if you're interested, let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio, for telling us a little bit about Anchorage. They're one of the only stablecoins supporting banks in the US as well. Next, we'll have Ben Nadereski, founder and CEO of Solstice Labs, to tell us about yet another upcoming stablecoin launch on Solana.
My name is Ben Nadereski, co-founder and CEO of Solstice Labs. The question that we at Solstice Labs set out to solve was simple. What would Solana's stablecoin look like? Solana's stablecoin would maintain 4 key principles in order for it to both grow Solana's ecosystem and attract net new capital into the network. It would be secure. Under-the-hood infrastructure should be institutional grade without giving up the most crucial core components of DeFi. It would be trusted, designed by our ecosystem for our ecosystem. It would be utility-driven at its core and not a placeholder for backdoor incentive schemes. And finally, it would be permissionless for everyone, full stop. With these principles in mind, Solstice Labs is proud to announce the upcoming summer launch of USX, Solana's stablecoin, launched alongside Solstice's Yield Vault product, accessible to all USX holders. So let's dive in. What is USX? USX is secure. Born on Solana, USX is 100% collateralized with real-time proof of reserve functions. At launch, DSX Capital, our founder, has committed 100 million of TVL to the protocol with an expected 2 to 3x multiplier on TVL at launch with key liquidity providers across the ecosystem. USX is trusted. Solstice is wholly funded by DSX Capital, the $1 billion asset manager bridging TradFi and DeFi markets with no external VC investments, prioritizing community alignment over exit. Solstice Labs is a team of 30-plus crypto experts from TradFi and DeFi from firms including Galaxy, BlackRock, Solana Labs, UBS, Consensus, Coinbase, UXD, R3, and more. USX's infrastructure includes core components of proof of reserves, on-chain security and custody audits, dual pricing Oracle structures, a dedicated insurance fund, and off-exchange custody with leading providers. USX is utility-driven. USX has 3 core components of our partner ecosystem that we will launch with. We are partnering with 30-plus partners across the Solana ecosystem, many of which are in the room today. USX is leveraging 40-plus companies across TradFi and DeFi in the DSX portfolio to drive synergies of existing crypto portfolio companies while attracting net new capital to the ecosystem from in-house TradFi companies, including players like top 10 FX brokers. Lots of traditional market infrastructure players that will get access to USX. Solstice has an additional 15 operational partners to support key functions of USX and Solstice's Yield Vault in the market, including KEX, DEX exchanges, custody providers, pricing oracles, market makers, liquidity providers, and more. USX is permissionless. USX is accessible on a fully permissionless basis, whether you have $5 or 50 million. USX is built for everyone. We are also very excited to announce the launch of Solstice's Yield Vault alongside USX. All USX holders have permissionless access to competitive yields on their capital by locking their USX into Solstice's Yield Vault with liquid 7-day redemption availability. USX holders will be able to lock their capital into a dynamic delta-neutral yield strategy that has been battle-tested at 9-figure scales for 3 years live in the market, yielding 19.2% over the last 12 months and 11.5% over the last 3 years. And finally, USX is exciting. As a teaser example of coming applications of USX and Solstice's Yield Vault, we are introducing the ability to pay for goods and services with your generated yield on your USX, encompassing a revolutionary concept of buy now, pay never. Partnered with key payment, retail, and distribution partners, Solstice and Solana are positioning to revolutionize how we think about payments from the bottom up. We are further announcing in the fall of this year an upcoming TGE associated to all USX holders in the form of our utility token, SLX. Stay tuned on the summer solstice for this year for announcements. And finally, our institutional staking business, Solstice Staking AG, has been live for 4 years, staking over $1 billion in assets. Yesterday, we announced our partnership with Tungsten Custody in launching US-based Solana validator nodes. USX will have full integration with these institutional staking services to optimize yield opportunities for both retail and institutional clients. Wrapping up, to answer the question, what would Solana stablecoin look like? USX. Do more with your stablecoins. This comes at an incredibly opportune time for the market, with stablecoin volumes on Solana tripling since founding the company last year. And above all, culture is the catalyst. We have designed Solstice directly with the community here today to take us to the next stage of Solana's journey. This is our community, and we are incredibly proud to be a part of it. Solana is our home. To stay up to date with Solstice and the launch of USX, please visit solsticelabs.io and follow us on X at solstice_io. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ben, for telling us a little bit about Solstice Labs and diversifying the Solana stablecoin ecosystems. Next, we'll have Idil Mamuji from Bridge and Garrett Harper from Squads to discuss more things about stablecoins. So welcome them on stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's up, everybody? My name is Garrett. I work at Squads. I'm head of business development and comms, and also the hype man. This is Adil. He's the head of crypto at Bridge, and let's get into it. So,
Cool.
man, can you tell everyone a little bit about yourself and what you guys are working on at Bridge?
Yeah, cool. So I'm Adil. I work at Bridge, and I look after a lot of our crypto products. That includes stablecoin issuance, wallets, and also our blockchain infrastructure. So what Bridge does today is we build stablecoin APIs that make it very easy to build financial services products on top of stablecoins. The way we think about it is we build these things at the absolute lowest level that makes it extremely easy to build each of the individual components, but also they work really nicely together when you assemble them. So an example is we make it very easy to switch between different kinds of fiat and stablecoins. We provide these products called virtual accounts that let people outside the US access the US financial system, and then you can convert those to stablecoins. We allow you to hold those stablecoins in custodial wallets, and then also convert them to a stablecoin that we issue that allows you to earn rewards on the stablecoins, and then also spend those stablecoins with things like virtual cards, which I know you all are kind of using, so would pass it on to you.
Yeah, I've heard this analogy. I hear orchestration is what you guys did, and I didn't really know what that means. And I've heard like stable coins is, think of it as pool. Once you're in the pool, the water can go anywhere, but how do you get in and out of that pool?
Yeah.
That's really like orchestration, what you guys do. And to go on a quick diatribe about how Bridge is actually used across our products, so we're not only telling, you can show it. Talk about Squads and take you back 4 years ago when everyone building the space thought you had to be a DAO. Right, like a decentralized autonomous organization. And so you had programs and you had tokens and you had to secure that in some way. So that's when we built Squads multisig. Now that's like transformed a lot over time. We have like 350 teams using it, 10 billion in value. But we wanted to bring that security and functionality to people like me and you. So we built Solana's first smart wallet with Fuse. That was great. It had that security from Squads. You could have integrated yield and some other cool features. But it didn't go from a smart wallet to a personal finance app until we started working with Bridge. So once we brought in Bridge, you could do things like have a virtual bank account where you can have Fuse. It gives you bank account details, and you can receive bank transfers from businesses and people from all around the world. And then also, later on, if you want to send USDC to your own bank account or to others, you can also use Bridge for that, and you do it in just a few clicks. And I think it was a few weeks ago now, we released Fuse Card. So not only can you earn on your stablecoins, you can, on-ramp, off-ramp, you can also spend them anywhere. And this is all done through Bridge. So to me, that's how it's completely transformed Fuse. But it's also enabled 2 new products we have. One is called Altitude, which is a stablecoin native USD account to save, earn, and move dollars. Essentially, we have a lot of Solana teams that want to have stablecoins as a large part of their business now. But as part of that, we also have people all around the world that just want access to dollars, they want access to yield, and global payments. Because Bridge is brought into Altitude, they can do this in 100+ countries. And to finally kind of wrap up this product suite, which is a lot to get your head around, but it's all enabled by Bridge, and how they've changed this is we have Grid. And we've basically been building this infrastructure for 3 years, and we've learned like 2 things. It's really damn hard to build, and it works really damn well. But we want to bring this and make it available to everybody. So what we did is we wrapped this into APIs. We call it APIs, Open Finance APIs for stablecoin rails. And because of Bridge being tied into this, now any fintech developer can build with stablecoins. They can have payments around the world and do that basically immediately. And as part of this, you kind of see how our products went from crypto native for DAOs, like not focused on stablecoins at all, to now stablecoins are more and more front and center, but it's still this like stablecoin native infrastructure underneath. And I'm curious if you've kind of seen that same transformation where stablecoins are coming to the forefront, and just how that evolves with the business that you guys are building.
Yeah. Fun fact, I was one of the first 5 users of Fuse Card, so got to help work out some of the initial kinks. But it works pretty well now. So what we're seeing is much more global enterprise adoption of stablecoins. So we saw almost like two waves of folks trying to use stablecoins. I think a year ago, when we were working with different developers in the market, we only could work with people who, like yourselves, who already knew about stablecoins, already working with stablecoins. And over the last few months, we've seen really big excitement and enthusiasm from from some of the biggest companies in the world, like Stripe, but also from small developers who are going to use traditional financial services rails, but they realize that with stablecoins they can get faster, cheaper, and more reliable payments across everywhere in the world. So what we're starting to see is folks who don't necessarily care about the underlying technology, like the underlying technology is crypto, but they care about all the benefits that they can get by using stablecoins.
Yeah, I think it's really cool because like a lot of us in this room, especially at this conference, we started with like super crypto native bare metal builders, and then over time now you have a much larger audience coming from traditional payments, fintech, but you're still enabling it with stablecoins, and that kind of builds off this concept in Solana. We talk about like internet capital markets, right? You have stablecoins, but if you develop this whole financial ecosystem around it, it actually makes it all more valuable at the same time. So it's really cool to see both of us building this together, but instead of like kind of the past and what we've done, I want to talk about what you guys are building next. And I know earlier this month in May, you announced USDB, and that's like a stablecoin product that you guys are offering. Can you talk about that and just give us some details?
Sure. So one thing that we are working on at Bridge is we have a couple of stablecoins like USDB that are already issued and native, and we also can do custom stablecoins for folks like for trusted platforms. So a couple of things that we believe sort of fundamentally. Number one is that there'll be lots of stablecoins in the market. And many big brands who have trusted platforms. So you could think of a platform like yourselves or a Robinhood or something like that that folks know and trust. They have the ability to issue their own stablecoin and and offer rewards and other types of features to their customers because they have a trusted platform. The second thing, and so there won't be kind of just 1 or 2 stablecoins to rule them all, but lots and lots of stablecoins. The other thing that we believe is that the current dynamic where the issuer sort of captures most of the yield from stablecoins, which what happens when you have a stablecoin is you take the dollars and you invest them in treasury bills. But the current iteration of stablecoins is the issuer keeps most of that. But we believe in a world where the issuer keeps some of that, the distributor, the platform keeps some of that, and then the end user gets some of that as well. And we're trying to build infrastructure to make that much simpler. Then the third thing is that different use cases will need different reserve structures. So you may need a different mix of cash or treasuries or on-chain facilities to back your stablecoin, not just off-chain facilities. So we're trying to build a system to make all of that much easier to interact with.
Yeah. It's a really cool product. I'm curious how you see this happening in the future, because there's some people that talk about that alphabet soup of stablecoins, and that we just have like this long list of stablecoins with 1,000 names. But also I see a lot of value in having your own integrated stablecoin that you can put in your stack, and you can control not only the back end, but also how consumers see that stablecoin. I'm curious, how do you see either businesses implementing this? Do you see 1 million stablecoins being created? Do you think it'll be like a power law of 10, or how do you imagine this?
It's a really good question, and I don't have a fully formed opinion right now, but I think the shape that we're sort of seeing play out is more and more what I call infrastructure tokens. So these tokens power applications or platforms and move money within them, allow transfers between customers, and serve as a safe store of value because they don't have a public market where you can go trade them. So if someone is compromised or those tokens get stolen, there's no essentially liquid market to get them to use them. But I think there's going to be a few open loop tokens, ones that are shared publicly that need network effects. They need places where they're accepted, and this is why stablecoins like USDC and USDT have done so well because they're just widely adopted and widely accepted. So I don't know if there's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5 of those, but I see a world at least where there's lots and lots of closed loop stablecoins that power these applications.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's hard. I think most things become a power law.
Yeah.
I think that you can do a lot of creative things by having your own stablecoin, even if you brand it as just $1 in your UI. Like we think about this a lot, right? From Fuse to Squads to Altitude, how do you want to present it to the user? Maybe if your Squads, it's super crypto native people, they want to look at the Explorer and see every option in that list. Other people, it's more like an Apple Wallet. They just see USD. They don't see USD Apple, for example. So I could see it being like that. I think trust is a big deal. I think the collateral backing that stablecoin over time becomes bigger and bigger. And over time, I think that trust just gets shared through word of mouth. So like when you guys think about the collateral underlying that stablecoin, is that a big thing for you guys?
Yeah, and just to reinforce what you say, we see exactly the same thing where the end user typically doesn't care what the stablecoin is that backs it, so long as that it is trusted and they know it's safe. So we see expressions of USD balances or total balance or digital dollars, depending on how the platform wants to show it to their users. But what they care about is it safe and is it fungible? Can I send it to my bank account? Can I send it to a friend? And I think that's the important piece. I think what we try to do with our stablecoins, particularly with USDB, is we're holding ourselves to the highest possible standard for trust. So we hold the assets and the reserves directly with BlackRock, and we try and keep it in the safest, most cash-like instruments as possible, so that if it needs to be redeemed, we can redeem it immediately. And I think that's one sort of piece of it. And the second piece of it is, for us, we think it's super important that we abide to kind of the highest standard of compliance as well, where this is a trusted product not only from the reserve side, but also from the complying with all the laws side.
Yeah. Well, it's like being with Stripe isn't a bad deal for you guys either, so that brand name is pretty great. If you didn't know, they were acquired by Stripe probably like 8 months ago or so it's been big for the whole industry. Do you have any thought on how stablecoins will go from being like an investment account where I'm earning your treasury yield on these stablecoins versus these are the stablecoins I use for payments? Because I think some people are very pumped about stablecoins and earning yield. Like if I'm a company in Japan, I have a treasury with some liabilities in dollars, I might want to hold dollars, earn yield on dollars. But will that same stablecoin that I'm earning on be the one that I'm making payments with?
Yeah. It's a really good question. It's sort of like, my hope is that what we see, the evolution of this space, is that we see almost like a blending of the current and the savings account, where you don't think of them as different things. And you get all the benefits of the rewards and the earnings you can get from a savings account, but all the liquidity and the utility of a current account. And I think the important thing is to be able to have a token that is fungibly transferable to other stablecoins, especially when they're openly accepted, as well as fiat really easily, but also backed by treasuries essentially that can earn rewards. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, we got a minute left, so I'm going to go a little rogue with this one. Ben Thompson, you probably know, he's like a big tech writer, one of my favorite people,
That's
also
true,
a huge fan of stablecoins. He did a whole podcast on you guys.
Yeah.
And one of the things he talks about is often like when the internet came along, you had newspapers that all of a sudden they're like, we're not constrained by our local area anymore. Like we can sell to everybody. And at first that seems like this huge boom, like our customer base just grew by 100 times. But little did they realize they're competing with like Fred in his basement who's really good at content, and now they're competing against everyone across the world. So his point is that the internet came for every business model, and now the internet's coming for money with stablecoins, and that's going to create a lot of opportunity and also destabilization.
Yeah.
I'm curious in your head whether you think it's opportunities for people in different parts of the world, or like what does that come to mind when you hear that destabilization or opportunity that stablecoins and lowering friction will cause?
Yeah. My favorite analogy is actually, the way I think about it is, I think stablecoins are having what I say like close to like a WhatsApp moment.
Yeah.
And I remember I'm from Kenya, and I went to school in England. And I remember having to send a text message to a friend in Kenya or someone on another network. And it cost me like £1 to do it, like $1.50. And it just felt ridiculous that I had to have this 100-character message that cost $1. and I would send very few of them, and I was very careful when I sent it. And telecommunications companies used to monetize with, by minutes and text messages. And in the advent of data, they had to really rethink their business model and monetize with data. And then if you look at something like WhatsApp, so they basically are, in my mind, the telcos are like banks. And they adjusted their business model with the times. And something like WhatsApp has totally changed the way we communicate. It's global. Me sending a WhatsApp message to my wife downstairs in my house is the same as sending a WhatsApp message to my mom in Kenya. It's instant, it's global, and these are all properties that I see with stablecoins too. Like currently to send a wire to Africa is slow, is expensive, a lot of fees are taken out of it. And now to send a stablecoin payment to someone in Kenya is as fast as me sending it to you right here. And I think what that unlocks, the sort of instant settlement, the speed, the size of small transactions being financially feasible, just sort of really unlocks a way of transacting globally that really didn't exist before, just the way WhatsApp and tools like that unlocked a way of communicating globally that just really didn't exist before. And I think right now banks and regulatory bodies are still a little scared of what this technology means for them. But I think over time they'll embrace it and realize they can make money in different ways and use things that they're really good at, like lending, provided liquidity. All of those are important things, regardless if the speed of money goes up and the cost goes down.
Yeah, makes sense. I feel like maybe it's a bad analogy, but in many ways it's like a Shopify moment, where if you combine things like Grid, which is this API, it's easy to tie into the underlying infrastructure, and then you have Bridge, makes those on and off ramps, virtual cards, all that really easy. And then you have AI, where it's like code, copy, design, all of it's going to zero. And you have internet capital markets. And so like for the first time, you have builders around the world that can access all these tools. So and to me, I see a ton of experimentation that's going to happen. Maybe it ends up being verticalized products, right? Like we have a lot of big players out there. I think a lot of them will be challenged. Some will embrace it. But at the same time, now any builder can go build and do that like verticalized finance product, and like more might fail than ever before. And for Shopify, that's actually a good thing because it means it's really easy to start a business. And I feel like that same thing will kind of happen with stablecoins.
Yeah, and I think that's something we believe too. It's like, how do we make it really easy for anyone around the world to start a neobank, all powered by stablecoins? And I think step one is making it easy to communicate with all the rails that have existed in the past. Like, how do you get Mexican pesos and Nigerian naira into stablecoins? And then the next step is increasing the utility that we can get from stablecoins, whether that's earning yield or whether that's making payments or whether that's like transacting with others. And the more we can increase that utility that we can build on top of with products that you're building, products that we're building, I think the more all consumers and all businesses will start to benefit.
I love that. Well, this is great.
Cool.
This is a lot of fun, guys. Thanks, everybody, for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett and Adil, for the insightful conversation about building fintechs with stablecoins. Next, we'll have more stablecoin building blocks, people who are moving the industry from Global Dollar Network. So Global Dollar is a kind of group of high-impact industry participants who are ranging from Robinhood to Bullish to Anchorage Digital, coming together and Paxos to issue a stablecoin that everybody can use. So we'll have Jack, a journalist from Blockworks, Walter, who's head of strategy at Paxos, and Sergio, whom you guys met earlier from Anchorage Digital, to come up for another conversation. Let's welcome them.
Thanks, Anna.
All right. Hello, hello. Sergio, Walter, thanks for joining me. Should be a fun conversation. I'm excited to get to come up here and talk a bit about USDG, the global dollar network as well. And I think I'm going to start simple. This thing kind of came out, and I looked into it for a moment and was like, oh, cool, like Robinhood is doing some stablecoin thing. And there's this global dollar network with a bunch of other participants in it as well. But it's not entirely clear to me like what partnership in this global dollar network alliance means. So can you just say a little bit about what USDG is, what the global dollar network is, and specifically what it means to be a partner in all of this?
Yeah, happy to take that. It's great to be here, Jack. The Global Dollar Network is an open network of partners that are using and distributing
and holding global dollar or USDG. USDG is a global regulated US dollar-backed stablecoin. And the reason members are joining into this open network is because once you become a partner in the network, you're able to get rewards based on how much you contribute to growing the network of stablecoins. And this really turns the kind of legacy models of stablecoins today on its head, where in the past, the issuer and maybe one partner, or a couple partners at most, are sharing all of the economics that come from the reserves. In this model, 95% plus are going back out to the network of partners that are growing the asset.
So when you see Paxos, Anchorage Digital, Robinhood, Kraken, like, does this mean that they're agreeing to prioritize use of USDG? Like, what is their commitment, I guess, to this project as being part of the alliance?
Well, there's no requirement that a member now kind of doesn't use another stablecoin or does a specific thing with this stablecoin. Again, it's an open network, so anyone can come and join the network, and that gives you the rights to be able to participate in all of the economics. There are different types of reasons that different players are joining the network. We're at dozens of members now, and so that's growing really quickly, from small startups to kind of large-scale tier 1 players in the crypto industry and globally in payments and other financial services. And some of those are coming in and saying, hey, we really can't tolerate the USDC, USDT model anymore, and so we're going to force like a kind of big conversion or a big drive on our platform, really swapping out assets or the activity of former stablecoins with USDG. Others come in and they're going to list it alongside and use it alongside other assets, and they're going to reap the rewards of USDG, and they're going to reap nothing of the rewards of USDC and USDT from a commercial standpoint. I don't know, one of our partners in this can maybe speak how they're doing it.
We went straight into the topic. I think it's important to contextualize and understand why we're here. First of all, it has been 4 really boring years in stablecoin before now, and the fact that the regulatory situation is unlocking with the new administration is everything. Not only in the US, but also in other regions and jurisdictions that are just looking at the Genius bill and just waiting to match or align, or in any case, follow suit. Hong Kong this week, by the way. So now things are changing, and we're switching from a first era of stablecoins to a second era of stablecoins, where the dynamics no longer depend simply on some native DeFi and pure crypto growth that is purely anchored on hedging volatility and bit of store of value on chain, but we are enabling hundreds, thousands of institutions that bring $1 billion or $10 billion each to transact on chain. So it's orders of magnitude bigger what's going to happen. And the reason why we can do that is that stablecoins are evolving from receiving inbound interest to having to figure out a distribution strategy. Circle and Tether are the incumbents. They did a good job in what they did. Specifically, Tether has focused on the ground distribution with a very clear plan, an intentional go-to-market. We at Global Dollar have an equally intentional go-to-market that understands that the next phase of stablecoins is about enabling the enterprise, the institutions that come on chain, that bring those trillions of dollars of M2 money supply on chain, and giving them a way to do it not only safely with a regulated environment, but also they can reap the rewards. Basically, an institution that comes on chain today has 2 choices, or 3 choices. Use an existing stablecoins, but then you're not really winning. You're just letting someone else eat your lunch. Or you can issue your own stablecoin. We've seen examples of corporations that have issued their own stablecoin. It's hard. It's really hard. First, because you have 2 strong incumbents. Second, because you have convinced other incoming institutions to let you eat their lunch. Or you can join an alliance-based initiative where you don't have to do the hard work of distribution and the hard work of issuance. Thanks, Paxos, by the way, for being an awesome issuer on the block for quite some time. But you reap the rewards. And you can still collect all those downstream, years-long, long-term, long-tail, profitable rewards of being an issuer. So when those tokens start circulating in the tune of trillions, downstream in millions of wallets from a mom-and-pop shop in Nigeria to an account at JP Morgan, that's where you really, as a stablecoin issuer, win.
So that makes sense on the issuer side. It's like I'm Robinhood, say, I don't want to go through all the work to figure out how to issue a stablecoin. I'll partner with someone and they'll share back the treasury yield or whatever it is with me. That's a compelling pitch. But what about on the user side? Because there are a lot of stablecoins. There's more and more stablecoins coming out all the time. The president of the US has a stablecoin now, sort of. And I think throughout the years, each new stablecoin has really struggled to meaningfully peel away users or liquidity from Circle and Tether, with the exception of maybe Athena last year. I think one example of this maybe is the PayPal stablecoin, which came out, was really interesting. There was some of this liquidity incentive spending on Camino that drove adoption, but it didn't ultimately prove to be very sticky. And I think USDG has some similar kind of liquidity incentives going on Camino. So is that the whole ballgame? Is that how you drive adoption on the user side, is with offering some kind of additional yield, some liquidity incentives, or is there a different way that you can actually convince users to switch away from Circle and Tether?
Yeah, well, I think there's one, there's one other stablecoin, of course, that like really competed for a lot of their market cap, which was Binance Dollar BUSD, which Paxos issued and was quickly approaching Circle and Tether. And then, of course, our friends at the last SEC administration, shut that down. That was, probably done so unlawfully, but that is another good example. And when you think about what was happening there is they were really taking incentives and they were passing it on to the end user. So the end user does care. There are situations, maybe if you can't access a dollar anywhere in the world or someplace in the world, or if there's just some unique utility of a certain stablecoin. But generally speaking, especially once you've been able to access a stablecoin or a US dollar through this new rails, i.e. stablecoin, then you start to be motivated by yield. And if you think about like where the majority of USDC sits, like in one centralized platform today, it's on Coinbase. And what does Coinbase do? They take all the yield that they get back for those assets that sit on their platform, and they give them to the customer. And so this is a product that ultimately should be benefiting the customer. Unfortunately, if you're not that customer on Coinbase using USDC today, if you're using USDC anywhere else in the marketplace, or if you're using USDT anywhere in the marketplace, you are giving up a lot of economics and a lot of benefit just to the issuer. And so the way to compete, we believe, is to make a better product. And we think a better product is sharing the economics. We share them to the distribution partners, and then they can compete with users how they want to compete with their business. And in many cases, that leads to them finding models to distribute those economics down to the end user.
I'll double down and offer a slightly different lens for the same concept. Who is the user? When we think users in DeFi, we always try to think of the self-sovereignty aspect of crypto, which is amazing, and it's what enables the next generation of finance. But also, it's important to understand that the next 2 billion people on chain will be intermediated by smart and well-delivered wallet apps and fintech apps. So those, in my view, are the users that we really are targeting at the global dollar. Those are the enabler that will connect the $10 trillion of M2 money supply to retail via a smart container, a smart app that could be a 360 app, could be an all-in app, could be a trading app. And so we start to see Kraken offering stock and Robinhood going on chain. And so you see all this intersection happening.
One other question for you guys is just maybe to zoom out here a little bit. Last night, there was some interesting news. I believe it came out last night. The Wall Street Journal reported that a number of big banks are exploring launching like a joint stablecoin between like Bank of America and Citi and some others. And it seems like right now, as the Stable and Genius Acts kind of move forward, there's a real war to issue these stablecoins from big tech. Like there was a Meta reported stablecoin that might get complicated with regulations now. There's now banks, and a real sense that traditional financial players could be disrupted by stables, and they need to get into the game or else have their lunch eaten. So just over the long run, where do you see this issuer, stablecoin issuance war headed? What are the kind of considerations when you think about who's going to win out long term?
Well, it is most certainly interesting that those 4 banks announced a consortium the same week that the Genius Act is being proposed to the floor, which is the same week that other alliances of banks are instead opting for certain recommendations on the Genius Act. So the battle on the Hill is real and has been going on for months. And we're not finished, we're not done, but we're very close to the ending strokes. It's frankly good news, the fact that everyone chimes in because they have a vested interest, which means they plan to be heavy users of stablecoins. Now, if it's going to be a consortium or if they're all going to go their way, everyone wins if everyone goes on chain.
I think that Paxos is in an unusual position here because we've been issuing stablecoins since 2018. We've issued about $150 billion of regulated US dollar stablecoins on a gross basis across a bunch of different assets, from Binance Dollar to PayPal Dollar to USDP, and now what we think is really the terminal model here for the next wave of adoption, which is USDG and the Global Dollar Network in partnership, open partnership with the network. And I think that what we saw actually was interesting. After we launched PYUSD together with PayPal in 2023, a bunch of firms kind of came to us and said, hey, we'd like to offer or do a white label stablecoin. And you just kind of unpeel that and understand why. The answer was because there was not a scaled option in the market that they could use. It wasn't that they were wed to this idea that there has to be a new dollar representation of a dollar on a blockchain with my company's name on it. It was that they realized the value of stablecoin. They realized the benefit to their business and to their customers, but the scaled models of USDT and USDC didn't work for them for different reasons. USDC sort of because this business relationship where most of it funds Coinbase, and in USDT for sort of regulatory and oversight reasons historically. And so they came to us and said, let's do a white label. As they start to understand really what all of that entails, what it means to hold the peg, to build liquidity, to build an ecosystem, and to actually grow that stablecoin beyond their platform, even if they're a massive platform with hundreds of millions of users like the ones that we serve, that it's a really kind of, not only is it non-core, it is a very, very difficult and tall challenge. And for what reward in a new stablecoin market where stablecoins actually are something that you can benefit from sharing in the effort among a network of partners like Anchorage, like Paxos, like Kraken, Robinhood, and the other dozens of firms who have joined Global Dollar Network. So I think you'll see the issuance get consolidated to a few players. When you think about global stablecoins, I think the vast majority, nearing 100%, will go out to the partners that actually drive utility in the ecosystem. The issuer will be kind of like FMI, highly trusted, infrastructure, and the rewards will be shared among the entire ecosystem.
Yeah, that's a really interesting place to end, I think. But Walter, Sergio, thank you for joining me. It's been a really interesting conversation with you guys, and yeah, please give a hand for these guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
That was a great conversation and a healthy dose of 2-hour dose of stablecoins. So to wrap up on the stablecoin section, we started off with why dollars are important, and stablecoins are a great tool, probably the best tool for innovators to build with dollars. And next, we talked about why everybody will have a stablecoin. And then afterwards, we had a couple of infrastructure players come up to talk about the different types of infrastructures they have, from retail, consumer, to institutions, and then to the dollar stablecoin issuers, various types of stablecoins. And now we'll be going on a 15-minute break. So hopefully you guys all learned something about stablecoins, and see you next time.
Solana Accelerate will begin shortly. Please silence your devices.
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the main stage. We're about to dive into some of the most exciting sessions until the end of the day. So sit tight and focus. Next up, I'd like to invite the founder and CEO of Coins.xyz to the stage. Coins.xyz is the largest exchange in the Philippines with 18 million users and growing. And Wei today is here to explain, to tell us more about his expansion plans to the US today. Welcome, Wei.
What's up, guys? Welcome to New York. I haven't been back here in many years, so really excited to be back here in America to talk about our plans to expand here. So before I sort of get into the core of my conversation, which is about what we're building on for Solana and then on top of Solana, I want to start with two stories. This one is a tweet that I snatched from Mr. Arif, and then I think this is something that's quite applicable to everybody here in this room, right? I just want to I'll read a little bit of it, so and then I'll get into sort of the heart of the conversation here. It's like, so you just raised $7 million, all right? And then and you hired a KOL agency in Dubai, but your users, they're in Lagos, they're in Manila, they're in Sao Paulo, they're in Accra, they're in Jakarta, right? Still think you know the market, right? It should let you know a little bit of secret, right? Because you look at all the wallet distributions globally, right? Where are they, right? So sort of the mentality that I want to tell people is that sort of like the money is in the West, the capital is here, but if you want to grow your product on a fee model, right, and you want capital density, but if you want any users, you're probably building on the wrong continent, right? So I think that's one of the concept that I kind of want to get to, and in terms of if your fund rate, because the market that funds your runway is probably not the same market that feeds your users. And I think that's one of the point that I kind of want to get across in terms of why it's important. And then the second chart that I kind of want to show is this is basically swap volumes based on wallet. And then the big orange chart for where the growth was for the last 2 months is actually in the Binance wallet. And the reason why I want to touch on that is sort of because I used to work there. So I'll give a little bit of introduction about myself. My name is Wei Zhou. I'm currently the CEO for Coins. We currently run licensed exchanges in the Philippines and Thailand. We've also recently expanded into Brazil and are expanding to Europe. And they're now looking at basically bring our presence here in the US. But not necessarily as a exchange business, but actually more of as a technology service provider, providing global fiat services for the Solana ecosystem. And why I think fiat on and off ramps is actually one of the biggest pain points in terms of helping Solana developers to localize their apps is I want to basically to be able to have within sort of the Solana developer stack what you see in sort of the Apple developer stack and what you see in the Android developer stack, which is basically payments. You can basically natively integrate, there's SDK in there that you can natively get payments from these developing regions. And I think that's something that's interesting. And the reason why I want to point out this slide is, I know when I was working at Binance before, one of the work that I did is basically launching fiat services in about 100+ different currencies across the world. And I think, and in terms of how they were able to really ramp up where their service offering is actually, I think, and actually opening up fiat on and off ramp. Albeit sometimes, like a lot of gray area, but I think by having that fiat on and off ramp, especially from an on ramp perspective, is critical in terms of actually not just getting in terms of getting users, but actually getting the users' money, I think, on chain into the Solana ecosystem. So in terms of what we're looking at here, sort of Coins right now, the right-hand side is basically where we are in terms of our existing licensing coverage. So in countries where we have licensed fiat services, these are countries where we can actually swap, not just Bitcoin, but actually more so stablecoin in and out of local fiat currencies. Because I think if you're in the US, it's actually pretty easy to get stablecoins nowadays. I think it'll actually become easier. And you know exactly what your price is. It's $1 for $1. But if you're in the Philippines or in Thailand, even if you're in Europe today or in Nigeria, that stuff is not one-to-one. Because half of the battle is actually not even just getting licensed. half of the battle is like, what's the price? Like, what is the fair price that I can buy US dollar stablecoins such that I actually get on chain, right? And this is where I think liquidity becomes important, and then access becomes important. And what I mean by access is that in most of these countries, we know that crypto goes 24/7, but in most of these countries, you already have existing fiat infrastructure that goes 24/7 as well. And I tell you what, it's not credit cards. It's actually the local fiat rails. Like, for example, in the Philippines, it's InstaPay and PesoNet. That's basically and then in Thailand, it's PromptPay. In Europe, it's SEPA. In Nigeria, it's NIBS. And in Brazil, it's PIX. So in most of these countries, fiat kind of exists 24/7 already. And then also near very low cost as well, right? So the way that we're thinking is that if we can basically connect Solana into that local fiat ecosystem, so not only do we get on-chain money, we can actually get access to fiat money 24/7 at almost near zero cost. And I think that's something that we're thinking of that we would like to bring. And then sort of this is the localization. I'll skip this one. And then what we're thinking of in terms of project is that integration, sort of the integration overview is that I'll skip this one as well. And then just sort of like talk about some of the samples that we're thinking of. This is basically the Jupyter slide, right? So at the bottom, you basically say buy Sol with fiat, right? This is something that we want to put into the developer stack within the Solana ecosystem such that you can actually, any developer can instantly access fiat currency, deposit and withdrawal within the countries that we're currently licensed to serve, right? And then I think that gives coverage in our planning about 2+ billion users, and maybe even more if there are more countries that open up to crypto. So what's interesting here is that this is not a credit card that you have to deposit, right? And what you're seeing is basically, if you're in the Philippines and then you want to buy fiat, buy Sol or buy USDC, we embed this within sort of Jupyter if you want to pull that SDK, and then what you'll see is a QR code. And that QR code basically automatically, I can scan that with the payment app or my banking app in the Philippines, and then I instantly basically have money deposited within Jupyter, and I can make the purchase. And that's the on-ramp. And I think the on-ramp is the important part, but the harder part is actually on the off-ramp. So if I'm selling, I made some money, right? I want to bring the money off a platform. Hey, guess what? I can actually effectuate the off-ramp as well. Because the off-ramp, this demonstration here is with the PIX network in Brazil, which we're integrated in as well. So once you can sell USDC into Real, and then once you scan that, you can basically get the information such that you can actually get that money back into your PIX wallet or any basically payment app or banking app that you have in Brazil as well. So I think this is something that we're bringing here. So so one of the stories that I tell people is that it's really important for the developers in this room to think about sort of like how can I localize my services in these regions. But to start off with is basically how can I get access to the money from the users into these regions? How can I get that money on, but then off as well? So I think this is something that we're really excited about. So we can actually bring a hosted experience so that the users actually stay within your app while we handle the compliance, the payment, and the delivery. So I'll stop here. Thank you guys very much.
Good afternoon, folks. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here this afternoon. We're shifting back to policy. Up next, we have, I think, someone who's an unsung hero in crypto policy. You may have noticed a shift in the tone at the top over the last 6 months when it comes to crypto policy in the United States. I think one of the gentlemen most responsible for that change is joining us on the stage next. So we're very pleased to welcome Bo Hines from the White House in conversation with Kyle Samani.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here at Solana Accelerate Day 2. My name is Kyle Samani. This is Bo Hines. Bo, welcome to the policy stage here at Accelerate. Bo, you are the Executive Director of the President's Council of Advisors on Digital Assets. I was hoping your title would be a little longer. Bo is a core part of the Trump administration's efforts to make America the crypto capital of the world. And he has been a strong and vocal advocate for our industry since he took on that role a few months ago. We're honored to have him here and to meet the Solana community face to face and discuss some of the key issues. Welcome, Bo.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. Really, thank you. All right, so let's jump into it. Crypto is an inherently global technology, but the president has prioritized development and accessibility here in the US. This conference came to be an answer in that call. What does it mean to be made in America, and why is that important?
Well, it's extremely important. And look, the president has organized a sea change for this industry. This is an industry that's been broadly beaten down, kicked down, victims of lawfare, victims of overregulation in a way that we've never seen before. The attacks that were coming from inside of government stifled innovation, they stifled growth, and the president gave a direct mandate. We want to be the crypto capital of the world here in the United States. I think that we are, and we will persist as such with the direction that we're moving. In the president's first digital assets executive order, he did something that was extremely important. He established the Digital Assets Working Group inside of the White House, in which we were able to pull really all of the relevant agency actors, from the CFTC to SEC to Treasury to Commerce to DOJ, any of the actors inside of government that touched anything regarding the space. And he had some important landmarks in this executive order as well. We had the 30-day landmark, which required these agencies to do an internal audit or review of anything they touched regarding digital assets more generally. The 60-day landmark compelled the same actors to provide a list of recommendations, things that they could do independently to usher in change and create a innovation-friendly environment here in the United States. We're now looking at this 180-day landmark, in which we have a report, which all of our colleagues are diligently working on, which will basically be a book that says, look, this is the clearest regulatory environment we could possibly have to usher in the golden age for digital assets here in the United States, to onshore folks that have left, and ensure that the relevant actors here can have access to the capital markets of the United States in ways they've never had before. And so if you want to be the crypto capital of the world, you need companies innovating here, you need builders developing here, you need companies IPOing here at the end of the day. And we're focused on all of those things. I think we're well on our way of delivering on the president's promises, and I'm sure we'll get into the legislative initiatives that are underway. But we've looked at this thing really in 3 stages. We've had the demolition phase. The president was very clear. He wanted to eradicate anything that undergirded Operation Choke Point 2.0. And I think that we've done a lot of that heavy lifting already. We're moving on to the construction phase, in which we have the Genius Act that's moving full head of steam in the Senate right now on stablecoin legislation. We'll get into market structure shortly thereafter. The staffers in House Financial Services with Chairman Hill have done phenomenal work with that, just in terms of revamping FIT, right? Giving us a good work product that's a starting point in which we can have healthy conversation about how do we create this robust, clear environment that allows for innovation. I think we're well on our way of achieving both of these legislative priorities before August. We're moving at tech speed, as our brilliant AI and crypto czar likes to say, David Sachs, and it's really just an exciting time for the space.
Kind of building on that, Bo, can you talk a little bit more about how the working group is driving interagency cooperation from both the principals and the staff?
Yeah, this is truly a testament to the president's leadership. He said we are the crypto capital of the planet. We're the Bitcoin superpower of the world. He truly believes both of those things. And by establishing this working group, it created efficiency like we've never seen before. This allows us to have principal-level conversations to make decisions immediately that impact the space. We can put out fires that arise. We can provide the guidance that's necessary. And it's great to see the actors and the way that they participated in this process thus far. Hester at the SEC has done an incredible job. Brian Incoming at the CFTC is going to be a phenomenal actor for the space. With Secretary Lutnick at Commerce, Secretary Besson at Treasury, this is the dream team for digital assets and crypto more generally that you could possibly build. And it's just been a lot of fun working with these folks. They understand how important this is for the US, just to lead the charge in terms of digital asset, financial innovation, and technology building more generally. It's allowed us to get to this point. We've done a lot so far, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Sweet. All right, let's turn back to Made in America. The Solana Foundation has been setting up campuses all over the country to spur innovation and onboard a new generation of developers. Earlier this week, Representatives Tom Emmer and Richie Torres introduced the Blockchain Regulatory Clarity Act to protect developers. The SEC is also working overtime right now to provide clarity for the first time ever on these issues. What are some of the efforts you want to highlight that the president is pushing to help support developers and entrepreneurs, and what still needs to be done to make sure their businesses stay here in America?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll give a lot of credit to the interagency actors and the clarity that they've been able to provide thus far. And then, the backstop will be the legislative process. And we're supportive of really all this legislation coming together to create this clear and robust regulatory environment like we've never had before. And moreover, we don't see this throughout the rest of the world. I mean, our builders, our developers have to be protected here in the United States. They can't be fearful of policy through prosecution, of the ridiculousness that's gone on over the course of the last 4 years, more specifically. This is a complete sea change from what has been. And the SEC is even begging us to tell builders, come in and pitch us ideas. Tell us what you want to do. Let's give you the certainty you need to build here. And that's something that we're going to continue to encourage. I think that what's happening in the Solana ecosystem is phenomenal. We talked about with Genius a lot what this does for the U.S. economy. Not only ensuring with stablecoins, we're generally ensuring U.S. dollar dominance for decades to come, but updating just our current financial system and the archaic payment rails that have existed for quite some time. I mean, you look at other areas of technology, the ways in which we communicate, the way that the internet's evolved over the course of the last several decades. One thing that hasn't changed really is the way in which we move money. You still talk about settlement times being 5 to 7 days for overseas transactions. You're talking about a lack of transparency where the bank can hold your funds and say, yeah, we'll tell you when it gets there. Just trust us. That's no longer the case. This technology is undergirding what will really revolutionize the financial system more generally. And then you can start talking about really exciting things when you update these payment rails. You start talking about tokenization of public securities, possibly 24/7 markets. If you want to have access to those markets, you're going to have to be using a US dollar-backed stable. These are exciting places that we can go. And I think that really the Genius Act acts as the foundation of that. And so, people should be keeping their eye on what's happening in the Senate this week. I'm very optimistic that we're going to get this bill on the president's desk very shortly, and then we'll move on to market structure.
All right, Bo, so speaking on behalf of industry, we thank the administration for its support of builders and for making America the greatest place to build their businesses. You were just talking about Genius. Earlier this morning, we heard from Senator Hagerty, who's the lead sponsor of the bill. And on Monday, we saw, of course, a pivotal vote to advance towards a final count. That bill would be President Trump's second standalone crypto bill. Can you walk us through why it's important and why you expect to happen in the coming weeks as Genius makes its way to the president's desk?
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, I want to thank Senator Hagerty for his leadership on this. This has been quite the battle. A lot of people don't realize, especially that live and breathe this stuff in this space, is that there's still quite a bit of a knowledge gap that exists with certain legislators on Capitol Hill, and so it's a testament to Senator Hagerty's leadership here and his staff. I mean, Luke Pettit's done a phenomenal job working to get this home. But when the other legislators recognize the unlock that this is for the financial system and for the United States, and what this means in terms of leading the charge globally in terms of this digital asset technology revolution, they start to come on side very quickly. But as you can imagine, there's a lot of fear of the unknown. And so as we dispel a lot of the misnomers that are out there and the misinformation that exists, it's a lot easier to pull people in the same direction. I think that we've done that very successfully. The president's leadership team has been instrumental in getting this piece of legislation home as well, and we've worked very closely with the members on the Hill in a bipartisan way, which I think is also exciting. This should be something that all Americans should care deeply about. There's nothing partisan about digital assets. This is about innovation. This is about making sure the United States is the leader globally. Our Democratic colleagues certainly understand that, and we're excited to build this thing.
All right, so we also heard from Chairman French Hill this morning. He's been hard at work on market structure legislation and taking feedback from the industry on a draft that he released with Chairman Thompson and Subcommittee Chair Brian Stile. What is the market structure bill, and why is it important, and what should we expect on that?
Well, Chairman Hill and his team have done a phenomenal job here as well, and so has Brian, really just working to get us to a framework that I think industry is much more acceptive of. This isn't fit in its prior state, even though it's a testament to Congressman Patrick McHenry for all the work that he did before he left Congress to get us here. I mean, industry has been fighting in the midst of headwind for, I don't know, a decade now, and now we finally have the tailwinds at our back. It's time that we solidify a clear regulatory environment that allows for innovation, allows for builders to do what they need to do here in the United States, and allows for onshoring. So what market structure will do is provide the clarity that a lot of these folks in the industry need. They'll be told who their regulator is, what jurisdiction they have, who they need to go to get approval for what. The same things that any industry needs to thrive and advance here in the United States. Digital asset space is no different. And so it's high time that we have that clear regulatory standard set. and then we can fill in the backstop with interagency action with the President's working group and get this thing to a place where no one in the world will be able to outcompete us when it comes to digital asset technology growth, and that's an exciting place to be.
All right, so Bo, you bought your first Bitcoin back in 2013 after playing some college football in the Bitcoin Bowl, of course. Bitcoin is having its moment right now. It's at all-time highs, I think, as of yesterday or today. It seems like we have a new treasury, Bitcoin treasury company, launching every day as well. States are passing strategic Bitcoin reserves. I believe Texas, my home state, just passed one, I think, yesterday or the day before. There's now even Bitcoin on Solana. What are the federal government's plans for Bitcoins, including some of the mechanics that might be used to buy Bitcoin in a revenue-neutral fashion?
I'm starting to get this question quite a bit. Well, look, let's go back to the strategic Bitcoin reserve and the precedent that the president set with that. He was adamant that Bitcoin is digital gold and should be treated as such. And as the United States of America, we've done that by setting up the SBR, again, leading the globe. In terms of our acceptance of this asset class and what it means for the American people, we wanted to harness that. And we also wanted to recognize what's happening in other ecosystems and encourage that as well, which is why we have the Digital Assets National Stockpile. Look, we firmly understand that Bitcoin is unique. It's a commodity, not a security. It has intrinsic stored value. As David likes to say, it has the immaculate conception, right? But look, inside of this executive order, there were really two big things that took place. One, we said we are no longer going to sell Bitcoin as a country, period. Again, we want to harness this asset for the American people. And then two, we can look at budget-neutral ways that don't cost the taxpayer a dime of accumulation. And I get asked all the time from different journalists, how much do you want? I'm like, that's a very silly question. For the United States of America, we want as much Bitcoin as we can possibly accumulate. And so we're fleshing out these ideas with the folks over at Treasury, the folks at Commerce. If you read the EO and the fine print, it kicks a lot of the responsibility in terms of producing these ideas over to these interagency actors. But we'll flesh that out amongst the working group, and then we'll move on those that are most expeditiously implemented. But that's not to say it's one size fits all. I mean, there's countless ways in which we can do this. We've certainly heard several great ideas, and as the president likes to say, he has a lot of high IQ people in his cabinet. So we'll continue to work out exactly what this is going to look like, but I can assure you that we'll move quickly on it.
All right, so every part of the government has been turning reports into your office, or will be, sorry, over the next few weeks on how the rules and regulations need to be updated for the crypto economy. When you get those reports, what's the process for aligning priorities and executing on those changes?
So again, this will all be compiled on this 180-day report, and I keep calling it a report, but it'll look much more like a book. We have, even at the staff level amongst these interagency actors, really intelligent people that have been in this space and understand it. And so our goal is that this will run in parallel to what's happening on Capitol Hill in this construction phase. These pieces of legislation that will have a lasting impact. We can fill in the backstop with the 180-day report of how interagency actors should treat any gaps that might exist inside of this new framework. And so, it's kind of a dual process, because as we're talking through things as a working group and providing technical feedback to the staffers on the Hill that are devising this new policy, we're working together to create a seamless transition into a completely different landscape for the industry itself. But we have to keep our eye on the ball in terms of interagency, ensuring that there are no gaps that exist, and that there's full clarity and transparency of what government's expecting and how industry can operate inside of this new environment. And I think that we're going to get to that very quickly in short order.
All right, so we have two more questions for you, Bo. Solana's North Star has been to build decentralized NASDAQ, meaning a global state machine that can ingest millions of trades per second from all over the world and settle them in real time. This year, we're starting to see meaningful traction in real-world assets, and specifically tokenized funds and securities coming on-chain, especially on Solana. Actually, yesterday, Kraken announced US equities are coming on Solana. Drift and Camino have had announcements with Apollo, one of the largest credit managers on Wall Street earlier this week. So the question for you is, what would you and the administration like to see happening in terms of crypto innovation and financial market structure with these RWAs coming on-chain?
This kind of gets us to the third phase of this process, which is implementation. It's helping traditional financial players understand where they can plug these new technologies into what has been an archaic system for quite some time. And I think that one thing that's extremely exciting about this is we have the traditional financial players banging down our door asking us, who are the right players in this space to work with? Who do you like? What technology do you see? How do you see this working in the traditional financial markets? That is going to occur very quickly after this new regulatory framework is established. I think these players are excited to figure out ways in which these technologies can benefit their enterprises, and we want to help them do that. And so, moreover, I think it's just a testament to everything that's being built in real time and how quickly it's being done. I think that I agree with David in the sense of that we're moving at tech speed, and we're going to expect the traditional financial players to adopt a lot of these technologies as we create this framework. For a while, there was a lot of hesitation because you'd show up at the SEC, you'd pitch something that's new, and then they'd be writing your Wells notice before you could get in the elevator. That's no longer the case anymore. And so these traditional players understanding that that clarity exists and they have something to point to in terms of technological integrations and the safety net that's built will be instrumental in unlocking a revolutionized system in which I think we're heading full steam ahead to getting to.
All right, last question for you, Bo. You've obviously explored the Solana ecosystem. Through that exploration, just curious, what has stood out the most? Fees, costs, stablecoins, anything else?
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
Oh, I was just, what has stood out to you the most? Fees, cost, latency, stablecoins, or anything else that might stand out?
I think it's a combination of everything. One thing that's really, I've been surprised, a welcome surprise, is that industries come together in a way that they never have before, especially with Genius over the course of the last couple of weeks. What I was told when I took this job is you're going to have to mitigate a lot of schisms that exist between different industry actors. And in reality, we saw all three of the major trades come out in support of Genius. There was a lot of trust from industry that we would get the bill to the right place. In its current state, I think it's in a phenomenal place. Obviously, with the DeFi language tweaks and everything else that's there, protecting that innovation, allowing it to occur. The welcome surprise for me is how well the industry has matured, come to the table, and really explain to these legislators how important this process is for them in order to unlock innovation here in the US. So if we can continue with that momentum going into market structure, I think we'll be in a really good place.
Awesome. Well, hey, Bo, we are out of time. Thank you all again for coming here. Thank Bo for all the incredible work he does at the White House and in DC. Really appreciate everything you do, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Kyle. The policy doors are opening, as we just heard from Bo and Kyle. And as he said, the folks, the institutions are banging on the door and trying to get through. Our next panel, or our next conversation, is going to focus on the future of institutional adoption in Solana and the ecosystem more broadly. Joining Jacqueline Melinek in conversation is a man who needs no introduction, Anthony Scaramucci.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Hello.
All right.
Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Happy almost Memorial Day weekend. You doing anything fun for Memorial Day?
I'm already having a great time, right? I mean, the Trump administration just left the stage, and I'm on the stage. I'm feeling great,
Okay, Anthony. We'll get into it.
We're not talking politics. I just thought that was fantastic, right? Okay, go ahead.
I mean, to be fair, though, they are into digital assets. They've kind of opened up the door.
I give them a lot of credit, okay? I give David Sachs, Bo Hines, Atkins at SEC, I give these guys a lot of credit. The industry is going to benefit from the actions that these guys are taking, and they are putting to bed, in my opinion, the issue of partisanship around cryptocurrency regulation. So the best countries, when they regulate, they don't regulate from a partisan bias. And I think the last administration, frankly, was regulating from a partisan bias unnecessarily. It was forcing people outside the United States, forcing intellectual capital outside the United States, and I applaud these guys for not doing that.
Mm-hmm. So I didn't even introduce you, and maybe Miller did before, but Anthony Scaramucci, founder and managing partner of Skybridge, as well as SALT. We last saw each other at SALT Bermuda, which you were hosting, and a big part of what you do is talk to institutions a lot. And obviously you've been in the space for a number of years, but you've seen it come and go with the interest. Where do you see the interest right now in institutions, specifically on Solana, given that we're at this conference?
Well, here's what I say. I'm in the process of writing a book on Solana, and so the way I write these books is I get like a research team together, and then we go out and we interview people. We interviewed Kyle as an example, Anatoly, Raj, the whole gamut of people, Julie, et cetera. And in the process, we've interviewed chief technology officers from around Wall Street, because there's going to be a moment in time where you get that inflection point where people are like, okay, we have to tokenize. It's cheaper, it's more efficient. Remember, I came into the business of Wall Street 40 years ago. We were T+5, so literally you bought something, you had to wait 5 days, Jack, until it got into your account. It went to T+3, now it's T+1, but everybody in this room knows with Solana, it could be T+, I don't know, let's say a minute, just to exaggerate, but it's probably 30 seconds. And so we also know that we're spending a fortune still on transaction verification. So if we could use things like Solana over the blockchain to verify the transactions, we'll save a lot of money. It's like, in the research for the book, it's $7 trillion globally that we spend verifying transactions. So that's a tremendous number. So I would just say that the CTOs I talk to, they don't want to lose their jobs. And so Solana, because of the ecosystem, because of the scale, because of the functionality, the cheapness, the throughput of Solana, it's going to be one of the major rail systems. It's not going to be the only rail system, because the world is just too big. Think of the cloud. You know, you've got 5 or 6, 10 or 12, depending on the country, different cloud providers. So you will have different providers, but this will be one of the principal providers. So if Bitcoin is the operating layer for money, Solana will be the operating layer for real-world assets, stocks and bonds, and tokenization. Not saying there won't be others, but they'll be together.
And institutions want to start doing on-chain finance on the front of real-world assets, tokenization, everything. You're nodding your head, so that's a yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's all going to happen. But I think the stablecoin legislation, the Genius Act, et cetera, are going to accelerate those things. And if we had less uncertainty about the tariff situation, less uncertainty about the global economy, I think that stuff would come faster.
You're also writing a book. We could talk about that. Solana Rising is what it's called. Maybe you could show the audience what it looks like if you want. But what was the impetus behind this, and why Solana?
The title of the book is Solana Rising.
Yeah.
And the cover is sort of like the sun, because I feel like Solana's more or less moving at the speed of light. And what do we know about the sun? Well, we get all of our energy from the sun, and basically that energy is free from the sun, at least, you know, for our DNA and things like that. And so my thing about Solana is it has all the metrics that you would want if you were a chief technology officer somewhere at an investment bank. If you were saying, okay, we're going to tokenize, it's cheaper to do that, what are we going to use? We'll end up using them. And an example I often use for people is long distance phone lines. When I was a kid, if you were traveling in Europe, you had to go to like the post office in Rome. You'd buy a phone card. It was $15 for 5 minutes. And you could talk to your folks, and at the end of the 5 minutes, they cut off the phone. Today, you can go in any cafe in Rome. You could just put stuff on the internet. You have a costless call. You have a George Jetson FaceTime call. And yet the phone companies didn't go out of business. Nobody really went out of business. They just changed their business models. So that's going to happen on Wall Street. You know, Jamie Dimon, the poor guy, right? He hates Bitcoin. You know, says he likes the blockchain. He had to say last week that he's going to let people buy Bitcoin. He says they can't custody it yet, but they will. They'll be custodying tokens like Solana and other layer 1 assets at JP Morgan. There'll be yield strategies off of these things, and we'll be using these things as the same way we use the cloud. You know, Again, I must be getting old, because I remember my CTO at Skybridge saying, we don't want to put anything on the cloud. And I was like, well, why not? He's like, well, we won't have the control over the information anymore. Turns out it was safer, more anonymous, and cheaper to use the cloud. And that's what's going to happen with this. And so we write a lot about this in the book. It's going to come out in September.
So you think Jamie Dimon's going to come around? slowly?
Yeah, he's already come around, I think. But here's the problem. In fairness to Jamie Dimon, he's got to sit at the Congress and listen to Elizabeth Warren. And so when you've got a regime like the Biden administration, and Elizabeth Warren's been empowered to regulate and pick the players in regulation for the administration for financial services, what is he supposed to do? He's got to sort of toe the line. And so I think the thing that the Trump administration has done, which I give them a lot of credit for, this would be Bo, David, other members of that team, is that they are really trying to make this a bipartisan thing. And again, just a quick example on that, they were talking about the Bitcoin reserve. The way that executive order was architected is providing space for Democrats to get on board. You don't want a partisan idea, a partisan asset in the reserve. You know, the Democrats and Republicans don't argue about gold being in our reserve. They don't argue about oil. They don't argue about medical equipment. But they could potentially argue about something like Bitcoin because it's such a new asset in their minds. And I think this is very positive that they're doing it in this slower sort of a way.
There's another theme within the Solana ecosystem and the broader crypto space about capital formation, capital markets, bringing everything on chain, IPOs on chain, especially within Solana. I've heard that on stage and in conversations I've been having. What do you think about that? Do you think it makes sense to bring IPOs on chain and create more opportunity, or how do you look at that?
So, I mean, the short answer is yes. Not only does it create more opportunity, but it gives people that are non-traditionally linked to traditional banking an opportunity. So you don't have to have a bank account to buy an IPO on chain. You need a wallet. And so if you think about the millions of people, several hundred million people, it's probably more than a billion actually, but there's so many unbanked people. But if you just think about the idea that we could go around the banking system, imagine yourself starting a company and you've got people that have wallets out there, layer 1 protocols and wallets, and you want to go public, and you could actually do it. You could actually crowdsource the public offering through the tokenization process. So again, this will just expand the opportunity of potential participants to be involved in the IPO. And it's also better for the companies because it gives them easier access and lower cost assets to capital. And just use these numbers. If you wanted to be Microsoft went public in 1986, and they paid Goldman Sachs 7% of the public offering. So they went public at $1 billion. You know, if they sold $1 billion of stock, they paid Goldman $70 million. If you were going to tokenize through an IPO process like this, you know, we're talking about 10, 20 basis points versus 700 basis points.
Big difference.
Big difference.
Mm-hmm. Last thing, Anthony, you have a lot of conversations with asset managers, allocators, institutions, people in the industry. What is something that you're paying attention to that you think others should also be watching?
So it's a good question. The number one thing that I'm actually paying attention to, and I'm not saying other people aren't paying attention to it, but I can tell you Michael Saylor is definitely paying attention to it. These assets are transitioning into yield-bearing assets. Solana, certainly you have the staking situation, but Solana is going to be a healthy enough operating system, a healthy enough piece of software where you're going to be able to lend your Solana out. You're going to be able to go to a Goldman Sachs of crypto, like a Galaxy, post up your Solana. Sure, you'll get your staking, but you'll also be able to lend it out and get yield in addition to that. I'm not saying other people aren't talking about that, but that's something that we're working on inside of Skybridge.
Amazing. Anthony, thank you so
guys,
much.
Thank you. Have a great
everyone for
Memorial
listening
Day
in.
weekend. Thank you guys for being here. Okay, thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give it up for Anthony and Jacqueline. Up next is a guest who needs no introduction. Her team has a track record of betting on transformative technologies early, from Tesla to the first spot Bitcoin ETF. Kathy Wood is one of Bitcoin's most vocal institutional voices. viewing Bitcoin as a revolutionary asset class that serves as a hedge against global monetary debasement. Last month, ARK Invest also became the first US asset manager to gain Solana exposure through the 3IQ Solana staking ETF. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kathy Wood, founder and CEO of ARK Invest, and Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg for a fireside chat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julian.
All right. Thank you all for attending this session. This is my first ever Solana event. I've done a couple crypto. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm new to the crypto space. Well, I've been kind of in it for 2 years since the ETFs came to be, and that's my specialty. So before I came here, I polled my audience on Twitter, which coin would you pick if you had 3 choices? Ethereum, Solana, XRP. And Solana won by a lot. 46%, Ether 38%, and XRP 16%. You have all these coins to choose from. You're an active manager. Does this track with how you look at those altcoins?
It actually does. I would say from a consumer point of view. So Solana has been very interesting. It is what I would call anti-fragile. In that it is really one of the few protocols that has gone through a full market cycle, including 2021, when Sam Bankman-Fried was a huge supporter of Solana. So everyone thought, okay, well, that's that. And here we go. It resurrected. And not only that, in July of 24, the number of new developers developing to the Solana ecosystem surpassed that of Ethereum and became the highest. So I think I always say follow the developers, and it is catering, this network, while Ethereum is much more institutional, I would say, Solana is catering to and attracting the consumers because it is much lower cost, and it's much more agile, quicker, adding updates and so forth. At ARK, one of the things we look for in a new technology is falling costs and accelerating uptake, and that's certainly Solana.
So I got to give Kathy credit. She was so far ahead of the Bitcoin bet than anyone else in the active world, mutual fund or ETF. She bought GBTC in what year?
GBTC we bought in 2015 when Bitcoin was $250.
Yeah, that is way ahead, right? I think a lot of the traditional finance world is definitely catching up and sort of catching the bug. I know the Bitcoin ETFs broke every kind of record you can imagine in terms of flows and assets and institutional owners, and now we got all-time highs, so that's really off to the races. Ether underwhelmed a little, and we're yet to see Solana, XRP, and a bunch of altcoins. We think they'll come out this summer. Do you anticipate a spot Solana ETF will, again, bring in new investors? How successful do you think it would be relative to those other coins?
Well, I think one of the reasons the Ether ETF has been less than, successful than people expected is, our regulators did not allow staking. Now, I don't know if you know this, but we were one of the first to gain access to both Ether and Solana ETFs through 3IQ in Canada because they allow staking. And of course, with 6 to 8% yields on Solana and 2.5 to 3% on Ether, that was the preferred way to go. And Canada is punching well above its weight for that reason. So I think the answer to your question is, will our regulators allow staking, right? For Ether, they did not, and I think that was one of the problems. I should give a shout out to our partners on ARKB, 21 Shares. They launched their ETP, their Solana ETP in Europe in 2021. Now, the world seemed to be falling apart then, but it turns out that that was perfect timing.
Yeah, no, 21 shares, if you don't know them, they're in Europe. They have had everything that's just now being filed like 7, 8 years ago. They were just, again, they were as ahead of the curve as you were. The SEC, right? We've got Gensler gone, new SEC. I think they're going to allow staking. So I guess my question is, if you have a spot ETF, how much can you stake? Maybe not 100%. And I mean, can we assume they're going to allow staking?
You know, honestly, I don't know. I think this administration is much more friendly, but it comes down to what is a security, right, at the end of the day. So I think they'll find a way, but again, I don't know.
Well, the first step was dropping all the lawsuits where they named it as a security. So at least that's gone. Yes, right?
Yes.
Huge. I was at a Grayscale event yesterday, and they talked about how different it is to sit with the SEC now. A lot of times, what used to be like, no, 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 is like, this will work, right? You know, I mean, they're pretty much like open to it. And BlackRock, you got BlackRock on the case. They want it. Larry wants it. That's usually a pretty good sign. So let's assume they allow staking. We got an Ether staked and a Solana staked. How much do you think they can stake? How much would you stake if you could do 100%? How much of an ETF can you really sort of be without? In ETFs, you really can't lend out more than a third typically.
Right.
But maybe a third, so you get a third of that yield. Is that what we're going to look at? Okay.
Yes, yes. And I do think you'll have, we know BlackRock certainly has said Bitcoin, Ether, don't know about Solana. So we don't know if that staking feature will change their mind. I think as more and more people understand the segmentation here, Bitcoin is ossified by design. You know, it is backed by the largest computer network in the world. Ether is more flexible, but more decentralized than Solana is. That has enabled Solana to do a lot more of the things that consumers are attracted in terms of social-fi. So it was very interesting, I think just in the last week, that Kraken said it was going to introduce tokens on individual stocks like NVIDIA and Tesla on the Solana protocol. I think that is a very good seal of approval here. But they know that they're catering to consumers more than to institutions.
Yeah, so speaking of institutions, so you're an active fund, and performance is everything. GBTC, I looked at your returns, and that early 5-year run of ARK, GBTC was like a third of the total return. It was like a PED inside the fund. It was like totally boosting the returns. Now that ETFs for Solana exist, I know it's in Canada, but let's assume we get these on the market. Are we going to see like active managers follow you from the likes of T. Rowe and Fidelity and be like, well, I got to have a little of that booster rocket in my portfolio, and you'll find like a stock ETF, like your internet fund has Solana, and you have another one with the Fintech. Will they add these coins in as if they're sort of stocks, given they are kind of like a stock? They represent a network effect. Will we see that?
I think so, because what we're talking about here is you can classify what they are as technologies. You can classify them as a new asset class. So you get 2 for 1 in these portfolios. I think it's going to be very important for these larger players to participate in this new asset class inside the equity ETFs.
So one thing, the ETFs, when you trade an ETF, it's 1 basis point spread. I mean, that rules, right? I went on and tried to do my own wallet, and it was a friction-y, but really the commission, even for Bitcoin, was like 1.5%. From a TradFi person, this is outrageous. You talk about cost with Solana. What's the compression of fees going to be like? Because in the TradFi world, if you can bring fees down, you will get bites.
Yes.
It's good for business.
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons you're interested in Solana?
Yes. Well, we learned from Bitcoin. We thought the fees, if you're talking about the expense ratio, we thought they would be higher. But as we began to think about this, especially with BlackRock coming in and being very competitive, we said, wait a minute, this is a public good. We want everyone to have access to Bitcoin at the lowest cost. And I think as the DeFi world, although let's call it something more familiar to the institutional world, the internet financial system, or in India they call it the Finternet. As that evolves, I think that we're going to see a scaling, because what is happening here? These protocols are going to take away the tax in the financial system, because in the early days of the internet, no developer understood that there were going to be any financial services or commerce or anything. So they didn't build the layer in. This is simply what's happening now, and it shouldn't seem so daunting to people. It's the Finternet.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin is so easy to explain to a boomer or an advisor. It's digital gold. Done, got it. The other ones are tougher.
Yes.
How would you describe Solana to a 60-40 investor in a couple words?
Well, I think let's do it this way. If we're thinking about Ether first, I think smart contracts. Same for Solana, but I think they'll understand smart contracts first. And then, institutions, and you're saying 60-year-olds, I'm older than that. I think they might be a little turned off by what happened with the Trump meme coin. I mean, that might scare them. And so they might start in the smart contract world with Ether, but once they see, I always say follow the developers. Once they study the technology and follow the developers and see the uptake by consumers, I think they will get there.
And I'd like to ask about your new venture. You say you're going to launch a fund that is going to look at early stage venture fund development. Can you describe what you're looking at? I'm sure a lot of people here might try to accost you afterwards. But what's that going to be like?
Well, it's an early stage blockchain venture fund. We're launching it in St. Petersburg, Florida at our innovation center there. And again, we are very focused on Solana in this regard when it comes to consumer uptake, focused on, of course, Ethereum and the long tail. So, but Solana is gaining or garnering a lot of our attention because of the developer build out. So very excited about that. You know, what we're hoping to do is, so for everyone, we have ARKB in partnership with 21 Shares. In our ARKW and ARKF, as you mentioned, we have exposure to Bitcoin, Solana, and Ethereum. And I think we were one of the first to gain exposure to all three of them. So that's in the public markets. We also have private digital asset portfolios. And we're starting to scale those. And so we were missing this last one, the early stage, because there are so many great ideas. And we would like to help fund them and help them scale.
And you're also looking to launch a fund that's basically an active crypto picking public fund.
Yes.
Obviously, this would be after the ETFs launch. Is there a lot of alpha to be had here? Do you think a lot of managers will be attracted to sort of trying to pick the different blockchains and the crypto and the tokens and basically try to outperform that way?
Yes, well, we have an analyst specifically focused on on-chain analytics, which I don't think there are many of those out there in any other firm. And we are already, before we launch, and you're right, we hope to manage or to launch the first actively managed, broad-based crypto fund. So yes, we think there will be a lot of alpha. On-chain analytics are quite powerful, more powerful than the data we get for equities, for example. So transparent. So I think we're getting ready to, as you said, deliver the alpha.
And are we this bullish that in 5-10 years, most people will have a wallet and a lot of things will be converted to the blockchain and tokenized. Is that where we're going? Am I going to be I'm an ETF analyst. Am I going to have to change the name of my team to the token analysts?
I think there's going to be a place for both. I think the ETFs are an important stepping stone because, you know, wallets, it just seems so complicated, so much friction for consumers. They just want to push a button.
Yeah.
So ETFs, for those who want the convenience, I don't think will lose a lot of their luster, but they will be a stepping stone into wallet-based. And why do we want wallets? We actually want the decentralization. These are insurance policies against something going wrong in the traditional world. You know, I was just talking to Bilal from Pakistan, and I can't tell you how grateful he is that Solana and Ether and Bitcoin exist. 50 million people have a wallet in Pakistan. Only 300,000 people have a brokerage account. That gives you a sense of where this is really taking off.
Okay, we're out of time. One final question. You have a Bitcoin price target. Do you have a Solana price target?
You know, we're working towards that, and we'll publish it with the background material when we've pulled all the research together.
Okay, stay tuned for that. Round of applause for Kathy Wood here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Super cool. Big things are coming. Solana is truly for everyone. Up next, we have someone who is a real pioneer in crypto policy. I don't think anything that is happening in Washington would be happening without her. My favorite fun fact is that she was the first senator to say the word DeFi in the Senate on the congressional record. So we're very grateful to have her. Joining Colin McLaren from the Solana Policy Institute is the senator from the great state of New York, Kirsten Gillibrand.
Thank you, Miller. How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm well.
You're well?
Very well.
Well, Senator Gillibrand, thank you so much for joining us here at Solana Policy Day. It's been a really exciting day with a ton of great leaders, but I am so excited to be sitting here talking to you. You really have been, I think, among Democratic senators, the first and finest. You were one of our first supporters, I think, when it was kind of scarce in the Democratic Party on who was on our team. But with your help, that number has grown and continues to grow. And you've been an incredibly important legislator when it comes to crypto policy. As a former securities lawyer, I'm sure you're the most fun person at a cocktail party. But you really do have what I think is an incredibly deep understanding of the technology and of our aims for the technology. You also currently serve as the chair of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. So you really are leading the way for Democrats to take back the Senate. And in that process have really been a champion for us as well on making sure that everyone understands when they come into Congress that crypto is a very important thing to us. In a Senate Democratic caucus formerly dominated by the anti-crypto army and Senator Elizabeth Warren, your leadership on the issue has been a breath of fresh air, and we are truly grateful to have you there. To start, can you share what drew you to this space originally and why you've made crypto policy such a priority in your agenda?
So the first time I ever heard about cryptocurrency or blockchain was from my son when he was about 12 years old. And because he was a gamer, this was a important part of the ecosystem that he was in. And I didn't understand anything about it, but over the years that followed, I became more and more interested. And when some mutual friends of mine were very much immersed in this space, I sat down with them and really learned the industry. At the same time, I met Cynthia Lummis, and Cynthia told me that she was trying to write the first market structure bill for cryptocurrency, and I said I would love to partner with you and work on that. So we've been working as a team for the past 3 years on market structure. We've also wrote a stablecoin bill, which is now part of the bill that is going through Congress. So we are very excited about the work that we are doing and happy to be in this space.
Well, you said it, not me. The elephant in the room, the stablecoin bill. Thank you so much for your work on that. You introduced it along with Senator Haggerty, Senator Scott, and Lummis. You've really created an incredible bipartisan product that we are really excited about. The Solana ecosystem, as all of you know, uses stablecoins in countless transactions and applications to utilize the stability to transfer the value across chain. Could you share with the audience what is really inside this legislation? Kind of get under the hood and tell us why this is impactful for Solana's developers, for the projects, and for users.
Well, the reason why this stablecoin bill is so important is because there are millions and millions of users across the globe, and there's already been issued over $200 billion of US dollar-backed stablecoins. We have domestic participants, we have foreign participants, but there's no real rules of the road. And so what this bill does is lay out who you have to be if you want to be an issuer in the United States, what rules you have to follow if you want to be a federal issuer, what rules you have to follow if you want to be a state issuer, and then what rules you have to follow if you are a foreign issuer who wants to sell those stablecoins in the United States. Now, the simplicity of this bill is that anybody who issues in the United States is going to be treated as a financial services company. Our financial services laws are really clear. They have to follow the Bank Secrecy Act. We have Know Your Customer, anti-money laundering requirements. If you're going to be a foreign issuer and want to sell in the United States, you have to show that your jurisdiction has the same protections that we have in this jurisdiction. And those protections are important because they're trying to create financial stability across the entire ecosystem of financial services. And so this is a very good place to start on how you create a system where consumers are going to be protected, that they know when they buy a stablecoin, it's one-to-one dollar backed, and that when you have an account that is holding that dollar for you to issue that stablecoin, that account has Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering requirements, that account is safe and sound under US banking laws and trust laws. And so it just makes the system so much more reliable. So when a person's deciding which stablecoin do I want to buy, they might decide, well, I really like the safety and soundness of the US banking system. I like the fact that this new bill requires all these protections for consumers. I want to buy a US dollar-backed stablecoin that's issued in the United States. That's going to create dollar dominance ultimately. It creates stability in our financial services industry, and it creates a set of rules that people can follow and know that they are protected from scammers and grifters who are trying to steal their money from other jurisdictions or from other places.
One of the incredible things about the Solana blockchain is how fast it reaches consensus. You can't say that about Congress. You've played an incredible role in brokering what I think is a very tenuous negotiation that's happened over the past months and weeks, and you've navigated building what I think is a really great bipartisan product. All of this happening against the backdrop of Senator Warren's war on crypto, and the Trump family's foray into the technology. What lessons have you learned about building bipartisan consensus on these issues?
So I can just certainly start by saying Trump being involved in this industry is the worst news ever for this industry. I can't overstate how disruptive his activities have been, because largely what he's been doing is illegal. When President Trump issues a meme coin, and he invites investors from all over the globe, from foreign adversaries to countries and people and businesses that want to influence him, he is breaking the emoluments clause of the Constitution. It is illegal 100%. And so when he says he wants to start a cryptocurrency industry and he wants to have a stablecoin, he should have no involvement in that business, because if he does, again, he may well break the emoluments clause. It's illegal for members of Congress, for senior members of administration, to be able to create some business opportunity where they're going to make money off any type of consumer or any type of constituent where they can sell their office. That law should apply to President Trump. It should apply to his senior cabinet members and the entire Congress. And so when he gets involved, it undermines the legitimacy and the strength of this industry, so it is not good news. However, However, I am somebody who works every day in Congress on a bipartisan basis to try to solve problems for my state, to try to help people in my state on every level for all sorts of things. And so I always work on a bipartisan basis. Every piece of legislation I've ever written, I've started with a strong Republican ally to build consensus from the beginning. And so when Cynthia and I started talking about cryptocurrency and blockchain and a market structure framework, we realized that stablecoin was perhaps the simplest of everything that we were doing, perhaps the lowest hanging fruit. And so when we got involved with Senator Hagerty, who was going to be the lead on stablecoins, we started negotiating from day one about the things that we thought created safety and soundness, things that we thought would create stability in the industry, things that would protect our community banks, that would protect the state regulatory structures, that would protect consumer protection laws on both the federal and state level, to make sure our consumers were protected. And so we've really enjoyed working together as a collaborative group. Angela Alsobrooks, who's one of the newest members of the Senate Banking Committee, she joined our coalition of negotiators. And over time, we added Ruben Gallego and Mark Warner as well. And so together, the six of us really worked hard towards building this consensus to get everyone and every stakeholder heard so we could build the best set of laws that we possibly could conceive of. And so I'm really proud of the work we've done.
That's fantastic, and thank you for work on that. To pivot now to other major legislation on the horizon for the 119th Congress, builders are desperate for clear answers to questions as simple as, is what I'm building a security or a commodity? Can I build this in the United States, or should I build this in a more friendly jurisdiction? With current bipartisan momentum in the Senate, do you think we have an opportunity to get market structure legislation done? And if so, what timeline are we talking about here?
So I'm optimistic that if we have a large negotiating group like we just had, 5 or 6 senators working together from the beginning to write a market structure bill, that we can come up with a very good bipartisan framework. I think it's very important to have a process to know when you're offering a digital asset, whether it's a digital security or a digital commodity. A lot of current law can be looked at to figure that out. If you are a centralized company that is issuing something akin to a stock and the value of that asset goes up or down based on how well you're managing your company, how well or how good the service you're offering is, that will typically be seen as a security because it's consistent with current law. It's called the Howey test. If what you're offering is very decentralized, there is no centralized authority that's deciding what and how something's being offered or issued or the price, that is much more like a commodity. So that would be treated as a digital commodity. And so our legislation hopefully will align with those two basic principles so it's easy for innovators and investors and companies to know how and who their primary regulator will be. I also think there will be ways to begin to look at DeFi. DeFi is probably the hardest thing to figure out how do you regulate it because a lot of DeFi doesn't have any centralized management or a board or a CEO or a committee that's in charge. And as a consequence, it's very hard to assess who's in charge and how do you attribute liability. And so DeFi is going to be the really most, I think, difficult and challenging intellectual exercise about how do you regulate a protocol that sits on the internet forever to be used and updated by multiple parties at all times. It's a very different idea that we don't really have a great parallel in the non-digital world. Most things you have a parallel to begin to think about, but DeFi doesn't really have a parallel. We might start looking at property law. We might start looking at infrastructure. It's an interesting concept, and so that is going to be the challenge of the bill. But I'm very optimistic that the rest of the bill, which Cynthia and I have a draft of that we've had for a couple of years, we have a place to start to work from. DeFi, less so.
Do you think the August 1st timeline is still one that we're thinking about?
I don't know. I mean, I certainly, we're not going to there's no magic date. I think we're going to work as hard as we can, as fast as we can, to make sure it's effective and good and comprehensive. So we'll see. We'll see how the House does their work. We'll see how the Senate does their work. Tim Scott's been a very a focused chairman. He really cares about this issue. So I imagine him putting a lot of committee time to do the kind of hearings and analysis that will be needed to do a bill in a timely way.
And from your time helping broker Genius, what lessons have you learned that you think you can apply to this market structure conversation, which is arguably a harder one? What have you learned from it, and how are you going to do it differently?
So I think the areas where additional expertise is super helpful is when you focus on terrorism financing and you focus on national security issues. I hope that we bring someone to our negotiating group who that is their area of interest and expertise, because that is the area where a lot of these are issues of first impression. Because the internet, because of its frictionless existence and its worldwide nature, it's often used in illicit ways. So when you're trying to reduce use of any platform or any technology for terrorism, terrorist finance, illicit finance, it's hard to do. And so that's an area where if we can get some very smart senators to join the conversation, it might help us.
So I'll pivot away from legislation now. In addition to your hard work that you do legislating, you also have a key role leading the Democratic effort to retake the Senate majority. For folks in this room who may be pro-crypto, who might be Democrat, but are nervous about the Democratic Party and the role that Elizabeth Warren's anti-crypto army plays in it, what is your case to the crypto voter for supporting Dems in upcoming elections?
So I would just suggest that in this election, it's about what kind of country do you want. And I think President Trump has done some things that are very alarming to the American people. I think taking money out of Medicaid is very damaging. To have 8.6 million less people be able to get their health care through Medicaid is very alarming. People who are on Medicare are people with disabilities, seniors, veterans, and children, and pregnant women. So we need health care in this country. And when you are literally taking away health care for those Medicaid recipients because you want tax breaks for the uber wealthy, it's just morally wrong, and it's unfair, and it doesn't represent our values as a nation. Similarly, when President Trump attacked Social Security is our money. So when you put your little bit of money in your Social Security every paycheck you get, you don't expect it to be robbed to give tax benefits to the ultra wealthy. And so I think people are looking at this next election as a way to create oversight and accountability over the Trump administration. I think they want a balance of power. They don't want one party to have all levers of power, because when you have all levers of power, you often overreach, and the harms that are caused are real and substantial. So I think many voters are going to be looking for that balance of power to be restored, and I will be working on that with really great candidates in a lot of red and purple states. They will be moderates. They will be people who understand red and purple America well. They will be people who understand the challenges that people face every day, and they'll understand why some people voted for President Trump, because they wanted a change, they wanted a disruption, they wanted things done differently, and they will understand that. And not only will they not criticize that, they will offer their own solutions and their own vision for how they would fix those problems that those voters wanted fixed. So I'm optimistic that in this election, we will have a dozen or so very strong candidates running in red and purple states who will offer a better vision for America, especially for their states, especially when it comes to these economic issues. When tariffs keep going up and down because President Trump doesn't have a clear vision about the economy, it results in businesses having to raise their prices and people not being able to afford their food or their housing or their medicine. And so those are the type of issues that these races are going to depend on. And just to defend my colleague, Senator Warren, we have a great relationship. She is a very kind and thoughtful person who cares deeply about her constituents and deeply about the world. We just disagree about this industry and how to regulate it. But she is a very thoughtful and kind person who I enjoy working with on all the other issues we work on.
Absolutely. In the 2024 election, we saw the rise of the crypto voter with unprecedented engagement from grassroots voter mobilization to arguably the most powerful super PAC, Fair Shake. How can the Solana community most effectively engage with legislators like yourself to help shape the policies that impact their ability to build?
So what was the first part of the question?
How can the Solana community most effectively engage with legislators like yourself?
So the really important thing I would suggest is just be heard. Come to Washington, ask to meet with your member of Congress, ask to meet with your senator, especially if you have businesses in their state or in their district. Most members of Congress want to meet their constituents. They want to know what you care about and why you care about it. And I would just suggest that this industry is so new, it's so sophisticated and complex. Not everybody gets elected to come to Congress because they're a securities lawyer. No, like none of them do. Like they tend to be farmers or the small business owners or moms in tennis shoes. There's all these different reasons why people want to serve in Congress, but rarely is it because they're super smart when it comes to banking and securities legislation. So I would just give them a beat, give them time to learn your industry, learn what you're doing and why, who your customers are. One of the most exciting things about blockchain is that and especially as it's used in financial services, is that it democratizes finance. It opens up access to capital around the globe. Your last speaker just mentioned her friends in Afghanistan and how most people have a wallet, they do not have a bank account. And for millions of Americans who are unbanked or underbanked, this is how they can buy things, it's how they can invest things, it's how they can have ownership of their resources without predatory lending or predatory fees every time they want to send money to a loved one or participate in the financial world. And so I would just suggest, please make yourselves available. Understand people don't have the knowledge base that you do in this industry, and to give them time to learn it. Because they want to serve their constituents, and as their constituents, you matter to them.
So I want to close with an open-ended question. You've put in a ton of work to get a variety of pieces of legislation on this topic done. You're expending political capital. You're doing the hard work of pushing back on misinformation and promoting the positive characteristics and qualities of this industry. New York has long been the financial capital of the world. How do you think effective crypto policies will impact New Yorkers for years to come?
So one of the reasons why I got involved in this space was because I want to make sure New York stays the center of the world financial markets. And we have a lot of innovators here. We have a lot of stakeholders here. We have a lot of businesses based here. In fact, New York City, Brooklyn, is vying for supremacy over Silicon Valley in many respects because we want our tech businesses to locate here. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to be a leader is so I could understand what our stakeholders are trying to do, what their business models involve, making sure that this doesn't destroy access to regular finance so that you have people who can continue to go to a community bank and get a mortgage or get a loan for their small business. That is not a business that a lot of the blockchain innovators are in. And so we want to make sure we have all financial services being vibrant and successful and growing in the United States and in New York. And so I feel really proud that I've spent the time and effort to learn this industry so that it can compete worldwide, so that our innovators and our entrepreneurs can thrive here in the United States and know ultimately that we can outcompete foreign participants because our laws are better. Our laws are more reliable, and our legal system is a stronger legal system. In that regard, we can then move our markets towards our platforms and our businesses because we can offer better financial services and better structure in our regulatory protections for consumers.
Well, Senator, thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we're going to have a 10-minute break. Please stick around. We have one more hour of programming left until the end of the day. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Solana Accelerate will begin shortly. Please silence your devices.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope you had a good break, stretch a bit, and had some coffee. Next up, I'd like to invite Sergey, co-founder of Chainlink, up to the stage. Sergey has been building the blockchain space for a long time, and Chainlink recently just announced Solana native CCIP natively on Solana. Today, we'll invite Sergey to give a talk about what he's been cooking up at Chainlink. Thank you, and welcome, Sergey.
Great. Hi, everyone. Great to be here with you. I feel like we're entering a new stage in our industry's overall development. It's becoming clearer and clearer to everybody that the capital markets and institutional adoption is going to be driving the next stage of our industry's growth. I think this is what we've been building towards and saying for many years, where while the industry right now is at the $3 to $5 trillion size, really what this whole industry is about is growing to capture all assets, all things on chain, and process them in a more efficient, fair, and globally connected way. Chainlink right now is already powering the majority of DeFi, of this new next generation of internet on the capital markets. And likewise on Solana, we already power pretty much the top applications. GMX launched on Solana with Chainlink, Jupiter is powered by Chainlink, Camino is powered by Chainlink, and this is because of Chainlink's security, high reliability, and the ability to make sure that the application and the user funds in the application are actually secure. I'm thrilled to say that now, as of this week, CCIP is now live on Solana to bring that same level of security and reliability to the cross-chain world, which we all know is highly unreliable, has had many hacks, and creates real serious issues for the adoption of blockchains in the capital markets. What CCIP really provides is two things. It provides the highest level of security for bridges that institutions and enterprises need in order to interact with blockchains reliably. And it provides advanced features like programmable token transfers, allowing for tokens to not only go across chains, but to be programmed to do things when they reach the subsequent chain, such as triggering a DEX transaction, depositing into a lending protocol, or doing various other key operations in an efficient, secure way. So the ability to have truly secure, highly composable, feature-rich cross-chain is something that I think Solana now has, and that we're very excited to provide to the Solana ecosystem. We're already seeing many of the top applications starting to go towards switching over to CCIP for those security, composability, and programmable token transfer reasons. CCIP brings a large amount of DeFi value into the Solana ecosystem. So over 19 billion in various tokens are live on CCIP and are going to now be made available to the Solana ecosystem. That number is rapidly growing. And back to our thesis of the internet capital markets, really, when you look at what is necessary for institutions to go on chain and reliably interact with ecosystems like Solana, they need a multitude of different building blocks. They need a data oracle, they need a legacy and systems integration oracle, and they need a cross-chain system. Chainlink right now is really the only platform that provides all of these things in one platform where they can interoperate and interact with each other, which is why we work with so much of the capital markets. Right now, Chainlink and the CCIP standard is the most widely used source of cross-chain connectivity in the capital markets. It's what's adopted there because of its ability to provide security, compliance, and various other key features that other cross-chain bridging systems simply don't. And for this reason, it's now going to be, I think, the key pathway for the capital markets to reliably interact with Solana. And this will heavily contribute to the vision of Solana to be the internet of capital markets. The other big thing that we've now done is we've made the Chainlink build program available in Solana, in the Solana ecosystem, in partnership with the Solana Foundation. This program is about us jointly coming together to help the best early stage companies in the Solana ecosystem get all kinds of mentorship, technical resources, and other key benefits. It's something that we've been doing in other ecosystems very successfully, and many of the largest projects in those ecosystems have now gone through the build program. And together with the Solana Foundation, we're very excited to offer it now to the larger Solana ecosystem, together with the data resources, the cross-chain resources, and many other soon-to-come resources like the Chainlink runtime environment. So I'm very excited for Chainlink to be a bigger part of the Solana ecosystem. I'm a big fan and very aligned with the Solana ecosystem on the thesis of Internet of Capital Markets. I think that Chainlink can provide the critical data, compliance, cross-chain connectivity, and also the help and support that the Solana ecosystem needs to go to its next stage of growth in the capital markets. Really appreciate all your attention and wish you a great conference.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Sergey, for the great talk. We're very excited for Chainlink to double down on Solana. Our next guest is Jeff Park, Portfolio Manager and Head of Alpha Strategies at Bitwise Asset Management, one of the world's largest crypto specialist asset managers. Joining Jeff is Dean, the co-founder and chief scientist of Zeus Network, the very first Bitcoin layer on Solana. Within the Solana ecosystem, Dean is also recognized as one of the sharpest technical minds, pushing Solana to the edge of what's possible. They're going to share why Solana is shaping up to be the premier destination for Bitcoin liquidity. Let's welcome Jeff and Dean to the stage.
Hey everyone, I'm Dean. I'm the co-founder and chief scientist of Zeus Network, and I'm joined today by Jeff Park. And before we have a little conversation about Bitcoin on Solana, I'm just going to talk a little bit about Zeus Network and what's happened since we've launched a bit over 2 months ago. So Zeus Network is a Bitcoin ecosystem on Solana that integrates the entire Bitcoin protocol. It's very simple. You lock your Bitcoin, you can mint on Solana, you burn it on Solana, you can unlock it again. And that allows you to take your Bitcoin from the BTC layer 1 and put it on Solana layer 1, not a layer 2, and have access to the most performant DeFi ecosystem in all of crypto. Since we've launched, we've got almost 275 Bitcoin. We've partnered with all of the top DEXs, wallets. We have about 32 million of TVL locked in the protocol, with almost 4,000 interactions and almost 2,500 unique holders. And basically, we've launched one app already, which is Apollo, the Bitcoin on-chain exchange that allows you to take your Bitcoin and turn it into any wrapped Bitcoin asset. And we'll be rolling out BTC Sol, allowing you to stake Sol and accumulate BTC, as well as Lightning Fi, which is a BTC yield aggregator. The roadmap is we want to push the limits of what's possible with Bitcoin on Solana. That means moving towards fully backed 2-block optimistic confirmations. That means we're going to unlock a UX that is better than SEX, that is centralized exchanges, of course. We're bringing more dApps, so we're going to stoke for more demand for the use of Bitcoin on Solana, as well as bringing in more liquidity from different chains like Litecoin, Doge, and other UTXO-based assets. We want to make Solana the place where you bring your Bitcoin to get all kinds of financial services. We want to make it the on-chain Bitcoin bank. And so without further ado, let's start our discussion. So Jeff, thank you so much for joining me today. And why don't you just tell everyone a little bit about what you do?
Sure, happy to do that. I'm Jeff Park. I'm the head of alpha strategies at Bitwise. Bitwise is a crypto asset manager. We manage over $12 billion in assets today. We are most famously known for having the world's largest crypto index fund, which of course includes Solana. And we also have the biggest ETF issuer in Europe.
Awesome. It's very cool. So let me start this off by saying, by asking you, what do you think of the concept of Bitcoin on Solana?
Yeah, so I think it's actually very intuitive that we might have to imagine a world where Bitcoin and Solana come together. And the reason's pretty simple. We love gold, but it doesn't mean that gold is a thing that actually has utility in the ways that we want it to be, right? It's very simple. A network and the store of value doesn't have to be the coexisting entity. And so from that perspective, there's a real reason to believe that there has to be another ecosystem that can actually play the role of distribution to onboard new consumers for the use case of an asset that can be collateralized by pristine collateral like Bitcoin. And so I see the mission as one in which there's alignment for Bitcoin representing its value for what it is, but then providing additional utilities with the right consumers in mind who want to use it for those exact purposes, which, as I see it, mostly live in the Solana ecosystem today.
Yeah, awesome. And from my perspective, I think the whole Bitcoin on Solana thing, I think it's kind of we've sort of been pioneering this for the past year. It kind of wasn't really much of a thing, and the closest analog I guess we had was things like WBTC or whatever. But the thing that we noticed was there was a huge demand in the Bitcoin ecosystem for layer 2s and scaling solutions, and it feels like they didn't really quite pan out, and everything sort of just pushed into either multi-sigs or centralized exchanges or things like that. And so for us, the whole Bitcoin on Solana narrative is super powerful because we see the ability to provide a better alternative than any of those things. Yeah, so I guess why do you think now this is all heating up so much, now in particular for Bitcoin on Solana?
Yeah, I think actually the moment of now is important because we have always wanted more technological progress to unlock these opportunities, and we have actually seen some of the developments now come to the Bitcoin layer 2 ecosystem to actually imagine what that could look like. And I think we are now realizing there are actually frictions with that business model too. And that's because at the cultural level, Bitcoin really cares about three things. They care about security, they care about transparency, and they care about sovereignty above all else. So as a cultural phenomenon, it's really challenging to build these layer 2s within those cohorts where basically the liquidity is constantly fragmented. Solana, on the other hand, is literally built as a global state machine with a unified execution layer, which actually onboards this opportunity that for me as a personal example, I'm a trader by background. And if you think about the things people care about, low latency, low cost, high throughput, the idea of having DEXs that can actually be more of a CLOB model, like a central limit order book model versus an AMM, these are the things that actually onboard people to use, especially with institutions. And so if you want to build it, it has to be done in a side where there's a real demand by the consumer, right? Solving for that demand side economy is really important. Yep. And Solana actually has the largest demand side economy as I've ever seen it within the layer 1 distributions.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's a couple of converging factors, right? I think with the Bitcoin halvings, the block reward is getting less, and OG miners and investors and stuff are looking for ways to basically stay afloat, right? And keep their mining operations running. And also in the same way as around about 2017, everyone was trading on centralized exchanges, right? And basically Ethereum and then Solana and all these other chains came out and kind of took a very large portion of that market share with DEXs. So I think now Solana is at this stage where it is constantly running very well, low fees, very performant. We've got past all of those major performance issues that we were having before, and it's kind of popped out as the place where everyone wants to move now. And I think that it's kind of a natural extension of that we'll see this narrative build of Solana's going to do that for Bitcoin as well. And from my perspective, I think it's like super exciting to see like, you can go and like lend your Bitcoin on a centralized exchange and you might get a good rate or whatever, right? But like if we can do that on-chain natively, I think that's like way more powerful because you can, like you said, like transparency is very key. You can see exactly where the funds are, and you can have more control and more transparency over it all. So yeah, so we've talked about like what do you think? We've talked about like why now? What do you think it is in particular about Solana that would make it like a better choice than say like an L2 as a place to like park your Bitcoin and use it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's really two dimensions to answer that question. The first is relatively easy. Solana is ready.
True.
Solana actually works today, and actually bringing all those functionalities in the ways that people want to touch it, smell it, feel it, eat it, everything involved in actually making use cases. And Bitcoin Layer 2s are simply not there yet. And at some level, the reason is, if you're a developer, you want to go to things that scale, right? And so you actually have to imagine that human capital that will come to these development and the ecosystems will always be aligned for the things that can scale. So I think Solana's already kind of won that mind share in a really material way, so it's ready. The second thing is at the cultural front. You hear these debates that are happening in the Bitcoin community most recently about the OP return data and the spam filters. And then you think about what happened recently with Solana with SIMD 228, where they were trying to advance the conversation of, hey, how do we think about having flexible yield versus fixed yields? And even the conversations that are happening at that front, you can already tell, like, that OP return drama cannot coexist with people who want to scale things and are actually thoughtfully talking about how do you make staking yield a viable economic opportunity. It's already very clear to me that the economic minds and the interests of institutional behavior will be more Solana aligned than it will be on discussing things like spam filters.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like one of the oldest arguments in Bitcoin, right? It's been going on for like, gosh, close to a decade, So I think from our perspective, right, like when we were sort of just like building the company and the tech and everything, the narrative of like layer 2s was really hot in Bitcoin. There's a lot of investment going into it, but it felt like not a lot was coming out of it. And when I saw that, I thought like, with my background in cryptography and as a Bitcoin developer, I saw the massive opportunity because the way I looked at it was like, okay, cool, we could go launch an L2, we could raise a bunch of money, right? But then it's like, you've got to go and like partner with wallets and get like liquidity providers, try to find someone to issue a stable coin, try to get like, investors, app builders. And so you have to kickstart this entire ecosystem from scratch. And that is just like such a big task to try and overcome. Whereas like, if you can just take the chain with like the most idle liquidity and plug it into the chain with the most performant DeFi ecosystem, like, isn't that just like a much simpler and more reasonable thing to do? And like, it's been crazy for us as like, because we've been sort of like trailblazing this like native Solana Bitcoin ecosystem narrative, right? And it's just like grown so much beyond like what we're doing, and we've seen like different like partners and competitors and everyone like rush in, and all of a sudden it's like everyone's made the same realization. So. So I guess I'll ask you, like, what do you think is the most exciting thing that you're kind of looking forward to as like the next step of like what's going to happen with Bitcoin on Solana?
Yeah, I'm really excited for the conversation to mature where we're not talking about yield farming Bitcoin on Solana, but it would look more like Bitcoin is serving as pristine collateral for the economic opportunities of the digital economy, right? Like there's going to be like a translation as to how people think about the use case for Bitcoin that is more broadly befitting the things that we want to drive as part of the digital economy. And once that happens, and we move away from this construct of yield farming and gamey things, I do believe the adoption will be there. I mean, the reality is that most of the scalable things that will happen are going to be things that are low latency. People want to do trade finance. People actually want to do payment finance. All those things require low latencies in ways that Solana is actually purpose-built for. And Bitcoin, by design, is a UTXO-based asset and consensus mechanism. It doesn't have programmability inherently in its feature. But that's not a bad thing. It's just that's what also gold is. Gold is beautiful for its chemical properties for which it's not meant to be touched. But also, gold can be useful to be a part of the SDR and back other currencies and actually serve trade. And I think we'll see Solana kind of evolve into that mode.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think I'm just like really excited to see more Bitcoin be actually utilized on chain. Like right now, I think it's like 0.3% or something that's actually being used, and I think that figure is way too low, right? And I think it's really on us to, like, as you said, like stoke the demand side, right? And so I think there's a lot of things that Bitcoin can be used for. Like, for example, like the borrow rate is quite low, so it could be used for like market making or all sorts of really cool things like that. And the other thing is like a lot of people in the Solana ecosystem are also like Bitcoiners at heart, right? And they're all like looking for opportunities to acquire more Bitcoin. So I think I look forward to seeing how we unlock those new use cases and seeing like the utilization rate of Bitcoin on Solana grow to like 1% and beyond. So
100% with you.
Well, thank you very much. That's all we got time for. Thank you, everybody.
Good job. Thank you. That was such a great talk. Here at Solana Foundation, we're big fans of Bitcoin, and we're excited to bring more Bitcoin liquidity to Solana. Next up, joining us is Jason Lau, Chief Innovation Officer at OKX, one of the biggest and busiest crypto exchange in the world. He is the force driving OKX leap from a pure trading venue to a full-stack Web3 hub. They have also been big supporters and builders in the Solana ecosystem for many years. Jason is here today to share how these new product bets open the door for the next billion users. Jason, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's Friday. It's 5 p.m. I'm sitting between you and a long weekend. I know. But bear with me. I've got some cool things that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to share a little bit about what we're doing in the Solana ecosystem, what we've been building, what we've been seeing, and a little bit of an announcement on a new product that we're launching, that we just launched. So let's dive right into it. At OKX, you may know us as a large global crypto exchange. And that's correct. We do a lot on the trading side. But we also have other business focuses too. As Gianni mentioned, we spend a lot of time building out our Web3 products. Our flagship product is our non-custodial wallet. But that also includes a DEX aggregator. It includes blockchain explorers, really a full stack of tools for developers and users alike. More recently, in Dubai, we announced that we're branching out into something a little bit new, something we're calling OKX Pay. And this is a day-to-day crypto app that's for people to use crypto on a daily basis. Think of it as a money app. We're just getting started on that one, and I'm really looking forward to getting that in the hands of people soon. One thing my lawyers told me to say was that not all products and services are offered everywhere. Certainly, some of them are not available here in New York. So they wanted to make sure I got that in there. But today, I want to talk a little bit more about our wallet and our Web3 stack. As Gianni mentioned, we've been building and supporting the Solana ecosystem for quite some time. Our wallet is a multi-chain wallet. It's self-custodial, as I mentioned. And it obviously supports Solana. In fact, one cool thing is, as we're looking through some of the metrics, last year, we saw Solana users and activity on the OKX wallet increase by over 10 times. 10 times last year. And now the Solana network is now the second most used network within the wallet. Really tremendous growth. And one cool feature within the app and the dashboard is that there's a section where we offer discoverability. We offer a place for users to explore, learn, and find out what's happening in the on-chain space. We call it the Eco Hub, but we partnered with Solana teams and projects in the past to great success, really, to get users to learn about what's happening, as well as interact and activate users to try out some of these new on-chain use cases. Really cool, and we're looking forward to working with other Solana projects in the future to get more people to use that.
And then just to highlight also our OKX DEX. Our DEX is a aggregator. It's a decentralized exchange aggregator that's cross-chain also. We take a very multi-chain, cross-chain approach to all of our products. And this DEX is currently the second largest aggregator on Solana today. It's very powerful, very smart, great execution across a wide variety of sources, liquidity sources. And more importantly, a lot of Solana teams and projects are already working with us and have integrated us to build it into their app. Names like Phantom Wallet, names like Jupiter, Camino, they're already live using our technology behind some of their swapping features in their use cases. So we're looking forward again to build that out and make that more powerful as a tool for Solana ecosystem projects to use. And today, I'm happy to share something a little bit new, something we just announced earlier yesterday, and that's that we're bringing XBTC onto Solana. It's really fitting because Jeff and Dean just talked about the power of Solana, the power of Bitcoin on Solana and what that unlocks, and we couldn't agree more, right? So XBTC is our version of wrapped Bitcoin. It's multi-chain, like I said earlier. That's our approach. It's live on Solana, also on Sui and Aptos. Of course, it comes with our sort of unparalleled track record and reputation for security and transparency. It's in our proof of reserve system. Very easy to mint and redeem. Someone actually came up to me and asked me, how do I get XBTC? And it's really as simple as going into your exchange account and withdrawing Bitcoin onto your Solana address. And vice versa. Deposit Bitcoin, XBTC from your Solana wallet back into your exchange account. Instantly, it converts very seamlessly. And so we're very excited about this product, really because it's a tool, get more assets onto Solana, but also it's a building block for protocols and projects to build on top of. We're deep in talks with partners, and we look to share more in a couple weeks on which partners are going to be building these into their protocols in a couple weeks. And so to wrap, really, I talked about some of the things that we're doing across our product suite to support the Solana ecosystem. Whether you're looking for users to interact with your decentralized app, you can talk to us from a wallet perspective, make sure that that's interoperable, but also make sure that we have an opportunity to help you get and acquire users, right? Get users to discover what you guys are building. Or whether that's working with our decentralized exchange, our DEX aggregator, to build in functionality very easily into your application to enable users to swap tokens cross-chain very seamlessly. Or with XBTC, right? That's new, but we're always looking for ways where we could get that across the ecosystem even further. And there's more to come, right? We've got a long roadmap of things that we're working and building together. And we're looking forward to building and shipping that together with you. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any of our team members. We've got team members floating around. Grab me. But we're very excited, and thank you so much.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Jason, for a great talk. We're excited to double down with OKX and do more this year. Next up, we have Marinade, Chief Commercial Officer at Marinade, Hadley, and Allison, who is head of staking at the head of staking policy at Crypto Council for Innovation. They will be joining us on stage to discuss the latest proof of stake regulation policy. Welcome, Hadley and Allison.
Thank you. And the idea behind it originally, this was around the time when some of the first proof of stake chains were launching, and some of the first staking as a services businesses were starting to commercialize their offerings. And we quickly realized that in order for them to go to market effectively, we would need some sort of regulatory clarity, and on both the securities side and also on the tax side. So we came together as an industry at that time and said, let's start putting together some legal white papers. Let's go down to DC. We'll meet with Congress. We'll meet with SEC. and try to put together some rules of the road for staking and some industry best practices. So we published our first set of industry best practices in 2020. We updated those in 2023. And we're still working with industry to this day, bigger and better than ever, to try to get some sensible regulation for folks involved in the staking industry and in proof-of-stake ecosystems like Solana.
Very interesting. So, staking is obviously literally existential to a chain like Solana that's existed for many, many years. And I come from Marinade. We have something like 2 billion US or 10 million SOL locked up. So this is a mature thing. How soon are we going to get this figured out? Like, are we 1% of the way there from a regulatory standpoint, 99? And what's going to happen this year? It has to be guaranteed, whatever you answer, okay?
So if I'm being honest, I would say we're probably about 25% of the way there. And that's real progress based on where we were before. Especially when you look at the agencies, when you look at the SEC in particular. We've had some really good faith interactions with the agency, and they've been moving very quickly. We've seen more from them on staking and engaging with the industry in the past 4 months than we have in the past 4 years, when I talk about constructive engagement. Because as everyone knows, under the previous administration, it was enforcement action after enforcement action after enforcement action, and they were trying to draw a direct line from lending to staking on the one hand, but also made this assertion that all staking services are investment contracts, which we know is not right. These are technical services, not financial services. So I say 25% of the way there because we have made some real strides, but we still don't have staking guidance, and that's something we've been pushing on for a long time. You've seen the SEC recently issued guidance on proof-of-work mining. And we as an industry, some 30 industry players, plus all of the major trades, including the Solana Policy Institute, the Digital Chamber, CCI, Blockchain Association, all came together last month and said, we need the same treatment for staking as we have for proof-of-work mining. And so I think there's constructive dialogue. And actually earlier this week, Commissioner Peirce said at SEC Speaks that she personally supports guidance on proof of stake. So we're seeing a lot of positive momentum, but until we get that clarity, we're not fully there. And by the way, that's just on the securities side, not even talking about tax.
So, you use the word investment contracts and stipulated that that's not what this is. I've got to imagine there's a lot of common misconceptions when you walk into a senator's office and say, I'm here to talk about staking. What are some of the, the big misconceptions that you find you have to alleviate in these conversations?
Yeah, well, I would say the first thing is just getting people to understand what staking is. I think we heard earlier from a number of the senators and representatives who are on stage that there are many members of Congress who are just getting up to speed on crypto. So you have to start there before you can even get into something like staking, right? So a lot of it is general education. But I think in terms of common misconceptions, it's two things, one of which I already alluded to, which is that lending and staking are the same thing. Yes, you're locking up assets, but for very different reasons, right? Like, as you said earlier, these are integral to the performance of the network. And so getting regulators to understand that, I think, is important. And I would say in terms of other misconceptions, it's that all staking is the same, right? And so we have to continuously go back and say, oh, this is native staking, this is liquid staking, this is how they're similar, this is how they're different, this is how Solana staking works, this is how staking works on other chains. So it's constant education.
Yeah, it reminds me when we were down in DC together about 6 weeks ago with the Proof of Stake Alliance, which is a very broad group of people, but I was the only Solana person in the room, and a lot of the conversation was around Ethereum and the unstake time of a week or 2 weeks and minimum of 32 ETH. So I don't envy your challenge because it's not just one thing when you talk about staking. There are differences between different chains. Different chains do things in different ways, and that makes the conversation complicated. So speaking of complicated, who are the variety of players involved? When we talk about a trade association, Are you, is it the Senate? Is it president office? Who are some of the people that you get to talk about staking with?
It's all of the above.
Yeah.
So we engage on the House side, on the Senate side, in key committees. So House Financial Services, Ag, Senate Banking. We try to engage with the key folks who are involved in making legislation for the industry. But we also try to engage broadly. So you just brought up the trip that we took to DC recently. And there we met with a lot of freshman senators just trying to get them up to speed on crypto, on staking, because when there are these crucial votes, you don't want that to be the first time they're hearing about staking or proof of stake. So we engage with Congress broadly. We're also obviously engaging at the agency level. We went in to meet with the SEC Crypto Task Force. We engage with CFTC, with folks in the administration. So here in the US, it's all of the above. And then we're also engaging with regulators internationally.
Yeah, I remember, just to have people understand the complexity of the task, because you're going into a room and you're trying to explain staking, usually have about half an hour. And in that half an hour, you have to get something across pretty complex. And I was just noting other people waiting. There was the Concrete Association of America, I think American Dental Association.
Right.
So I like to think that we were the most entertaining. But the challenge again is in that 30 minutes, you really have to get across to people who are dealing with a lot of information. So we've been talking a lot about the US, which given where we are with Accelerate and the administration makes sense. But what does this look like globally in terms of staking? Are there certain regions that are further ahead or further behind, or that we can learn from?
I think that we're really starting to see a tipping point in terms of different regulatory bodies paying attention to staking and understanding they have to get this right. So we talked a little bit about what's going on in the US. Just, I guess it was last week or the week before, the UK dropped a draft statutory instrument which involves staking as part of it. The comment period ends today, so we'll be responding to that with some suggestions. The FCA in the UK also recently dropped a discussion paper with a full section on staking, getting into the various risks, how they intend to mitigate them. So we're seeing a lot of action in the UK. Just before that, actually, Hong Kong approved staking services. So I think this is something that globally people are starting to understand that they really have to pay attention to and get right.
So, another favorite topic of mine, especially this week, is ETFs. We have the Bitcoin and ETH ETF. When the Ethereum ETF was filed on the previous administration, there was a requirement to take staking services out. So as far as I understand it, for Solana, that has to be solved first. So in the US at least, when can we expect, and what's the journey like to get a Solana staked ETF?
Yes, so as you mentioned, last year when the Ethereum ETFs were approved, I think industry generally speaking was happy about that, but I think many were surprised to see that these issuers were instructed to remove staking from their S1s. And we still don't really have answers as to why that was the case. But we were encouraged in December. There was actually a bipartisan group of senators led by Cynthia Lummis, who's the chair of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, basically asking SEC, why not allow staking in ETFs? What is the reason? And so it was very encouraging to see Congress pay attention and to put some pressure on the agency. I think to actually answer your question in terms of realistically what does it take to get there, one is we need to get SEC comfortable. There's that piece of it. I think we've had some productive meetings on that front. We also have to talk to Treasury and folks on the tax side to get them comfortable with it. So I think that's a part of this that some people are paying attention to, but maybe not many. But I do think we'll see it. I'm pretty bullish. I'm hopeful that we'll see a Solana ETF and a staked Solana ETF here in the US. I know that you recently worked with Canary Capital on that, so on filing.
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that this year we'll see it.
Yeah, we're very excited. We, in partnership with Canary, filed an S1 with the SEC for Canary Marinate's Solana staked ETF. So we're part of that journey too, and your organization is very helpful in helping drive our product and the industry forward. So I'm going to end with an incredibly exciting topic. I figure it's Friday afternoon before Memorial Day. So taxes. Like, why is that so complicated for staking? I mean, you would think it's pretty straightforward, but can you just break down some of the complexity around taxes and staking?
Yeah, you would think it'd be pretty straightforward. So there are many tax issues that we pay attention to, but one of the main issues that we've been paying attention to, the first time we met with Treasury about this issue was in 2019, actually, and it's about the taxation of staking rewards, and in particular the timing, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, should these staking rewards be taxed at the time of creation or at the time of sale? And we say at the time of sale, it should be treated like all other created property. If you bake a loaf of bread, you're not taxed when it comes out of the oven, you're taxed when you sell it. So it should be the same thing for these newly created tokens that are being generated by the network. We thought that was pretty straightforward, and we think that's the case, by the way, under existing law. For a long time, IRS did not issue any guidance on the matter, and there was 2014 guidance on Bitcoin mining, but nothing on staking. And then when they finally did issue a statement, they said that staking rewards should be treated as services income, which we disagree with. So we're trying to continue to engage with them. But we've also seen positive sides from Congress. There was a standalone bill that was actually introduced last year that would clarify that both mining and staking rewards should just be taxed at the time of sale. And we just think that's fair treatment. So actively working on that issue. We've also actively been working on issues pertaining to liquid staking. So we did write the first legal analysis of liquid staking under the securities and commodities laws, but we also wrote a paper, this was in 2023, about when you go in and out of a receipt token, is that a taxable event? And actually it's not, right? So we just think people need that clarity, and we'll continue to work on the tax issues simultaneously while we work on some of these other issues.
Great. Well, Allison, thank you for all the work you and your team do, and for hopefully, I think you conveyed very well today, the type of work and expertise that's required to get product in the real world. So thank you very much, and look forward to continuing to work together.
Yeah, thank you, Hadley.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Good job. Thank you, Hadley and Allison, for an insightful panel on the latest of staking. Next up is Robinson Berkey, co-founder and chief commercial officer at the Wormhole Foundation. Robinson is here to explain how Wormhole is fueling the growth of Solana's internet capital markets in 2025. Please join me in welcoming Robinson from Wormhole Foundation to the stage.
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. I am extremely honored to be closing out what has been an awesome conference, the first annual Solana Accelerate. Today, we're going to be talking about how Wormhole has fueled the rise of Solana's internet capital markets and has been doing it since inception. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is Robinson. I'm one of the co-founders of the Wormhole Foundation. So what is Wormhole? I think a lot of people that have been in the Solana community for a while are probably familiar, but a quick recap, Wormhole is an interoperability protocol. So Wormhole connects all blockchains to enable value to be transferred between them. So when you think about value within the crypto world or on-chain world today, that could mean things like USDC, USDS, USDT, Bitcoin, BIDL. We've been talking a lot about RWAs today. ACRED, we've heard from Christine Moy multiple times. Tokenized private credit, that also uses Wormhole. From the meme coins to the biggest and largest institutional assets, everything is using the Wormhole. So I mentioned earlier, Wormhole's been with Solana since inception. So Wormhole's been bringing assets. For instance, we got our start connecting Ethereum and Solana. We've been bringing assets from Ethereum to Solana since the beginning. And so you can see here, and I want to call this number and draw a lot of attention to it. Solana, if you look at the TVL today, the TVL is around, I think, in the 9 billions, which is substantial in its own right. Since the inception of Solana, we've transferred to Solana as we now know it, the internet capital markets. We transferred $11.47 billion or value to the chain. And again, those are RWAs, those are meme coins. And I put some additional context here for some of the other players in the space, some of the data I couldn't find. But we are the native bridge of Solana. And this is our home, and this is where we'll continue to bring value to. So Solana, most of us know, TVL, it's substantial. TPS, it's substantial. Lots of independent validators, and a lot of transactions. Some would say it's the most used and popular blockchain today. I would agree with that. Wormhole, for those of you who don't know, is the leading interoperability protocol. So we've transferred over 60 billion in value between all blockchains, not just Solana and Ethereum. We've done over 1 billion messages. So what does this mean? Every asset transfer requires a message. You're required to share state between, let's say, Solana and Ethereum. So you can build bridges. Most of us know bridges because you probably sent money or some sort of asset between two different chains. But you can also build other protocols. If you've been in the Solana ecosystem for a while, you probably know about Pyth. Pyth is a very popular and well-used oracle. Pyth utilizes Wormhole to go to other chains. So you could do a lot with messaging, and Wormhole today has processed over 1 billion messages. We've helped issue over 4,000 assets cross-chain. So a lot of us are probably familiar with issuing an asset on one chain. I know we've got a lot of stablecoins here, Paxos team here, different asset issuers. So you can sometimes think about what Wormhole can provide as issuing an asset multi-chain, and that's actually what we're going to be talking a lot about today. And then there's over 100 applications that use Wormhole in one way or another, whether it's messaging, whether our assets are on their money market, whether they're using us for intents or swaps to enable someone to do a prediction on a prediction market in USDC. There's tons and tons of different ways you're going to be using cross-chain under the hood. So what I want to talk about today is this one problem that has prevented internet capital markets from thriving, and that's the problem of liquidity fragmentation. So these screenshots I took up here are screenshots from not too long ago. If you look at your wallet, let's say, you would see, and you're on a single chain, you would see 5 different versions of a singular asset. And if you've been doing things on chain for a while, this probably doesn't look, this probably looks familiar to you. So you can have multiple different versions of USDC, multiple different versions of USDT, Bitcoin versions, ETH versions, and the list goes on. And if we think about shifting the financial system from off-chain to on-chain, how are we going to do that in a system where the dollars aren't even fungible, or the stable coins aren't even fungible? And so what we've been doing, or what the problem we've been working on solving, is this problem of liquidity fragmentation. How do you make it so that, and I sometimes think about, just a side note, you opening your mobile banking app right now, and if you look at like USD, right, your bank account number, imagine if there's like 4 different versions, almost like they're separate accounts and they're not fungible. That's kind of what the experience is like, especially for people coming into the ecosystem. And so why this is important, if you think again about building a financial system on chain, if I'm a developer, I'm building a DEX. What's important for a DEX? Depth of liquidity, right? You want to provide really good trades. You want to provide liquidation mechanisms for those building on top of you. What stablecoin or what Bitcoin or what Ethereum is a DEX going to build liquidity in if there's 4 or 5 different versions of the same thing on a chain? So in order to have like that financial oil that's going to help everything else thrive on the chain, we have to solve liquidity fragmentation. And we've solved it. So we solve liquidity fragmentation with what I call native token transfers. This is Wormhole NTT. And so there's a lot of words on the screen here, but I'll go over it and break it down. You've essentially got an open source framework. So it's completely open source. Well, everything Wormhole does is out in the open. That's a core ethos that we hold, and we think it's important to do that with everything we build. It's flexible and configurable, and we'll talk about that. And it's also composable. So when you think about going cross-chain or taking a token cross-chain, there's a number of ways you can do it. And I think what we've done today is we've offered you a burn and mint solution. So let's say you're just, for the first time, launching a token. You can set it up from day one, so it's multi-chain, right? It could exist across 5 different chains. You own the contracts so that there's only one version across those other chains. Someone else can't send that asset and create another version on that chain. And then let's say you've already launched a token. Maybe some of you are protocol builders here, or you've issued some sort of asset. There's also a hub and spoke model that's configurable for you to use as well. And so there's 3 core components I want to talk about that are a little bit different from what we've seen in the past. So I talked a little bit about integrator-owned deployment. So if you think back to that slide I showed you with all the different USDCs, a lot of that is caused because there's multiple different types of owners of an asset, right? Circle owns USDC, but 7 different bridges can issue their own type of USDC on a chain and try to get adoption for it. But let's say Circle owns the contract. As soon as they do that, that's the one that everyone's going to use. So what you're solving for here from the jump is that you as the asset issuer, instead of, let's say, the bridge owning the contract, you own the contracts. So you completely control them. You control upgrade authority. You control all the features we're about to talk about. It is the gold standard for issuing a token across all chains. And when we think about the various controls that you have, a lot of it has to do with security, right? So it's you can pause it, you can upgrade it, you can rate limit, right? You could say, let's say I only want 3 million of flow to go between 2 different chains every 24 hours, right? You want to throttle it. Why would you maybe want that? Maybe you issue an asset net new on a chain that's very, very new, right? We'd like to think that the chain will be fine, but something new has a higher chance of, let's say, getting hacked. So you'll keep that rate limit low so you can avoid if, say, the worst case happens, your total potential damage is limited to whatever you set the rate limit to. And then Wormhole's actually built a blockchain. A lot of people don't know this. But we built a blockchain for the sole purpose of having another ledger we can reference for all the activity that's happening between blockchains Wormhole connects. And so this is what we call global accounting. And so when you think about this, effectively what it is at a high level is that every transaction that's happening across Wormhole contracts is also happening on the global accountant. If there's an infinite mint, what do I mean by an infinite mint? If you're sending 10 USDC from one chain to yourself on another one, and on that chain it mints 11 or something like that, the global accountant sees that, breaks the connection to the chain to help contain any potential contagion that may be happening in, let's say, a hack. And lastly, there's flexible verification. So this one is actually really, really important. So NTT is a framework where you actually don't have to use Wormhole messaging, which is kind of a bold move on our part because, of course, we want as many messages, as much volume going through Wormhole. But I think one thing we believe is that we want to win on technical merit, and we believe the security model we have with Wormhole messaging is the strongest. So if you did want to issue an asset with NTT, you're going to want to use Wormhole messaging. But if you didn't want to, you could be your own signer, right? You can be your own signer for NTT. You could use another interoperability protocol. You could use a restaking verifier if you wanted. It's endless, but the point is that it's future-proof. You own the contracts. If something happened to the messaging provider in those contracts, let's say in the worst case a hack, you upgrade the contracts, remove the messaging provider, put whichever one you'd like in there to continue on. We just went over rate limiting, the global accountant. The other thing I want to say, and we touched on no lock-in, right? We want to give you the option to have who you want within the NTT contracts. But the last thing that I think is important, and what I think makes this the end game, is threshold attestations. What does that word mean? So if you want to send 10 USDC from one chain to another, typically what Wormhole does is it says, yep, 10 USDC was burned on one chain. Please mint on another chain, effectively. Now, if something happens to Wormhole messaging, then something happens to your asset, which isn't the most ideal situation. However, if you added in another redundant messaging system, again, it could be a centralized signer that is you yourself, then you can say, I want two approvals once you hit the mint, right? So you could say a Wormhole message 1, and then your signer being 2. And then all of a sudden, you have this very, very redundant and robust verifier for whenever your asset that you issue is traveling between all the different blockchains, something that you can rely on. So why this is important and why this is exciting. And this was talked a little bit about yesterday, so it's not the freshest news, but it's so exciting, I think it's worth talking about a little bit more. When we think about Solana, it is a place where everything is tradable with the best user experience. So the biggest assets should be on Solana. And at the beginning, I started by saying, since inception, since Solana started, Wormhole has been bringing assets to Solana. And we still see that as our goal and our mission and one thing we want to do. And so today, I'm really, really excited to announce that Dogecoin, this is already outdated. It's a $35 billion asset. That amount of value will now be accessible to Solana. And we've done this, or also 8.3 million wallets. Of course, that's a lot more users that can now come to Solana. And we've done this in conjunction, well, before I get there, this is what it would look like or will look like very soon within the Portal front end. Portal is Wormhole's main application interface. It's how you can use a lot of the asset transfers that Wormhole powers. And we've done this in conjunction with Sai, not QED, with Sai. They've done an incredible job of making sure that Doge, the chain, is verifiable, so we can perform the mint of the asset Doge on Solana. We've also been working with a team called Interface that's been helping with some of this work. And of course, Solana and Wormhole to make Dogecoin officially enter the Wormhole. So issue your asset on Solana. If you already have issued an asset on Ethereum or Arbitrum or any other chain, you can have it exist there. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can have it exist there. You can have it on Solana. If you're issuing asset on Solana today, you might as well make it configurable if you do want to go to another chain someday. So from Dogecoin to BlackRock, Apollo Private Credit, Wormhole will be with Solana. Wormhole's been with Solana since the beginning and will be with Solana for as long to come. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Robinson, for the great remark on how Wormhole is helping grow Solana's internet capital markets. As we wrap up Accelerate 2025, remember, blockchains don't sleep, and neither do the builders and developers and dreamers shaping the future. Last but not least, I would like to welcome Dan Albert from the Solana Foundation on stage for some closing remarks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Happy accelerating. Content has been great. You all have been spectacular. This has been Solana's largest ever event in the US, and I think it's been one of our most productive to date. So thank you so much to all of you for being here. Huge thank you to everybody who helped make this event happen, to John, to Ellie, our incredible events team, to all of our staff. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you. So maybe it's time to get back to work, but I don't want you all to miss the great in-person events now that Accelerate is wrapping up. So right here in the US, we have the Solana community has events, has conferences, has community meetups and locations happening all across America. We've got Skyline right here in New York City, Onion DAO in Chicago, the Hub in Miami, Mountain DAO in Utah, popping up all over the place. So if you're based in the US, if you're building, if you're interested in the Solana community, check out one of the various communities all over the country, connect, keep the energy going. If you're traveling, if you're unable to make it with us this week, Solana Summit is a community-hosted builder conference happening just a few weeks from now in Vietnam. So hope to see so many of our community members in Vietnam and in APAC at Solana Summit. And last but not least, Breakpoint is our largest event of the year. It is the absolute marquee Solana conference. happening in December in Abu Dhabi. Can't wait to see all of you there. Right now, we've got a 72-hour flash sale on Breakpoint tickets, so buy them early before it sells out. And that's all we got. As a reminder, the venue is open until 7 p.m. today, so feel free to hang out, chat with some folks. Thank you all for coming here. Happy accelerating.